Iprccc 2020, where brilliant minds belonging to different fields from the communications industry will be deliberating on topics concerning the communication diaspora and economy revival. The theme of this edition's Iprccc is Economic Revival Post-COVID and the Role of Communication in Amplifying and Channelizing the Positive Business Sentiments. Eminent leaders from the public relations and corporate communications industry will mark their presence at the event with keynote sessions being delivered by R.S. Sodhi, Amol, Madan Behel, Ad Factors PR, Shiv Shivakumar, Aditya Birla Group, Catherine Devaney, WE Communications, Kishore Jayaraman, Rolls-Royce, Atul Sharma, Rudafin, Karthik Singhal, Zeco Aircon Limited, Kunal Kishore Sinha, Value 360 Communications, Shri Manoj Kotak, Honorable Member of Parliament. Stalwarts from the industry will participate in multiple panel discussions in the all-day-long virtual conference. The first session will talk about 3 P's of communications: pandemic, perseverance and PR. How communication plays a vital role in crisis. Panelists of the session will be Dilip Yadav, First Partners, Udit Pathak, Media Mantra, Deepshika Dharmraj, Genesis BCW, Aman Gupta, SPAG Asia, Deepak Jolly, Consokia Advisory, along with the session chair Tarunjit Ratan, PRPOI. Following the session, the second session will focus on integrated marketing and digital acceleration will change the future of communication and challenges it possesses. To share their insights, panelists of the session will be Vivek Sabharwal, Woodland, Siddharth Putalia, AirAsia, Nitin Pai, Tata Elxsi, Ramakant Khandelwal, Payback India, Santosh Iyer, Mercedes-Benz, Hitesh Singla, Kai India, along with session chair Ahmed Naqvi, Gozoop Online. The next session for the day will talk about the importance and best practices of brand purpose communication. Panelists of the session will be Rashmi Soni, Vistara, Paresh Chaudhary, Adani Group, Abhay Dange, BMW Group India, Prasidh Menon, Oyo Hotels and Homes, Minari Shah, Amazon, Subhayu Mishra, Standard Chartered Bank India, Bhagyashri S. Naware, PepsiCo, and Girish Balachandra, On Purpose Comms, will converse on the topic, along with moderator Ruhail Amin, Exchange for Media Group and Business World. Session 4 will have leaders discussing on digital marketing and communication in the age of social media influencer. Panelists of the session will be Rachna Chaudhary, Media Value Works, Pranav Kumar, Allison Plus Partners, Shruti Khanna, Ford, along with session chair Mamta Dhingra, Lateral Sutra. Session 5, putting the spotlight on regional media, a defining factor in the future of communications, how it will become a game changer. Thought leaders from the regional PR space. Panelists of the session will be Shailesh Goyal, Simulations, Khurshid Ahmed, Advantage Group, Sheila K. Panikar, Enright PR, Mukesh Kharbanda, Fusion, Anup Sharma, PRCAI, will discuss the reach and importance of regional PR agencies. The last panel discussion will focus on communication for social change and transformation. Panelists of the session will be Anurag Chauhan, Humans for Humanity, Nandita Chibbar, Media and Communications Consultant, Vansh Nathani, Edusys, Renuka Dudeja, Brand and Marcom Specialist, Lakshmi Agrawal, Activist, the Lakshmi Foundation, along with session chair Shreya Krishnan, Anvithi Insurance Brokers. talking about the role of communication for social change. The valedictory session will be conducted by Catherine Devaney, Deputy MD and Head of Health, UK, WE Communications, on critical factors and forces that will shape communications in 2021. Exchange for Media Group will give his closing remarks to Iprccc.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Khyati Kawa and I will be your host for the day. We proudly welcome you all to the 11th edition of Indian PR and Corporate Communications Conference 2020, a conference that has successfully made its mark in this industry and is known for its credible spokesmanship, content, panel sessions, and world-class speakers. The conference will be followed by the 11th edition of Indian PR and Corporate Communications Award ceremony in the evening from 6 p.m. onwards. The Exchange for Media Group organizes more than 25 large format events annually. These are clearly focused on adding to the effectiveness of brands, marketeers, and various media platforms by way of debate, discussion at our conferences, or felicitating the best from these fields at our gala award evenings. We started our endeavor in the field of public relations and communication 18 years ago through our initiative PR Watch and PR Week, which carried extensive coverage on the latest trends and development in the PR and communication industry. Thereafter, we started our first PR and Communication Awards, the Indian PR Relations and Corporate Communication Awards and Conference, which is Iprcc and Iprccc, in 2009 to honor and acknowledge the achievements of the PR and communication stalwarts and the industry. Since last 3 years, we launched many new initiatives. To name a few: PR and Corpcom 40 Under 40, Top 100 Influential Game Changers list, PR and Corpcom Women Achievers Awards, and PR and Corpcom 30 Under 30. Let's take you through the journey of E4M and BW. Can we have the audio visual, please?
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this event with a warm welcome note by Chairman and Editor-in-Chief BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, Dr. Anurag Batra. A very warm welcome to you, Dr.
Morning. How are you, Kathy?
Very
Good
well.
morning. Good to see all of you virtually. This is the 11th edition of the Iprccc, and this is our conference on where is the communication domain headed. What are the professionals doing to bring new frontiers on? And as I've said in the last few weeks, that the PR industry and the corporate communication professionals have been the most active professionals in the last 11 months in the communication domain. They have been called upon to be able to keep the brand messaging and the business messaging right. Also, as advertising budgets and brand building budgets, uh, went on a pause, communication and PR initiatives led the communication. So, really, the last 11 months, if when we talk of warriors, we talk of frontline professionals. I think the communication professionals would also qualify because they've made sure that the brands and businesses that they represent stay vibrant and connected with their ecosystem. Communication is changing at a very fast pace. Today, digital and virtual world rule the roast. We are doing this conference virtually. I keep saying we live in a collaborative, communicative, compassionate, and a contactless economy, the four C's. So, collaboration, communication, contactless, and compassionate. Also, I would say as the corona vaccine gets rolled out to even more people, uh, as the number of COVID cases come down, and we get certain comfort of being able to do physical events in full bloom, the concept of hybrid events, hybrid communication will continue. A lot will continue virtually, a lot will happen face to face physically. So, if I may say, the communication ecosystem will power the next level of the hybrid economy. The communication ecosystem will power the next level of the hybrid economy in every sector, whether you take education, both the physical model of going to the campus, going to the school will exist, and there will be an online module. So now that we have a choice to have the best of both worlds, the best of physical and the best of virtual, the hybrid economy in this 4C environment will take over. Today, we have a power-packed list of speakers. We have entrepreneurs, we have communication professionals, we have PR agency founders, we have business owners, brand owners talking to the ecosystem. I'll be back to talk to you. I'll be in a conversation with a leader who's made sure that he's the prime mover on OTT, and also I'll be doing a conversation with the founder of Boat, Mr. Aman Gupta, who has, along with his co-founder, built a brand and a business that is formidable in a category that is dominated by foreign players. Boat is literally a Atmanirbhar story. So clearly, today you'll meet the stalwarts of the industry. Yesterday we had a physical event, the Iprccc Awards, and the industry was there in full numbers to be able to collect their awards. It was a good feeling to meet them and to be able to congratulate them in person. So hopefully this Iprcc will signal the coming back of Exchange for Media events with social distancing, masks. Of course, when we were taking the photographs, we had the mask down, but most of the colleagues had masks up for most part of the time. And really, I hope and pray that we are able to go back to the physical world in a way that it works for us. Of course, we've discovered digital. So as I said, we'll play in a hybrid economy. Our event is also in some way a hybrid event. Yesterday, the awards were physical. Today, the conference is virtual. I'd like to congratulate the Exchange for Media team, especially Mr. Karan Bhatia, who understands this domain well and has made today possible. The whole team that supports him, Ms. Priyanka Badoria, and all other Exchange for Media colleagues that have put in their sweat to make today possible. So I wish you a day of learnings and luck, and I'm sure things will get better. Communication and PR industry is growing. Digital is also powering its growth, but with Indian brands becoming more and more ambitious, with Indian entrepreneurs becoming more and more ambitious, the need to build global brands from India will grow. And that's where the communication partners that these brands have in you will have a major role to play. So I wish you luck and look forward to listening to and tuning into today's deliberations. Back to you, Kathy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for setting the context for this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will be moving forward. But as we all know that no event is complete without acknowledging its trailblazing partners who have played a crucial role in making the event a superstarter. We would like to thank them all here for their support and faith. Our presenting partner, AdFactors PR, powered by partner Value 360, Media Mantra, and White Hat Junior. Our gold partner, first partner, Rudafin, Avian V, PepsiCo, Kaizen, Genesis BCWs, SPAG Asia, Godrej. Our associate partners, Allison Plus Partners, Teamwork Communications, 6 Degree BCW, Speak Communication, ATDB, Actimedia. Our partners, Comvisor, Commune, Mavericks, Bottomline, and Simulations. Our social change partner, On Purpose. Our digital media partner, Media Value Works. And a media partner, NewsX. Our industry partner, PRCAI. Let's have the partners AV before we proceed, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, now let's get the ball rolling with the opening address by Mr. Madan Behal, co-founder and managing director of AdFactors PR. He will be speaking on the topic Economic Revival Post-COVID and the Role of Communication in Amplifying and Channelizing the Positive Business Sentiments. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Anurag ji, Naval ji, the editorial team and the events team led by Karan Bhatia for inviting me to make this opening comment. I've been watching the video of Exchange for Media, and I think as a media house, you should get the award for the most number of awards in the Indian Marcom and the media space. On behalf of the PR industry, I wish to appreciate your efforts in highlighting the cause of the PR industry, for your news coverage and your commentary and giving space to many leaders in the PR industry to come and voice their opinions and views. The Iprccc itself has become a very watched event, along with your other initiatives like the 30 under 30, the 40 under 40, the women leaders of public relations, the top 100 list. I think they have a fair traction in the industry, and thank you for all of these things. However, I want to make a point to Anurag ji and to the editorial team that I still think that the level of coverage for PR, given its scale and importance, as Anurag ji so well articulated a few minutes ago, I think is at best meager on the Exchange for Media platform. In terms of audience, it's a very, very significant community, both on the comms and the agency side now. And you might well, in your own interests, increase the coverage, because I often see an important news of the PR industry hidden in the inside pages, while even a small, significant relatively thing in media or advertising makes it to the front page and stays there for a long time. I hope the editors look into this with the due empathy that it requires. The Iprccc 2020 is happening in February 21, few months later than it should have happened, thanks to the pandemic. As we all know, the pandemic has kind of upended and disrupted everyone and everything No country, no society on the planet has been spared. This time, it's a fairly democratized thing. The young and the old, the rich and the poor, the east and the west are all impacted alike. Crores of people have been infected, millions, or at least a couple of million, have died. Many more have suffered the economic consequences of the pandemic through lost jobs and dented incomes. And it's difficult for us even to comprehend the scale of this, not once in a century, I think in once in 1,000 years kind of an impact of an event, Black Swan event that has impacted the whole world, including us. Many sectors of the economy worldwide will take a fair amount of time to recover to their full glory and operations. Humanity, however, in general has shown, as human beings always do, great resilience in bouncing and in recovering. The Indian society, in particular, has demonstrated one might say characteristic strength through these challenging times at all levels, at individual, at business, at government, at non-government, at institutional. All of them have stood their ground quite well through this pandemic. One might attribute this to the strength of our culture, our character, our deep philosophical roots in dealing with everything, both good and bad. And that's how we manage such pain and traumas a little better than maybe the rest of the world. The pandemic is nowhere close to eradication. There is still a level of fear and anxiety all over, and life is limping back to some order. Vaccination is in progress, but we are some distance away from normalcy. However, there are unmistakable signs, as we all know, of economic revival. Um, Stock market indices are one indicator because they kind of predict the future. Nifty is, as you all know, about 100%, more than 100% higher than the March lows, actually about 120%. It's 20% higher than the pre-COVID high. E-way bills, as people in business and industry would know, are at the pre-COVID levels. They represent the movement of goods in the economy across the country. Electricity demand in January 2021 was at an all-time high. The housing economy is limping back. Copper, as it is fondly called Dr. Copper, because it's a great indicator of economic activity, copper prices are at an all-time high. I can share many more points or proof points of economic revival. GST collections, for example, in January at 120 lakh crores were at an all-time high. The Purchase Managers Index at 58.9 in October 2020 was the highest since 2008. Rural markets were exceptionally strong. Demand for tractors as reported by, for example, Mahindra and Mahindra, and even Escorts, I think, were 50% higher in January on a year-on-year basis. And I think all these are great proof points of economic revival, which working from home we may not have experienced as well. The economic survey presented recently forecast real GDP growth of 11% after a fall of 7.7% in FY21. So the number 11% is for FY 2022. Now, while all this revival is happening, there is even more good news, and that's there are strong tailwinds for economic growth. We have seen for the first time a budget in many years that has not been criticized by anybody, or maybe I haven't heard anything. It was appreciated by the small and the big alike, the individual and the government and the large industry alike, and the financial sector alike. People called it a pro-growth budget. The massive public spending envisaged in infrastructure, the multiple governmental initiatives across capacity building in many areas and sectors, I think will go a long way in boosting this revival. Consider the surge in foreign direct investment. I think our reserves are now approaching nearly $600 billion. It's an all-time high. Investment, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and the I would imagine the events in the geopolitics with the spate of investments coming or likely to come in manufacturing, driven by the attractiveness of this country as a stable, as a predictable socio-cultural political system, I think will go a long way in seeing that this economic growth is provided of further, or revival is provided of further tailwind for a long, long time to come. But would I miss out if I didn't mention another unique thing that's happening, and that's a tsunami of techno entrepreneurship. We are soon expected to have 100 unicorns, some 60,000 to 70,000 startups. So I would say the best is not yet to come, but the best is about to come. It's imminent, and as a society, we must be prepared for things to come. But is there a dark lining to a silver cloud yet that's not gone away? Maybe yes. Even as the economic revival is happening and is strong, a certain level of uncertainty and anxiety persists as we experience it in our day-to-day lives. We will all have to navigate this to come clear of the pandemic, and together as businesses, as people, as individuals, as societies, as NGOs, as our institutions, will all have to come together to come clear of this pandemic as a nation and as a society. Many of us are justifiably uncertain about freely venturing out. Even I have started going out a little bit personally, but one is still always a little cautious and be careful. Some are even circumspect about the vaccines. Will the vaccine work? Will it not work on me? Will it have side effects? Which is a better one? Is Bharat better, or Serum better, or this better, or that better? There are uncertainties we have. When will it be available? We don't know. When will everyone in India get it? We have some assessment, but all the answers are not there. Take an industry like PR, or for that matter, services in general. Many of our young people have gone back to their hometowns, to their families. Families are worried about sending their kids back to work in other cities when they're alone to work. Consumers are uncertain about venturing out to the malls, to the shops, to the theaters, to the restaurants, in public spaces in general, or even using mass transportation, which in a city like Bombay might be a crucial bridge to getting back to work from offices or work from factories in the real sense. Many businesses too are uncertain about resuming work as we knew work earlier, which was work from office. It's particularly true for professional services, or I would say services at large. And why that is important? Because services is the largest segment of our economy at about 55 or 56% of the entire economy of India is services. Manufacturing has gone down, and agriculture, with all the halla gulla about agriculture and farmers, it accounts for only 18% of the Indian economy. Because the numbers are much larger, and we have to respect that. Take our own situation as a firm. We are not entirely sure about the right model to get. Should it be 1 day in a week? Should we go back 2 days in a week? 3 days in a week? Should half the people go back? 1/4 of the people go back? Leaders go back? Younger go? We don't know. And we're all trying to come to terms with this. How, when, where, why? And many of these seemingly simple questions are yet complex as questions. And because they involve health and life. And that's why they get that extra dimension of complexity and seriousness. Now, if we were to extrapolate our problems as we face as individuals and businesses to a larger society, so to say, or a larger world, we can sense the scale of the problem that we are dealing with. As businesses, we can understand what are uncertainties and challenges. We must make an effort to understand, as we have been trying, as to what our stakeholders are dealing with: our customers, our employees, our neighbors, our communities, our even maybe shareholders and vendors and suppliers, they're all impacted with this. And therein lies, I think, the need and the opportunity for the communications profession to step in and take charge. As Anurag said, we've done a stellar job in these last few months, but there is a significant role to play. It is easy, or it's safe to say, that we have become the bridge between business and all its stakeholders, business at large and all its stakeholders. I think we played that part better, more effectively than all other sister disciplines in the Marcom business or Marcom space. We have helped interpret the challenges of our stakeholders to our leaders in the client organizations or in our own organizations. We have recommended not just communications, but the right actions and behaviors that our organization should do to solve the problems of our immediate stakeholders and maybe at a larger social level of society at large. Finally, we have created communication programs that have become the bridge between the world and it's between the business and stakeholders. So we could say the PR industry has come out with flying colors, has done a stellar job through the pandemic, and whether you call it communications on the client side or the consulting on the PR side or all of it combined, I think we should feel reasonably satisfied with the way all of us have together conducted ourselves. The communication people on the client side or agency side were like the frontline workers, and I would repeat what Anurag just said. He used the expression frontline workers, and that is a good expression of business. Counseling their organizations on effectively navigating the difficult times, advocating empathy, advocating care, advocating generosity in dealing with all the stakeholders or with everybody that the organization deals with. In my humble opinion, the recognition of the role and the importance of public relations or communications went up several notches through the turbulence of the pandemic. We emerged, I can say confidently, we emerged as a consulting profession with a seat on the decision-making table, and I hear many interesting and exciting stories about our own client comms heads or CCOs telling us that they now have a definite seat at the table where the board and the table not only sits and talks to them about what the right communication strategies ought to be. More importantly, they have become the prism for through which all the decisions of the organization, policies, actions of the organization are kind of run through before they are rolled out to the larger society to just understand that they are well connected and also perhaps preempt risks that might come with any wrong communications or any wrong behavior. The scale of change in that sense has been rapid, and one might say the profession has taken a quantum leap on both the client side and the agency side together, and I'm quite pleased with it. The economic proof of our agility, of our transformation as a profession, and the continuing relevance may be stated by the fact that we were perhaps the least impacted by the pandemic compared to maybe advertising, maybe some other disciplines within the PR, within the Marcom industry, or marketing at large. We were always the custodians of reputation. We are now in a decision making or in a decision counseling position where all decisions we are getting involved with that an organization takes. Having said this, the next few months will continue. We will have to continue to become the bridge between a historical time divide between the organization and its stakeholders. And that historical time divide is the world will be divided into the pre-COVID and the post-COVID worlds. Our organizations will look to us for guidance. Our leaders will look to us for guidance and counsel to accelerate the recovery and restore some sort of order, but a normal word like normal and order are now an oxymoron. There's nothing going to be like a new normal. It's going to be a continuous state of flux. And as communication profession, I think our role has become far more dynamic and far more changing. The post-pandemic world will be even more exciting with new challenges and demands on our capabilities. We'll have to be a continuously learning profession. World like comtech, like adtech or martech is becoming common word. The role of analytics, and of course there's been enough said about all these things, so I'm not going into the details of what really is changing. All of us are very, very well aware of. But this changing world will make a tremendous demand on our capabilities and the need to continuously evolve as a profession, as an industry, to serve our organizations, whether on the client side or on the agency side, better than we have been doing all these years, because there is a risk, and the risk is of redundancy and extinction, survival actually. If we don't evolve at the pace, we will have to evolve at the rate of the external environment, at the pace of society that at the pace of change that society is witnessing. And is it fair to say that the consumer has changed more than the business? The business has changed, or maybe the government has also changed more than the business. So we have to actually keep pace with the customer, not my client, but the client of the client, and therein represent the opportunity and the challenges. But for those of us who do it, as individuals, as teams, or as agencies, or as client-side teams, I think the rewards are significant, both in terms of professional and business growth. There has never been a better time. I see rapid growth and evolution of our industry at large like never before. I'm very, very confident of that. I'm eagerly waiting to see the day when Indian PR becomes $1 billion industry from an estimated $200 million that it is together. And sometimes, when you go out abroad, it's embarrassing to say when people ask me, what's the size of the Indian PR industry? And I say, about $200 million. $200 million? Oh, that might be the size of the Edelman or the Weber Shandwick office in New York. And then an entire industry is smaller than one office, perhaps, of the largest with 1.4 billion people or 1.39 billion people. I think we have to do better. And the external opportunity is not a problem. The barriers, if any, are not on the demand side. The barriers on the supply side. And we are the supply side, so we have to get better. Does the demand side have a responsibility? Yes, they also have a responsibility, and the state of evolution of a supply side is actually to a significant extent determined by the agility and the smartness of even the demand side, whether they budget the resources, whether they consider the relevance. Oh, you are very important, you are very good, but I'm only going to pay you like a priest is paid in a wedding, dakshina. So I urge the demand side, the client side, to navigate their paths within, considering the importance of public relations for their own even internal comms budgets and the external budgets. I think we got to do better, because only then can we address the challenges, the risks, and seize the opportunities that will help through communications our competitors, our organizations become more competitive, whether we are competing for consumers or human resources or natural resources or capital or policy or for whatever else. And therefore it's not a favor. For your own good, you should create the resources. And I will never tire of making this point again and again, because as an industry we suffer from this. I'm confident that the communication industry and my fraternity, I'm very proud of this fraternity, will rise up to deliver on the challenges as well as seize the opportunities that the future has to offer and meet the expectations that our own organizations, our clients expect of us. I'm very confident that we will achieve that. The event today has a great and a very impressive lineup of outstanding leaders from the PR industry, from the comm side, the agency side, as well as many marketing folks and some CEOs as well. Their perspectives on critical subjects which are relevant to us in the times today will be helpful to all of us in navigating the immediate future ahead of us. I wish everyone all the best, and may you have a great day ahead of learnings and experiences. All the very, very best wishes, and thank you, Team Exchange for Media, once again for putting this wonderful event together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Behel. Thank you for your time and sharing your insights here with us. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind all of you, you can keep tweeting about the event and the speakers, your key highlights from their sessions using the hashtag IPRCCC. And ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead with our first panel discussion for the day, this is going to be an interesting discussion on 3 P's of communication: pandemic perseverance and PR, how communication plays a pivotal role in crisis. Now, ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome our session chair for the panel discussion, Tarunjit Ratan, founder PRPOI. I would request Tarunjit to kindly take over the charge. A very warm welcome to you.
Hey, hi, Kathy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very warm welcome, firstly.
Okay, so welcome. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this E4M panel discussion, and it's the first one of the day. And in this panel, we explore the PR storyline across the pandemic and draw a line of continuation to the Indian PR industry's performance. As it is often said, a good crisis is an opportunity for a PR team to move towards success. Can I request everybody who's not might mute? I think it would be much easier. There's a lot of background noise. Excellent. And when somebody wants to, kind of contribute to an answer or is answering, please switch it on. Yeah? It'll be easier for all our audiences to listen to. So if I may, restate, it's often said in PR that a good crisis is an opportunity for a PR team to prove its perseverance and move towards success. But how has our PR industry fared in this crisis? Did it embrace the 3 P's of communication, pandemic, perseverance, and PR? And why, what and how did they showcase and enhance the value of this trust currency? To discuss this today on our E4M panel at the 11th edition of Iprccc Conference, we have with us an illustrious panel who will share their views with us today. Let me introduce our panel, who all come with vast experience across different sectors and have been weathered by many a crisis. I did get a chance to meet a few of them at the awards yesterday, and I'm hoping that they will be able to share a lot of their experience in our discussion today. So today we have with us Iprccc Dharamraj, CEO of Genesis BCW, Dilip Yadav, founding partner, First Partners, Udit Pathak, Director of Media Mantra, Deepak Jolly, founder and Director of Consortia Advisory, Aman Gupta, co-founder and managing director, SPAG Asia, along with Rajiv Chibbar, the vice president, external affairs of Sahajnand Medical Technologies Private Limited. So let's start with Shikha. Shikha, could you share with us how crisis management, a key pillar in PR, transforms a team's position at the brand table?
Crisis has always been critical in any PR professional's life. In the last 26 plus years that I've been in PR, it was interesting. PR people are most remembered when a crisis happens in an organization. And I still remember the early days, right? You know how it is that, otherwise I don't want PR and we're all good and everything is working and humming along. But God forbid a crisis happens, that's when you go running saying, I need a good PR agency. So the role of PR in crisis, I think, is undeniable. The good news is that today we have matured as PR professionals, and having faced so many crises and for our clients over the years, we today know and understand what it takes to provide the right kind of counsel and advice. And I think that's what every PR professional aims to do, is we should be sitting at the board table at that time to be able to give the right counsel and advice. And the second thing, which I think is important, is look holistically at all the stakeholders who are affected by that issue or crisis. It's never going to be the most obvious consumer or customer, but there are a whole lot of other stakeholders. So I believe PR professionals really did live up to their ask during this crisis, because there was not just one client in crisis, which is normally the case, one or two. This time we had probably all clients in crisis at the same time. So it was a tough task, and I think the industry did well in this time.
Absolutely. Aman, would you want to add to that?
Sure. I think, Deepshika sort of definitely covered in terms of the role of the PR firms in the crisis. But what I want to sort of add to that is that while we as a PR communicators understand the role, I think there is still a long way from the client side to understand that it's not just about when the crisis hits you, when you need us. I think the important part is that this is a kind of an ongoing exercise, how you really build a risk insurance within the system, so that when the crisis happens, you're able to mitigate it at a very, very early stage. You don't need to really, reach the level where it starts to hurt the brand, it starts to hurt the operations. And I think that is something which during this pandemic, clients started to realize. And I think that is how a more investment has started to happen, and which is not just in terms of having PR firms on the board, but also to build internal systems so that you could have an early warning systems of how a crisis is coming in and can I really reduce something at a very, very early stage. And it's something where the top leadership is getting more involved into. So I think that's something which we have seen happening in the last, say, couple of quarters of the pandemic.
Absolutely. So, Chika mentioned a very interesting point that it's not just one client who was in crisis in the last couple of quarters. I think it was every client who was on fire. And if I were to add one more P to the 3 Ps that we are discussing, it would be people, right? Because I believe it's people on both ends that need to be managed to be able to handle a crisis. So, Udit, this question is for you. Can you help us understand how you managed people during this crisis?
So, Tarunji, what we did as an organization and as a firm was give more power to people, right? And since we work with a very lean segment in startups, our people were very aggressive as well, right? So we gave more power to them. And, I was amazed at the level of maturity these guys showed during the time of crisis, and they are showing it right now as well. And the innovation which people were sending with different ideas to the client side, I was actually amazed. So, when we gave more power, we realized that, people have a lot of potential. And I'm talking about my my organization, right? And we built a lot of leaders during this time. Well, we now sit for it soon, but we have already identified at least 5 to 7 new leaders in the organization. Long way to go with us. So I think this crisis gave us an opportunity, right? This was an event of such big magnitude, right? So what we realized was that, okay, we need to create, build leaders, and we need to make sure that it's an opportunity for us as an organization. And that's that. Here we are. We have already identified our people, and I think this was good for us, in a way, because we realized the potential as well.
Absolutely. So we can look forward to a lot of interesting leaders coming from your organization. And I'm sure you'll get a lot of promotions this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you also equally surprised at, a kind of understanding from the client's end as well? Dilip?
So, okay. Okay, so I would say that, yes, there was a lot of, I think, fast action that a lot of clients took. And so not just kind of managing them from the crisis, but some of the clients were responding extremely fast to the whole thing. And that was only a reflection of how prepared they were. And we were supposed to kind of manage that. And that is exactly what we were able to do. I also want to make another point, which is that, like you spoke about the opportunity part, and this is what we saw with many big brands as well. Every crisis will bring an opportunity along with it. If we look at the historical perspective, disasters and wars have been the biggest grounds for sharp recoveries, for a lot of innovation, and for a lot of reconstruction. And we did see
Right.
that coming from many of our organizations. So if we go back, for example, post-World War, Italy had products, line of products coming out, which we never anticipated. People thought that it would be the era of more economical cars, but we saw a lot of luxury cars like the Maserati and Lamborghini and all of that coming out from that era.
Right.
So crisis will also bring its own set of post-crisis opportunities, which I think the organizations with a vision would be focused on. And as a communication partner, you have to be going along with that vision and just managing the immediate, but also preparing for the future.
Absolutely. And I think we've seen a lot of innovation coming from, our clients as well in terms of how to handle the crisis and move on. Rajiv, I would like to direct the next question to you. What is the best strategic approach that you have adopted to handle a crisis in the last year?
Well, hi, good morning, everyone. So,
Just a minute.
actually,
Did you
am I
put
audible?
yourself on mute? Yeah, thank you. Rajiv, go ahead.
Yeah. So, I directly come from the healthcare sector, and that was the sector which was like focused at that point of time. And, comms emerged as the front runner to the fight against COVID. In fact, I would really want to tell you that the day the government started the lockdown, the day they were, interactions happening, the first thing which I got as a message from the Department of Pharmaceuticals, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, since we were into, medical devices, and at that point of time, there was a dearth of medical devices. PPE kits, masks, nothing was there in India which was being produced, and they had to really, raise that industry. The other part was the whole, hospitals which were now going to be overburdened, and the entire health landscape which had to be re-looked by the government. So buying time was something which the government wanted, and at that point of time, all these ministries, including the Prime Minister's office, reached out to us, and they said that we want to maintain an FIR. And we were like all looking at each other, what's an FIR? And they said, in a time of crisis, what we call this is the first information and response mechanism team, which is going to be made. So I was fortunate that, I was a part of the entire kitchen cabinet with the Department of Pharmaceuticals, with the Ministry of Health, with the Industry and Trade Ministry, etc., to really look at that. But then, it was largely to demystify any rumors, any misinformation at that point of time. It was largely to also look at the role of a comms person from a corporate affairs perspective also. And that time, we understood the role of really working with the government, really working as a corporate affairs professional, not to only position our companies in that sense, but also work towards as a domestic company, and Atmanirbhar Bharat, which was the clarion call made later. So, I feel there was an immense task which was cut out. The way everything was managed and everything was really shared on a common platform, and what Udit said or what Dilip said and Aman, Dipshika said, people was first, then came the policies, then came the entire programmatic value of spreading out communications. So this was a real eye opener at that point of time, and we're still working and grappling with it. It's not that the pandemic is over. Now we have a new challenge of demystifying the entire the COVID shots. I take pride in calling that I'm the first private copcoms person who's got the shot the first time. But
Wow.
both cleared from my side. Got both the shots. But yeah, it's still a long journey. I mean the normalcy will really touch by the quarter. So.
Tarun, I think I just want to sort of add to what Rajiv's talked about. I think one of the things which has emerged, and we were fortunate to work with WHO during the whole pandemic, was one of the key things which Dr. Rajiv talked about was the misinformation, the rumors which were floating around. Because more than anything else, there was this whole conversations happening in social media space, and not just talking about India. We were working with WHO for whole Southeast Asia, and one of the biggest challenges was that how do you really sort of tackle that thing almost on a real-time basis. And one of the new sciences which has emerged from there is called infodemiology. So WHO has come out with a new department altogether, which is looking at how you look at information as it's floating in social media, and how do you manage rumors and misinformation. A new department has been created, and we were fortunate to develop this whole ecosystem with WHO, and how you sort of do it almost in real time across multiple languages, and ensure that we are able to mitigate any crisis emerging from this kind of a rumors, which could have a multiple impact, not just from a virus, but the information related to the virus per se.
Brilliant. That's really brilliant. So, this is an open question to all the panelists. While there have been a lot of innovation that has happened on the client as well to handle a crisis, and I think the PR industry as a whole has upped their entire ante on how they would like to handle a crisis. I want to understand from the panel if there is any new innovation that has happened on an agency end, right? Apart from what we typically do to handle a crisis, what is it that you have personally looked at innovating? Deepak.
Yeah, so, I think this was a time. Dilip, can you put on mute, please? Thank you. So, this is a time when you had to reorient and rethink about, as the panelists have said, about people. People in your agency needed to be first given an assurance, guys. We are with you, and we are going to operate in a complete different paradigm shift. That was the first. I think the second one was, for me, who was a bit tech challenged. How do I use technology in my system quickly? I mean, so, how do you get to Zoom, Microsoft, WebEx, you name it, and use the best telecom equipment, the best broadband, and make sure that everybody in my 30-member team are well networked and well entrenched. I think that was the first challenge. That was the first big challenge. The second was that if you have to, reorient yourself, then you have to reorient your customer as well.
Right.
And many of the customers and the clients said, Ipak, no more brand promotion, no more this, no more that, no more events. So you went into a completely, you shifted the gear, and you had to tell the client, it's not about your crisis. It's a national crisis. It's a global crisis. And the narrative has to fit into the global crisis, then the India crisis, then your city crisis. So, so you had to, yeah, basically. So so I'm glad that at least 12 new clients came to me in pandemic. And that they said, Deepak, my goods are stuck. Can you help me to move? It was a lighting client, and I rewrote all the narratives to the government, went to the government, wrote the letters, got the clearances done, the movements of the goods happened. Second, the industry was shut down. Everything was shut down. Hotels were shut, malls were shut, multiplexes were shut, entertainment centers. How do you open that? I think the biggest thing where my adrenaline rush happens when a crisis happens, and I said, in your narrative, it is all about SOPs for your sector. People didn't believe it in the beginning when I said, we will write your narrative, we will make films, we will make sure that we are responsible, safe, and making sure that when we open, we will adhere. And if we don't adhere, shut us down.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad that on June 8th, as a shopping center association, we were able to open all the so we got a central notification, and then we had to escalate or de-escalate it to the state level. So I wrote 2,700 letters to different stakeholders in the government.
It's wonderful.
You know, while Deepak is talking about some of this, I think what's important is to also understand the innovations in our sector. I think, and everything is very, very critical, as Deepak has pointed out. But I think the biggest area of difference, one was our adoption of digital. And it's not just meeting platforms, but I think it was understanding social media and being able to listen into sentiment and then being able to respond appropriately to that. So data and analytics was a big one. I think a lot of us were sort of slowly creeping along that journey of trying to figure out how data analytics works in our business. But the last year forced us to do it really quickly. And I think the most innovative part is how were we then able to use that data and analytics, and which brings me to the second big thing that happened as a trend was the idea of purpose, saying very clearly that do you have a core purpose at the thought of your campaign, at the heart of your strategy? Because gone are the days when you just do nice lip service and say, okay, buy my product because of benefits A, B, C, D. The pandemic really did teach us that it has to be purpose-led creativity. If you're going to survive this, and if you're going to thrive in a future growth mindset, you have to think through not just your communication, but even your business strategies. And I think that was another big trend and innovation that we saw. So for me, these two are the big ones of using digital data and analytics to the benefit of communication. And the second one was getting purpose-led creativity going for our organizations.
Also, I would like to add here one more point. One point here, you had to think about loss of lives and unemployment much more than that your business is
earlier.
The business, because what used to happen was when you are in a crisis, you start talking about your mounting losses. Your mounting losses narrative will not work in pandemic. You have to come out with, 3 crore
positive,
people.
future-looking, growth-oriented.
Absolutely. And that narrative helped in opening up the economy. And that narrative helped our bureaucrats, our government. And I must say, they were very helpful. And they used to say, how people can we create a win-win? How can we make sure the sector is open? And that was a very, very helpful way. Of course,
I think PM Modi is already talking about how the private sector has such a strong role to play in the revival of our economy now, where we're talking of this V-shaped recovery. And just in his speech, I think day before, he was talking about how don't look to the government only for all the solutions. The private sector has so many solutions, and I think we all know from our work that we are doing, and the government also recognizes that it has to be a joint effort, often led possibly by the private sector, and then supported adequately by the government by doing the right things.
As communicators, the biggest contribution that as communicators that we make is through the intellectual contribution. And it's not that we come with huge processes, we need a tremendous amount of technology and all of that to really do a good job at what we do. So I think the biggest innovation that I saw, and we kind of were kind of pushing it at our end as well, was the way we kind of, intellectually kind of reorient the communication piece with our clients, because a lot of activities were shut down. And I think trust was, there were a lot of rumors like what Aman pointed out, and trust was something which was missing, I think, the most. So it was important that there was a need for, communication coming from credible sources. So just to getting, for example, and I'm giving this as one of the examples, there were many things, getting the company's leaders to become the source of communication and getting them to maybe over communicate a little bit. And sometimes with, kids in the background, kind of videos and calls, and to kind of, shed that corporate cloak of, trying to do it in a very prim and proper manner, but to do more human kind of communication was very innovative. And that is something that I
leadership communication, I think leadership communication has kind of taken prominence over every kind of other vertical that we would earlier talk about. I think leaders now have to get comfortable being the face of the company, whether they like it or not. Having said that, policy making is also an essential point. Aman, this question is directed to you. You've been speaking a lot about policy making, government advocacy, and brand crisis communication. How intricately are they linked, and at what point does a PR team need to activate it?
Well, I think one thing which we have seen in the pandemic happening is that it's now become a more of a multi-stakeholder approach. So the government,
Right.
and I think Deepak talked about the fact that the government and its role during the pandemic was very important. For example, and as a healthcare person, one of the big thing was how do you ensure supply chain of pharmaceuticals, drugs, and not just in India, but globally, as we realized that Indian pharma industry rose to the occasion and became the supplier across the world. And despite the fact that it was a lockdown, everything moved. And the reason why it moved was because there was a complete cohesiveness between industry and the policymakers. And how do you ensure that communication is that thread which is able to connect all of these stakeholders to ensure that the right communication is going out, it's the right positivity which is coming out, and you're able to trickle down this messaging to all different stakeholders, not just from a central to the state to the people at a district level, because you need to sort of work with stakeholders which are multiple layered, and everybody is trying to ensure things sort of moves. And that is where the role of a communicator to ensure that he's able to connect all these dots became a very, very important aspect.
So another point, Aman, great point. I would just like to add here. One of the things when you communicate during a crisis, you have to be very short and precise.
Right.
And you have to, in case you are asking the stakeholders, then what is the ask? If you are communicating, you are in trouble, then what is the top 2 points? Don't, because people don't have the time to listen to you. Crisis come, let me tell you, crisis doesn't knock on your door and come. Crisis happens. Just happens. So half the people panic. And in panic, they do wrong things and speak wrong things. The first and foremost is make sure during a crisis, guys, hold your horses.
So that's why we need to pre-train our people who handle crisis. That's the other big thing, right? And we all as PR professionals do what is called the crisis preparedness. So in the earlier days, you remember, Deepak, when you used to tell a managing director, chairman that, we need to pre-train you for a crisis. And they'd be like, no, don't say crisis word. If you say it, it'll happen. And I don't want this. Today, you remember those days? They said superstitiously, crisis mat bolo is boardroom mein ho jayega.
And Deepshika, I think adding to the complexity of the social media nowadays. See, we just look at from the last, all of us has been in the industry for more than 20 years. Earlier it was much more simple. The fact that the social media, and as it happens, it's in real time, and the leadership is exposed to that. What do you say? If you're not saying that's also not right. If you have to say, the right thing. Build up on the purpose what you talked about earlier.
Also trust, authenticity as the other big one.
Yeah.
Because in a crisis, if you speak and try to spin it, you could actually be in bigger trouble.
It has to be genuine. It has to be genuine. It has to be authentic, and it should be something which follows from an action, not just the talk. You have to act and then showcase you've been able to make a difference in the lives of the people.
Absolutely. So Tarun, I wanted to add a very important thing. So while there was this entire cabinet which was formed with the Prime Minister's office, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and WHO and Department of Pharmaceuticals created an eagle's nest. At the eagle's nest, the one way to look at COVID, which is COVID, which was dispelled, which was actually told to us that use this acronym when you are doing communication, was clear communication first, opportunity, voice first, identify relevance and information, dispel and display solidarity. So this was COVID, and it was actually, we call that that center the eagle's nest. That's where we
I'm curious why they call it eagle's nest. Eagle's nest was Hitler's special place of getaway during World
Well,
War II
you know,
when the
Eagles
verdict
Nest
called
is
as
the
the
place.
Eagles
Well,
Nest.
We're getting into something else now.
It was a warfare. It was a warfare acronym. Actually, this was warfare.
Yeah,
This was
World War
genuine
II.
information warfare, which was being handled at the government's level with every stakeholder in mind. So I think the P's which we're talking about, the three P's, or we can talk about five P's, that completely covered the entire COVID pandemic. And we were all, I mean, I was fortunate. I learned a lot. I mean, we've all gone through crisis. We've all been crisis communications experts at one time or the other. But over a decade or over multiple decades, this kind of crisis comes, and we were fortunate to ride the tide. Today, we are
So
going
Rajiv,
to now.
You know,
Yes, Rohit.
I think that
Rajiv, you're
it's
so right. When
more the
we
interesting
have
fact.
One
we
person.
have
Yes, sorry.
such a
So I was saying, I was saying that it was more the focus on the facts rather than the perspectives, which becomes important in a crisis situation. So,
Right.
for example, a simple innovation done by a student at Johns Hopkins University, which actually became then the global source for people to track what's going on and where in pandemic, became, people were tracking John Hopkins site and information more than the government of India source because they trusted it
Right.
more, and even WHO because that trust was more. Sorry, Aman, but so this was a simple example of what was the focus. Focus was on facts. If you can stay close to the facts, be very brief, like Deepak rightly said, keep it very short and stay factual, people will follow. And that is, I think, an opportunity window for you to then kind of bring in concern, then can bring in perspective, what you call the CAP, concern, action, perspective.
Absolutely.
Dilip, I would like to add here.
Deepak,
I'll just like
the
to
next
add
question
one
is for
more point.
you. Okay.
I'll just
Yeah.
like to add one more point because two lessons which you need to learn in a crisis. One, you need to have a war room. As
Right.
Ajib said, the war room concept is not understood by many, and they fail, and then the crisis keeps multiplying. So one is the war room. The second most important is the crisis management team. Who in the crisis management team will do what? Not more than 6 to 7 members. And those 6 to 7 members will then lead to whether it is people, what is to be said outside, what is to be said to everyone. That role has to be identified very quickly. And
Absolutely. Absolutely.
these two are very cardinal principles of crisis. I've written many manuals for multinationals on crisis
Yeah.
management. But
Yeah.
these two come very handy whether it's a pandemic or it is a crisis of a city or a company. Just wanted to add that.
Absolutely.
So,
So,
I
we have been talking
I think
about policy making as
just to
well.
add,
Udit,
yeah, just to add,
next question
we
will
have
be
been
nice.
talking. Sorry, I'm actually not able to hear a lot of people because of some internet issues. But still, one thing which I would like to add, while we've been talking about crisis at the client side, we need to talk about that we were also in crisis, right? As leaders, as entrepreneurs who've been leading firms, we all were into a crisis. So how did we manage the crisis was also a learning because nobody knew about the pandemic. Nobody knew what will be the next steps which we will take, right? So I think as an industry together, well, we all spoke with each other on a regular basis. I think we have done really well. We have handled this crisis far maturely than other industries have handled. And we have connected as an industry a lot together these days. So I think that's important for us to also talk, right? So
there is
as
one learning which completely failed during this crisis. So all our lives and in the last 25 years, have been constantly drilled this thing that preparedness is the answer to handling crisis. And this pandemic, I think, demonstrated very well the best of the minds in the world, the best of the governments in the world were not prepared. Nobody was prepared, and whatever preparation they had failed completely. So what do you really do? So I think what we clearly saw, it was also the duration of opportunities. So while a lot of businesses were going down, there were businesses which were acquiring, and the biggest of the deals in the country were happening. The Facebook deal with Reliance and all of that. So we also saw that businesses which were more than not just prepared, but I think they went beyond preparation to play safe from the very go. So the over leveraged business models, the high risk business models were, kind of, they failed completely. They crashed immediately. So I think there is some sense in Indian frugal approach of, following the basics and being careful. And this is even beyond being prepared. You could be prepared, but if
Absolutely.
you have an averaged model, then your preparation can go for a toss because something unforeseen is happening. You can only prepare for what you can anticipate. But there is something where you're going to prepare for something which you can never anticipate. And that is what we
Yeah.
say.
This
So
was like
I'm
a
taking the question back. If I'm taking the question back to the policy making part of it, I'm very intrigued when you guys spoke about it. I want to understand from you how much of it does in policy making, how much of a part does PR play now? Because I believe it has expanded, our scope of work has expanded to take part in all these larger discussions as well. Earlier, it was a specialized team like Deepak's, or maybe a couple of verticals that we would say, "Arey, hamara kaam nahi hai, this is government wala work," right? But now I think every team is being asked to be a part of it. So how much of it has increased for the PR guys? Rajiv,
So
I would like you to answer first and then Deepak to
there
add.
is okay, so yeah, so there is a theoretical and a practical part, but I think I can speak after Deepak.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
So okay, let
Okay.
me then finish. So there is a theoretical part. So theoretically, we are in a democracy and we are about discussions. Democracies are about discussions, and there are windows which are created by the government for discussions to come in, for viewpoints to come in. But I think we also live in an environment where this is we live in a democracy of verdicts, where a verdict is announced that the lockdown has started now. And there is no room for discussion. There is no scope for anything. So I think the policy environment is also changing. So while discussions would be very relevant, but we also need to understand and recognize that there are verdicts which are, and which is really the practical part of it. So how do you deal with these verdicts? So I think I heard that there was least amount of feedback or counter views on the current budget. That was also because this is the times of the verdicts. So in an environment like this, I think the policy making process and the communications role in shaping that also has to become very, I would say, underneath. You cannot make visible communication. You have to go a little invisible. You have to go direct. And so I think the whole landscape has changed from a very indirect communication using a lot of media power to communicate to more direct communication coming from the right people with right reasons, with right logic, which intelligent people can understand. So I think that's a major change that I see.
No,
Deepak, your
absolutely.
views.
Don't you think that the PR guys have earned a seat at the table, and the reputation of the reputation industry has been enhanced throughout last year? It does not need to be indirect routes anymore. I think it is going with lines to be able to make those policy decisions. Your take on it?
Let's look at the IT industry, for example.
Right.
There are examples of the IT industry that they will work from home till the end of this year, and maybe in future the IT industry may work from home. Now these are norms which will change the way of working, and we will have to live. So you will have to, try to work on these points in the future. Technology will have to be adopted. Of course, you can always say, I have my sympathy for the sectors like tourism and hospitality, but the fact is, for next 2 years, this sector is going to be very, very badly impacted. So we are helping as consultants. We are trying to see what are the new things, what are the innovations, how do we make sure that this industry survives. And one interesting point I would just like to add, for Hotel Association of India, we try to make sure that if they are losing jobs, can we get their jobs into some other areas? And Naukri.com came forward and said, we will help them to provide the jobs and put the biodatas in a manner. This was across India, and this is where the cross pollination of industries will start working and working towards the benefit. Pandemic is still here; it's not gone. And
Absolutely.
we are in a yo-yo. It is it's going down, but like many Western countries, which is going down completely, you can have a spike again. So we have to be
Absolutely.
well prepared for any kind of issue which may happen in the future. People will 100% attendance in the offices may not.
We'll keep the conversation here.
Yeah, I think so.
If I can have your
Right.
views on it, and I will move to the next question. Rajiv?
Yeah, I looked at it from a very different angle when I worked with the government, and they told me a very clear PPP model. We're talking about 3Ps here. They had their own PPP model which we followed, and that was partnership for a public purpose. Now that was really crystal clear. What you think over, whatever you look at it, it's for the public purpose. So I think that was where the role ratified into public policy.
So we have a couple, I'm hoping we have 5 more minutes left. I'm going to ask you quick questions. I want each one of you to respond for a minute. Yeah, all of this reminds me of which I handled almost 20 years ago, and it pretty much hit you like a truck. I would be remiss if I did not ask this panel.
Can't hear you properly, Taran. Can everybody go on to mute, please?
Yeah. Dilip, now? Better? Awesome. So I would be remiss if I did not ask this panel about their first PR crisis case. What was it like? If I can have a quick answer from everyone, though I know it's very difficult, but let's start with Aman.
Okay, first crisis being in healthcare, it was an issue. It was an issue which was with one of, I can't name the client, but one of the leading hospital chains in India at that time. And you had a kind of a death of a politician which happened at the hospital. And therefore there was a huge backlash about the conduct of the hospital or the conduct of the doctors. And it was something which I would say I have still not seen it in that kind of a crisis, because the client was in the media almost on a daily basis. Almost every possible journalist lashed out about how inhuman the whole thing was. And it took us about a month to get that whole situation back into control. But we really used the science communication as a way to sort of explain that how what the hospital did was medically the best way to be done. Of course, it's not an exact science. There are things which are unknown still in the medical science part of it, but they did what was the right thing to be done, and it's something which globally is accepted. So, but after that, that client was with us for almost 10 years, and we did what Deepak talked about, prepared them for the future crisis, and after that they did not have that kind of a crisis. Few minors happened, but they learned the lesson that it needs to be a part of the system now.
Absolutely. Shika.
My first crisis.
One by one. Deepak,
I have to tell you this, and Deepak will probably remember this. That's when I think we first met. So it was a multinational fast food business which had come into India. I think I was barely 2 years into the working life of mine. And there were a whole lot of NGO and activists and animal rights who were objecting because of the entry of this MNC into the country, and they were actually going to spread across the country. They had great plans. It was a very well known and respected business around the world. And I still remember we'd started working on it, and we said, okay, the activism and all that, we'll handle it. We had the statements, we had the points of view, and all that we were doing. We opened our first store, and what we were not ready for was a huge crowd of farmers who appeared, and there was stone throwing and pelting, and the whole storefront crashed and broke. And I still remember I was inside that store with the chief marketing officer and the head of the business standing next to me, and we were like completely gobsmacked. Now what? And of course there were the television channels and everybody. I don't think we ever, we acted really fast, and it was just pure gut reaction at that time. I mean, nothing in the world could prepare you for, you're standing inside the store inaugurating and the whole thing crashes out. And then of course there were various things like the police should have been there for security, for protection. I mean, you go through all those, but those are post evaluation. And I think what I learned that day was that exactly this: you can work out various scenarios, but what will be required is what is your instant gut reaction, which is your training, which is your experience, which is how do you manage what's happening right there and then. And I think that lesson I've used always, of what's the first initial, that intuition that comes to you, and then of course you back it up with all the right rationale, logic, all that as you go along. So yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for sharing
So
that.
my
Deepak?
first crisis lesson was, sorry if I can, because I have something related to what Deepshika has said. So mine was a learning from this. So I was handling the McDonald's entry into India, and what she's talking about, the KFC's entry and storing down of the outlet in Bangalore.
We
So
know
at
that.
McDonald's, we learned it extremely well. We picked up the lessons from KFC and what is not to be done. Sorry.
I like that. That's the objective.
No,
Yes.
Deepshika never talked about the
let
client's
me
name.
add something very,
The
very
most important part of the
classical here.
crisis is, so I think that was years ago. So the most important part of any crisis lesson is to, of course, to learn from others' mistakes or never repeat that. So I think we spent a lot of time preparing to build the story, a credible story, so that which farmers would buy, which politicians would buy, and they would not come attacking us because they feel threatened by us. They should see value coming into the country. So there's a lot of work that we do. So it was a crisis environment that we entered into with the brand, and when we opened, there was no crisis because we worked very hard. So that's where this whole thing about being better prepared, all that really came from. Okay, over to Deepak.
Yeah, so one last point, Gandhi. So learning from what happened to KFC, we at Pepsi, way back in 1995, decided to have a full strategy, what has happened to Enron and what has happened to KFC. And we started mass contact program with such leaders, farmer leaders, farming, members of parliament. We brought out so many different things. And look, thank God, what work we did there. And now, when I look at the Pepsi share price, $130, we say, wow, some contribution from us.
So
So thank you.
crisis is good. That means crisis is good for you. It wakes you up. It gets
Oh,
you
adrenaline rush in my case.
absolutely.
Absolutely. So Khyati is here. That's for the last question. Yeah. Rajiv and Odit, if I can ask you to quickly talk about your first crisis case study. Crisis
That
client.
was my first crisis. I was working with a firm. I cannot name the firm and I cannot name the client, but that was really bad. I was talking. Aman was talking about healthcare, and we were working with Haryana's biggest hospital locally, which have a lot of hospitals in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. In one of the centers, the dead bodies exchanged, and we were called for, and that was a crisis, and that would and I was actually afraid because I was a young guy at that point. I was not aware how media will react to this. Everybody was standing there. Electronic media was all over the place, newspapers and everybody, and the president of the hospital was standing right there, and I was the only person who was there. And then the entire strategy happened. I spoke with the people and everything, but then one thing was sure, that I said, sorry, I'm not going to handle another crisis. But then, when the maturity happened, you keep on meeting clients which have different, crises during the time. And I think we learned from that.
Absolutely. Thinking on your feet. And the first one is always tough. Rajiv,
Yeah.
your first crisis.
I'll just take 10 seconds. My first crisis was to handle the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, India's report, and how the government reacted to it. And then finally, almost a month's time, coming up with a productive report for India on climate change and achieving sustainability.
Awesome. It just, listening to all of this just makes you actually aware that everybody has to start somewhere, right? And crisis communication, I think now is part and parcel of what we do. So with that, I'll bring this discussion to a close and hand it over to Khyati. Thank you, panelists, for the wonderful insights and our audience for staying with us for this conversation. I wish we had
It was our pleasure.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Khyati.
you so much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists for sharing your insights and time. Thank you, Taranjeet, for steering this really interesting conversation. And ladies and gentlemen, crisis management, of course, is the term of the year. We've really had the biggest crisis that our human history has seen. But moving forward in this crisis, I have a small request for all our panelists and speakers to please keep in mind the time, as we are running a little late. So in the paucity of time, let me quickly introduce you to our first keynote address speaker. He joined the ABP Group in January 2018. Prior to this, Shiv was chairman and CEO for PepsiCo for 4 years, and before that with Nokia as CEO for India, and later emerging markets for nearly a decade. Shiv has been a CEO for half his career and was one of the youngest CEOs in India. Shiv has worked in HUL for a number of years, mostly in marketing. He has also worked with over 50 brands in his career and seen many business transformations. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Shiv Sivakumar, Group Executive President, Corporate Strategy and Business Development, Aditya Birla Group. He will be sharing his views on role of leaders in building trust. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kayati. And let me start, guys. I know you're running behind schedule, so I'll jump straight in. Thank you very much for inviting me to do this session on trust. I remember I did something similar in Goa, I think 2 years ago. But that was a different topic and a different audience. Okay, will you move my slides, please? Can you put on my slides, Priyanka?
Yes, sir. We'll do that right away.
Sandeep, give me some water. What's happened? Who's running the slides, please?
The team is just pulling up your slides, sir.
How many people do you have in this conference today? Okay, so the first slide is up. Okay, so the topic I've chosen is the role of leaders in building trust. Okay, so let me start by defining trust to you, and then I'll give you my definition of trust. Next slide, please. Folks, will you please move the slide? Yeah. So, sorry, the technical glitches. I sent the presentation yesterday itself, but there seems to be some challenge in uploading it. Okay, trust. Trust is simply the firm belief in the reliability, truth, capability of someone or something. That's how, most people define trust. So, I did something interesting. I just Googled trust, put on the word trust in Google and see what happened. Next slide, please. So I typed in trust into a search engine, which was Google, and then see how many, results I got in under 1 second. Next slide, please. I got 1.18 billion results in 1 second as the search engine signals to you. So after that, I sat back and said, let me take some of the big names and what's happened in the last 1 year and type in those names and see how many do I get. Trump had 733 million results in 1 second. Biden had 697. Merkel had 85. Boris Johnson had 234. Messi had 115. Roger Federer had 337. COVID had 5.64 billion. And Prime Minister Modi, every time I do this, somebody says, why don't you have an Indian example? Prime Minister Modi, I think, had some 234 or so million. So clearly, trust is very, very high on people's radar. Okay, that's the simple message that I want to give you. Next slide, please. For me, however, especially in today's world, trust means that you will not hurt me when I am vulnerable. Okay, that's what it is. I think a lot of people in business, in society, are feeling vulnerable, and basically they're saying, don't hurt me when I'm at my lowest. Okay, because normally when you're doing well, okay, you're moving ahead, you got great tailwind, and that's when most people, most leaders, and everybody is arrogant when they do well. The real challenge is when you're down, when you're not doing well, that's when you don't want people to hurt you. Next slide, please. Thanks to what we've gone through over the last 11 months, people are feeling vulnerable right now. If you look at citizens, they've cut back on their EMI repayments by 200 basis points. Okay, they're saving more. Okay, they're worried about their jobs. 63% of corporations and people believe they're going through a disruption, and 40% more believe that yes, it will impact them. Individuals are worried about whether they'll keep their jobs, at the right salary. Citizens are feeling vulnerable. At a very basic level, citizens are saying, if I go out, what's the guarantee that I will not be impacted by COVID? Okay, citizens are feeling vulnerable. Society is feeling vulnerable. Because societies are feeling vulnerable, we put barriers and said you can't travel. Even if you travel to my country, you need a 7-day quarantine or a 14-day quarantine or whatever it is. So every gated community is putting barriers. Every city is putting barriers. If you want to come back to Bombay today, and if you're traveling either from Delhi, Goa, Rajasthan, Gujarat, or Kerala, you need a rapid test result which says that you haven't tested positive for COVID. Okay, so the state of Maharashtra has put that. The state of Singapore has put that. The state of Indonesia has put that. So everybody's feeling vulnerable at this point of time in terms of what's happening. Next slide, please. If you go through the trust report, which comes out every year, okay, what's funny this year is that business is more trusted than government, NGOs, and media. The word trust has appeared, I was counting, 13 times in the last 21 years in the headline of the communication of the trust report. 13 times out of 20. That's 65%. So business today is more trusted than government, NGOs, and media. And we need to ask ourselves, why is that? And what can leaders do about it? Okay, next slide. The credibility of CEOs is actually the lowest, all-time low in India, Brazil, France, Argentina, Russia, and Japan. So you have, Brazil, Russia, India, part of the BRICS. Okay, CEO credibility is an all-time low in these 6 countries at this point of time for various sets of reasons. Okay, next slide, please. So now you have a very strange situation where people don't trust business and the CEO, though it's better than the others. People don't trust media at all. And I think media needs to wake up someday or the other. They are like ostriches. They just buried their heads in the sand. And I think most PR professionals also have done the same. And that's the reason you are in this very wrong logjam. Okay, so you have a very strange situation where CEOs are not trusted, media is not trusted. Then you have to ask yourself, how the hell do I build trust? If 2 of the things which are in my command, which is my CEO, my leader, his voice, and the media which propagates that, if both are not trusted, then what do I do? And I think this is a serious issue. So it goes back to the question, why aren't CEOs trusted? Next slide, please. CEOs are not trusted because I think there's a bit of a history to it. Because they think he or she is all about money, is all about himself or herself. It's about inequality, which is hurting. Remember, go back to what I said. People are worried about their jobs. People are worried about their salaries. People are worried about their EMI. In that situation, they see, hey, you know what? There's a fat cat CEO. This inequality always existed. Why should I trust this guy? He doesn't, really empathize with what I'm going through. Okay. And I think many past CEO actions, whatever they are, have hurt, the trust in CEOs. And I think CEOs themselves need a good hard look at themselves to say, what can we do different? What should we do? Next slide, please. Why don't people trust media? They don't trust media because they believe that media is biased. Their interest is about the person and not the issue. Okay, Burger King, on whose board I am, just released an ad talking about why media makes everything sensational. Okay, we have lost the ability to be balanced in media. And hence, people don't trust you. Okay, if people don't trust media, people don't trust CEOs for whatever set of reasons, then I think we're in deep trouble. Next slide, please. So whom do people trust? People feel they can trust someone like themselves. They can trust their employer. In fact, post the pandemic, trust in employer is one of the highest across the world. In India, I think trust in employer is as high as 80% plus. Okay, they can trust their employer and they can trust the employer's website for information. It's funny, the reason they feel that they can trust the employer's website for information is because they believe that's better curated, better thought through, and will not have a bias. That's the reason they actually trust the employer's website. And maybe that's a place where you need to start to say, put out authentic information, but more important, put the source down to say, this is the reason why we are saying this. Imagine, like, for example, in all our products, in all our advertising, etc., if you make a claim in advertising, you say, claim tested with so many consumers, this is the research done by Quantum or XYZ or Nielsen. That's what we put out. Now, what stops media from putting that out? Imagine somebody writing an article which says, at the footline, we have talked to 30 people. We have researched 200 articles before we've written this. If they did that, I believe those type of people will have higher credibility as journalists. If you just write your opinion, which is biased, favoring X over Y, I think you are in serious trouble. And I think you will see that more and more in the coming years. Next slide, please. So, if you go back to individuals today in society, their biggest challenge as a citizen is to get relevant and truthful information. So all of you as people who are communicating the company messages, the CEO messages, down to the public, down to society, need to ask yourselves, what can we do to signal that this is truthful information to the public? What proof points can we give the consumer, or what proof points can we give society that this is the truth? Till you find this holy grail, I don't think people will trust either the CEO or the media. Next slide, please. This is compounded by another simple fact. In the 1960s, a CEO was measured on a maximum of 3 to 5 parameters. Today, a CEO is measured on about 50 to 60 parameters. Okay, there's reporting on every single measure by a company and a CEO. And many of these 50 to 60 parameters are in conflict with each other. So this is a serious challenge. This is actually a no-win situation. So hence, as you report each of these key variables, you have to be very, very clear about the veracity and the truthfulness of what you're communicating. You cannot say one thing one quarter and something else the other quarter. And that's the issue. Many times when companies go for growth, somebody asks them, what's your profitability? No, we are not worried about profitability, we are fine. And they're bleeding like mad. Okay, this is the reason. And the Indian media is, smart enough. They pick up these, they talk to various people, etc. So when companies themselves are fibbing about simple things, there cannot be trust from media, even on CEOs. Next slide, please. So I would say, if you want to build trust back, I would start with leadership. Let the media sort itself out. That is their job. But having been a CEO and having practiced what I'm going to tell you over the next 3 slides, this is what I believe CEOs need to think about very seriously. And many of them don't do that. If you open the newspaper pages, the business pages today, every CEO says the same thing. Every CEO says we are a growth company. We are an innovative company. We are a people-centered company. Okay. And finally, every CEO says we'll double turnover in 4 years. You can do a cut-paste job. Everybody is saying the same. That's one of the reasons why people don't trust CEOs, because this has become standard, typewriter language. So next slide, please. The first thing I believe CEOs need to do if they have to build trust is I think they need to reach out and build positive relationships in the company and outside. It's a sad fact today that CEOs don't know more than their direct reports. They have not met the front line. They have not met the customers, etc. I've been traveling from August 17. Trust me, when I go and meet my customers in the textiles business or the cement business, etc., they haven't met anybody else. So if the CEO does not know more than his direct reports, 10, 12 people, how the hell does he expect people in the company to trust him? Equally, if the CEO doesn't go and pump fist with the customers, with stakeholders, how does he expect to build trust with anybody? The worst thing about leadership is leadership cannot be from a closet. Leadership is not a discipline which you can practice in a vacuum. Leadership is practiced with people. Trust is when people say, I trust you. It is not when you say, I've told you something, you better trust me. It doesn't work like that. So trust is innate. It's a soft value. And you can only generate that when you go out and meet people, look at them eye to eye, resolve their issues, show empathy, both in the organization and outside the organization. Till you do that, CEOs will not be trusted. Next slide, please. A very important issue of trust always is competence. You have to be competent at what you do. Okay, and you have to be very, very competent at it. Apart from being competent, you have to be ethical in all your dealings. You know, a lot of CEOs forget, they say different things in different meetings. And they think they're extremely smart, they've got away with it. The challenge is, remember, the subordinates and people in the company and the media are dissecting every single word you say very carefully. It matters to them. And if you tell the truth, I always tell my people, you don't need to remember it. If you tell a lie, you need to remember whom you told the lie to, why you told the lie, and what was the data. And I've always believed, and there are some people on this call who have worked with me, I always tell people, the media has a role, tell the truth as it is. It doesn't matter. Okay? They might hammer you for a day, but in the long term, they will always support you. So be bloody good at your job. Your CEO has to be bloody good at his job. But more important, he has to be ethical in all his dealings. If he's not, then you're not going to get trust. That's the second one. First is building positive relationships inside the company and outside the company. Second is being competent and ethical. And the last one, which is actually a very difficult one. Next slide, please. To be consistent and meeting all commitments. I cannot tell you, one of the things the media tells me regularly, society tells me regularly, is that CEOs fix appointments and cancel at the last minute. They cancel a day before, they cancel on the day. That's what they do. Now that places you as the intermediary between the CEO and the media or society or investors in very bad shape. This is terrible. So if the CEO does not have the consistency in meeting his commitments, if he cannot manage his diary, how can he manage his company? I can understand sometimes there might be a sense of urgency. But if you've given a date to somebody 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out, then it's your job to be there. In all my 17 years as CEO, I might have missed 1 or 2 appointments that I've given. Might be because of a delayed flight or something like that. Otherwise, never. For example, this call, I logged into this call at 11:35. I've been struggling to get onto this network. Okay, it was just not working. I got the IT guy in. Luckily, the previous session kept going. And finally, we were able to get in just about 5 minutes before the previous session ended. So I would say, going back to what I started with, I think the CEO must reach out and build positive relationships more than his direct reports. It's not enough for the CEO to hobnob with his direct reports. Number 2, the CEO has to be competent. You cannot have incompetent CEOs in the corner office anymore. And third, the CEO must keep his commitment, especially time commitments, to the stakeholders. And therein, you are compromised when your CEO keeps canceling. Next slide, please. I've just written a book on the dilemmas of a career, from being a management trainee to a managing director. These are 10 career dilemmas. This book releases on 15th. It's in pre-order right now. And as I tell people, I can guarantee you that your CV value will improve if you read this book and you just practice diligently some of the inputs which are given here. Okay. So please do order the book and please do spread the word amongst your friends. You are the best source that I could think of as ambassadors of the dilemmas that somebody faces. Next slide, please. So in summary, the word trust, if you type in, under 1 second, you get 1.18 billion search results. Except COVID, I haven't found any other word which generates a billion results. President Trump gets 733, President Biden gets 697, Prime Minister Modi gets 234. It's like that. So trust obviously is on top of everybody's mind. Trust has become even more of an important word post what we've gone through over the last 11 months. For me, trust is simply, you will not hurt me when I'm feeling down, when I'm vulnerable. Today, I submit to you, individuals are feeling vulnerable, society is feeling vulnerable, large communities are feeling vulnerable, and countries are feeling vulnerable. Today, we are in a situation where business is not trusted, media is not trusted. Business is not trusted because people feel that the CEOs have been playing their own game. They see high degree of inequality, And when they go through hard pangs in terms of will I keep my job, for them to see that their CEO or whoever it is, is at an unequal level, hurts them. Okay, so when people don't trust CEOs and people don't trust the media, what do they trust then? They trust individuals like themselves. They want authenticity. Okay, people feel they can trust other kind of people. The biggest challenge for us as professionals of this industry, what I call the engagement industry or the positive communication industry, or whatever you want to call it, I think our biggest challenge is to give people truthful information. We give them information, but we need to layer that saying, this is the proof why this information is correct. This is the proof why this information is truthful. If we don't do that, it's unlikely that we will be trusted. In the 1960s, a CEO was measured on 3 to 5 parameters. Today, the city of London or Dalal Street or Wall Street measures a CEO on 50 to 60 parameters. And some of those parameters are in conflict with each other. And that's the real challenge. So CEOs need to practice, which is your leader, because you represent him. Number one, they need to have positive relationships in their organization and outside. They need to go and meet the ecosystem partners. They need to meet more people in their company. It is not enough for CEOs to just meet their direct reports. That is the sad truth today of 99% of CEOs. Second, the CEO needs to be competent. He needs to be relevant. He needs to skill himself. He needs to learn and unlearn to be relevant for the future world. And finally, the CEO has to meet his commitments when it comes to external engagements. Many a time, CEOs are not doing that. And when they don't do that, they place you in a bad situation. And as I've said, in the 17, 18 years that I've been a CEO, I might have missed 2 or 3. Not because I didn't want to do it, but because of other reasons. So once you're committed, you must go through with that. So that's all I had to say, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Iprccc, for inviting me for this session. It's always a pleasure to do this for you guys. I did this a few years ago in Goa. It is a fantastic feeling. And there were a number of you who have worked for me, and a number of you helped build my particular and my personal reputation. And I would always want to thank you guys, wherever you are. I can't list out everybody, but I truly owe you a debt of gratitude for all that you've done for me and all the hard work you put in for me. Thank you very much. I can't hear you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights on the topic. I think your ending note shows what a leader should do. The gratitude for the journey that you've just mentioned shows what a leadership should look at and how they should move forward. Thank you so much for your time and for sharing your insights with us. Thank you so much, sir.
So I log off now? There's no
Yes.
Q&A, right? Thank you. All the best, guys. Enjoy yourselves.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will be moving ahead with our second panel discussion of the day, which will be on integrated marketing and digital acceleration that will change the future of communication and challenges that it poses. Let's have a round of applause while I welcome our session chair for the panel discussion, Mr. Ahmed Naqvi, CEO and co-founder Gozoop. A very warm welcome to you. Mr. Naqvi will introduce you to our panelists and take you forward. Very warm
Great.
welcome.
Lovely. Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to everyone here. And what I'm really kicked about today is that our topic of discussion is one of the most important points, not just for marketing departments, but for the entire C-suite in brands and businesses. And what I'm even more kicked about is that to discuss it, I have some of the most amazing people of this industry to come and share some of their secrets and some of their tips and tricks, right? So without further ado, let me quickly welcome Mr. Santosh Iyer, the Vice President, Sales and Marketing, and also the member of leadership team at Mercedes-Benz. He has over 2 years of experience in the automobile industry across sales, marketing, customer service, corporate affairs, and he's also been instrumental in making service differentiator as a key parameter to achieving service excellence and customer loyalty. Welcome, Santosh, to the panel.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Great. Next up, we have Hitesh Singla, who's the AGM marketing for KAI Group. He has over 2 decades of experience transforming businesses and innovations across industry, and he's worked across various sectors. Welcome, Hitesh, to the panel.
Thank you, Ahmed.
Next up, we have the Chief Marketing and Digital Officer for Payback India, who has over 22 years of experience in loyalty, digital marketing, and payments. I would love to welcome Mr. Ramakant Khandelwal to the panel.
Thanks, Ahmed. It's a great pleasure to be here today.
Next up, someone who started his career as a motorcycle designer and pivoted to building businesses, the entire design global business for Tata Elxsi, and then to leading strategy and marketing for the company, Nitin Pai, who is the Chief Marketing and Strategy Officer at Tata Elxsi. Welcome to the panel. Great. Yes, we have Nitin with us now.
Good afternoon and pleasure.
Great. And our last panelist, but not the least, is the Chief Marketing Officer for AirAsia, where he's in charge of marketing, PR, corporate communication, e-commerce, ancillary revenues, catering operation, and sustainability. And he has had a rich experience right from working on exciting projects like Tata Nano to Ginger Hotels to leading marketing for Titan UK, as well as innovating and coming up with offerings like Vivanta brand, which has now become a Harvard case study. Would love to welcome Siddhartha Kutalia to the panel.
Thank you very much. Pleasure being here with all of you.
Great. Welcome, everyone. See, over the last 1 year, we have seen life as we know it change completely, right? And bigger picture with the smaller things. And these smaller things are all led by how our audiences have changed their behavior, the way they shop, the way they consume content, the way they transact. And as marketers, we've been using the phrase digital acceleration as a blanket term for what we are witnessing. What is really fascinating are the small nuances. And that's what to get in and dig in to your minds with your experience to possibly make the audience much richer. So before I deep dive into the entire discussion, just a friendly reminder to the audience, please do keep questions coming, big or small, smart or not, right? If you never ask, you will never know. This is a great opportunity to pick the minds of our rich panelists here, right? With that, let me now straight dive into one industry which has seen a lot of flux, a lot of change, a lot of restrictions, which is the travel and hospitality industry. And let me get Siddhartha into the picture here, right? Siddhartha, how has the audience behavior changed in the past 12 months and how has digital acceleration really helped that?
So it's very interesting. We've obviously been watching this quite closely. I would say that it's not just the behavior, but it's the demographics itself of the audience that have changed. We've seen, for example, a change in the demographics becoming decidedly younger immediately after the lockdown in May and more diverse. And that has brought its own behavioral changes with that audience. Younger consumers tend to be more digital. They also tend to be more open to new experiences and new service offerings. We've seen that their resilience to the pandemic has been higher. They have been more optimistic about coming out of it than many of the other audiences. At the same time, the purpose of travel has also changed significantly. So there has been obviously a significant, and it remains muted. Business travel and corporate travel remains very much muted. Visiting friends and family continued to be quite high, but the nature of that friends and family visit moved from festive occasions to actually being permanently with friends and family and moving from between hometowns and traditional office towns. And at the same time, the massive reduction in leisure or holiday travel in the immediate aftermath of the lockdown has actually resulted in a significant pent-up demand, especially among these younger consumers. And now this has enabled us to really change the way and the dynamics in which we deal with consumers. To take one of the examples of digital, right? The fact that it's a younger audience that is more open to digital service offerings or engaging on their apps has enabled simple things like web check-in percentages to go over threefold to over 90%, while most traditionally, corporate audiences, etc., used to do counter check-in. Now, over 90% of the people are doing web check-in, which means the amount of personalization that you can do, the amount of data that you can gather prior to the individual's actual travel has increased significantly. We've been able to introduce new biometric boarding processes with Bangalore International Airport, for example, using your face as your boarding pass. We've offered new services in the entire travel ecosystem, like baggage delivery services from your airport to your home with Flyporter, or starting new partnerships like with Taj Hotels or with Airways, etc. Because consumers are now seeing the travel experience as one holistic experience and not broken down into the various, this is how I will travel to the airport, within the airport, in the flight, etc. So there's been a lot of change in that sense that we have witnessed. And I think a lot of it is here to continue. And this is in fact the new normal.
Great. So that's important you mentioned about the pent-up demand and Santosh into the picture, because Santosh, for your industry, when the lockdown happened, everyone is tight and no one is thinking about driving or going out. But in recent times, how is the YOLO mindset of audiences really impacted your industry? And have you seen this behavioral change, Kim? Can we have Santosh? Yeah.
I think Santosh dropped for a while. But
So
I
we'll just
can
wait for Santosh to quickly join in. And in the meantime, Hitesh, why don't you share your perspectives? Because one of your passion is gauging the pulse of consumers of today, right? And what is your perspective on the entire thing?
Definitely, Ahmed. It has been a mixed bag of time, and we had seen a big change in the behavior of consumers. And actually, the consumption pattern has changed, whether it is goods, services, or even the communication for that matter. Because communication is the very baseline of whatever we do as a marketeer. What we believe is that there has been huge exposure to the consumers just because of the digital acceleration. And we think that there is fueled by basically three factors. The first is the economic downtrend, which is leading to back to basic for the consumers. Second most important is the preference shift in terms of whatever is giving them higher value, safety, and convenience is moving up the ladder of the preferences. Just to give you an idea that Vikai is a 113 years old Japanese organization who are manufacturers of razors, houseware goods, and that's a lot of big consumer range. We would have at least 10,000 SKUs. One of our category is women's razor, and it has gone tremendous. It has grown tremendously in last 12 months, and the reason is something very different. Now, women has actually prefer to use razor at home instead of going to salon because of this pandemic and all that stuff. And this is a very good example of change of consumer buying behavior because they had preferred safety and their concern for all the concern for basically you can say exposure or their own himself their self basically that how they can take care of themselves during this pandemic, and this has actually given a boost because of this has been a basic factor for a boost because of the digital exposure. Now they can see the product what they want, they can offer the best, they can get the best price what exactly is going on in the market, and they can actually purchase it from anywhere they want. So the exposure has given a change to the preference and the buying behavior. And the third most important thing is the importance of options. But now consumers have a lot of options to choose. Earlier, the buying behavior was that you go to a shop or a consumer go to a shop, whatever 8 to 10 products which are there on the shelf, you pick and choose from them. But today, the world is on your shelf. So you can pick and choose whatever you want at your convenience. So we think that there has been a drastic change in the behavior of the consumer, how they're picking and choosing of the products. And this has been boosted because of all the digital exposure.
Correct. Correct. Great, Hitesh, interesting you mentioned that, right? And since we have Santosh back on, I would love to get his perspectives. Santosh, Siddhartha also mentioned about pent-up demand, right? And for your industry, the initial period of last year was someone which wasn't, people are not driving, going out. But the YOLO mindset of audiences and the pent-up demand, has that really led to change of your audience behavior? And you think this change is here to stay now?
No, exactly. Actually, we were skeptical we did the Latin market the most hit because definitely not the most priority purchase for many consumers. So, but as it unlocked, we also started doing initiatives. We had a campaign called Unlock, and we also shifted significantly to the digital platform. And this is we were one of the first to have e-commerce website and a platform to sell luxury cars. A time where people thought nobody would buy, luxury cars online. Today we have 15% of our sales coming from and digitally assisted channels.
Wow.
Similarly, because it's an platform, when we were looking to say press communication, the typical launches all the journalists, but we shifted that. We did it digital format, and again we were able to reach a lot of audience. So, and you are right, this entire YOLO mindset coupled with new use cases. What the pandemic showed is, no longer, of course, good friend from Siddharth Gareshi on the panel. People are a bit difficult to travel by air, be it those Bangalore, Chennai, Delhi, Chandigarh routes, and many of them actually opted for luxury cars because they said they are superstars in cities. They would like to use roads. So we had this entire thing up, and I think the point in time where we were able to also intervene with a very strong plan communication, using online channels, using e-commerce as a platform, using the power of data to again tell consumers that yes, it's unlocked, not only unlocked from the government, also unlock your mindset to lead that life what it is today. And I think we have seen good dividends out of it. A couple of cars that we launched during the pandemic, GLS, GLE, they are actually sold out till next March and April. So,
Wow.
and these are all entry level cars and stuff. They are all expensive cars, and we see a great demand. In fact, right now, is the demand is more than supply, and nobody would have any.
That's lovely to hear. I think music to a lot of people's ears. And who would have thought a few years back that people would be buying luxury cars online? And I feel that if there's someone to be blamed, or rather to be given credit for, is also the digital payments industry. So let me get Ramakant into the picture. And Ramakant, how according to you that this behavioral change of using digital payments, how has that really impacted marketing? And has marketing it's itself evolved in the past 12 months, according to you? Ramakant, you're actually on mute, so we can't hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Yeah. So this evolution has been in the making for quite a long time, and I would say that pandemic has probably only forced customers to try this out. The people who had been the early, adopters of this, or companies that were rolling out these solutions, were very confident that if consumers were to try this out, it's quite likely that they are going to like the experience, the convenience of it, okay, and they will become loyal customers. There were a lot of fence sitters, and they were not trying it out, but pandemic forced, because there was probably in many industries and in payments, there were probably no other options at one time. I mean, during the course of the pandemic. Let me also take this a bit forward, because our company is not only focused on digital payments, but we run a multi-channel and multi-partner loyalty program. So the way we have looked at this whole industry is that the marketing industry, the digital marketing industry, is that every company from a business perspective probably is looking at two things. They want more new customers, and they want to retain their existing customers, right? And digital marketing is coming in as a performance marketing, which is making things much more measurable. And by no means do I recommend that digital marketing is the only marketing channel that we should adopt. But digital marketing as a performance marketing gives you all the right metrics to, first of all, manipulate and customize your marketing approach, the communication approach. At the same time, you look at the entire funnel in terms of how your approach is performing. And I'm taking cue from some of the earlier points mentioned by Siddharth and Santosh and Nitesh. So we have looked at, in terms of utilizing the digital marketing platform, we have looked at in terms of building three aspects to the whole communication. First is personalization. Okay, digital marketing is very closely linked to data. I mean, if you don't have rich data, you don't have data analytics, frankly, there's not much, much length that you can cover. So personalization, understanding of your existing customers, understanding of the prospective customers, and then creating the cohorts so that you're talking to them in a manner that is going to get them interested, right? So personalization is a key. Second is relevance. I mean, there are so many hooks that are available today, customer behavior hooks. And we have to use that to figure out that what is it that is relevant to a particular cohort, and let's focus on that versus doing everything for everyone and in the end doing nothing for no one, right? So relevance is the second part, and third is the real-time aspect of digital marketing. I mean, you launch a campaign now in half an hour, you will actually start seeing the comparative performance of this campaign versus your, let us say, business case versus your past performance versus your other hypothesis, right? So we have been working for our captive businesses as well as for our partnerships, keeping these things in focus, that how can we build more of personalization, more of relevance, and how can we reacting to things in almost a near real-time manner. That's how I would put it, Anand.
Great. Ramakant, interesting you mentioned that, and some very valuable points there to make note of. I would love Nitin's perspective. Nitin, you have worked with so many different brands, across industries. And, would you agree with what Ramakant is saying in terms of digital marketing being more skewed towards performance marketing? And is that the way most brands and marketers are looking at it? And how you're really seeing marketing evolve?
Right. Again, of course, I'll have to acknowledge that I operate in a B2B business, right? And we are in technology and design services sales. So which means that I sell the idea first, and then I win a deal, and then I execute on the deal. Unlike a product that is available, and then you're only trying to sell that. So for us, the biggest challenge is that we are a direct sales business, right? So we are B2B, we are direct sales, we are global. So 90% of our revenues come from outside the country. And what do you do when the world has changed to a point where your customers are not meeting you anymore? Right? They can't. And two, your business is based on trust, the ability to meet people, develop a relationship, build that confidence, and then be able to win a deal and execute. Right. So on one hand, I would say yes, we have pivoted significantly digitally. So marketing has become digital, but marketing has actually become more sales now, because they're actually helping the sales organization overcome this aspect of the fact that they cannot meet people anymore. Now, how do you manage that experience, right? How do you bring the company to the customer? In many ways, I would say that will be the challenge of the Santosh too. How do you bring virtual tools to the room of the consumer rather than him going to a showroom? So for us, I think marketing has changed to one, a lot more authentic, sharp, short messaging, to a lot more advocacy based. Because if you want to build trust, the best way to build trust is to have somebody else talk about it for you and somebody who has been there before. And three, we are trying to augment what we would have as otherwise human touch with virtual tours. For example, we have virtual tours of our office now to just tell them, look, this is where people work, this is how we do things, and so on. And lastly, I think also the control of the environment. Right? And I'll give you a simple example, right? Just look at the six of us today. If we were to do this as a live event, I'm wondering how our dress code would have been different.
Totally.
Even two.
I wouldn't be wearing shorts below my t-shirt.
That balance between authenticity and the fact that you're virtual still. And how do you bring that balance? I think it's a big challenge in terms of this whole driving of experience in the sales and marketing business. That's a challenge that we're actually living through now. Right? That's where we are at.
No, that's a very interesting point of view. Look at Hitesh's perspective on this. Hitesh, the line between digital, mainline, all blurred, everything getting more integrated, possibly more visible also in times to come. What is your perspective on this entire, tectonic shift that is happening in marketing?
What I feel is that the way we are moving, definitely digital will take a lead. But as of now, being present in both online and offline, and both contributing to a substantial business share, I think there is a need to maintain a balance, a fine balance between all the platforms we are communicating. Because the way moving forward is that to first aware the consumer about our product perspective, our services perspective, and then from a digital, from an offline perspective, when they reach to the shelf, or when they reach to the offline stores, we need to excite them about the product. So there has to be a very, very good balance and dynamic balance, because we cannot maintain the same balance over a period of time. So we need to be changing very fast in terms of our communication, but still maintaining the same thought process that whatever consumer has seen on the digital platform, actually that thing is transformed on the actual physical space. So I think as of now, what we are believing is that a very fine balance has to be maintained moving forward, at least for next 8 or 10 months, or maybe a year or so moving forward. Until unless we see that whether it was this digital boom is still in its initial phases or it has getting into some sort of shape. So it would be very important to observe very keenly how we are moving forward on this platform and technology is supporting us.
Correct. It is why while we watch it very keenly, observe it, and maintain this fine balance. Do you have one mantra for aspiring marketers, or one mantra you abide by?
Yeah, and what I will say, or as a brand, we believe is that we need to create value for the consumer, and after we had created value for the consumer, let's leave it for them to decide. Because in the given platform, if we are binding or we are trying to catch a consumer, it would be difficult. So we give them a value proposition that okay, this is the way our brand is creating the value. Then we leave it up to you whether you choose this or that. Whatever you decide, it is your option or your choice. So this is what I feel is the way forward should be for the consumer.
So don't catch, but give them value, right?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you for that, Hitesh. Hitesh, I know you have a hard stop, and we'll continue our discussion now. And let me get Ramakant. Thank you so much for joining us and making this.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. Lovely. Hey, Ramakant, Hitesh did mention about the fine line, the fine balance. We have to observe the space keenly. You mentioned about the benefits of digital. But while adopting a digital first strategy, do you also think there are some challenges or some red flags that a brand or a marketer should be careful about?
So, in terms of challenges, the infrastructure has to be created in the organization. I would say actually it starts with a digital vision because it has to be bought right at the topmost level, and it requires a lot of infrastructure deployment. For example, you need to have the platforms that will start talking in a harmonious manner. When we are talking of personalization, we're essentially saying that we understand the consumer and we will be able to do things which are right by this customer, more interesting for the customer. Now, understanding the customer means that all the touch points where customer has left some footprints, we need to be able to get it together. Okay, we have to make it more actionable. The insights are available in the organization. They are mostly available in silos. We have to bring it together, and that's what the integrated approach is. It's not just the integrated communication, but even the back end of it has to be fully done. And then we the outward of it is the communication which is going out through multiple channels, right? So infrastructure, the vision, and that will help us get the right investments within the organization. The bringing together of all the teams, that is one part. The challenges which are going to come, and I think they are already being discussed in some form or the other, we are really talking about making this more effective by understanding the customer, okay, which means we are collecting a lot of data about the customers. We will run into privacy issues if we are not, handling it in a transparent manner by taking customer consent wherever it is required, because we are going to use, if we need to personalize, we need to first tell the customers that it is being done for all the right reasons. Okay, that our objective as marketers is to make things interesting and easy for them, and that's why we are collecting this data, and we're going to use this data to benefit them in the end, right? So privacy is definitely one thing that we have to observe and adopt in our approach. The last thing I would say is that sometimes we just get we try to go overboard, and the level of communication. So if you search for a hotel room in Missouri, in one of the travel websites, and you'll go to internet, and everywhere you'll see the same thing. You have probably gone to Missouri and come back, and you might still see the same thing in some other places. I think these kind of behaviors have to be controlled. And while this is a dissonance that may not directly hurt your business, but some other places it can. If you're sending too much of app notification, customers are going to uninstall. And in our business, and again, it is all through learning over the decade that we know that we have to control. You have to monitor things like the unsubscription rates of your emails, your app uninstall rate, right? And sorry, one last point. Digital is a lot about data, but I think the rational part of marketing sometimes takes over the emotional part, and we as marketing leaders, we can never afford to ignore the emotional aspect of marketing. And there's so many advertisements you see where the emotion strikes such a chord, and some of these things become really viral, for the right reasons. I think digital, makes you think very rationally. And every time you only want to see the funnel, you want to see the conversion rates. Sometimes we tend to forget the emotional aspect.
Now, Ramakant, interesting you mentioned that, because there has to be a good blend of creativity as well as performance to really make a cohesive marketing plan. And those creative aspects would ultimately lead to those emotional connect, which will help in the long term for brands. So it's an important point that you make there. But as they say that with so much of action happening, so many trends changing, so many behaviors changing, the proof of the pudding is in the eating of it. And for learning, it is in the doing of it, right? So let me get Santosh into the picture and ask you, Santosh, that as an iconic brand, what kind of campaigns have some of these techniques of digital been leveraged by your brand? And is there any learning from that?
Oh, for sure. I think what we have seen in these times now with the faster adoption to digital, we first of all, this thing that we are seeing is the way consumers look at data. We did some research, and consumers were more than willing to give data to a brand like Mercedes-Benz than to some e-commerce website. So that was positive. But on the other side, we felt a huge responsibility that if you're collecting data not only via marketing, but today with all our connected, how we can collect data transparently, how use them responsibly, and how much we can make the consent explicit. I think it's a huge responsibility when we are handling so much of data with us, and the way we communicate with our customers. What do we do? So I think there needs to be a very strong compliance management system when it comes to data protection, also usage of data. And these are some aspects which are emerging when it comes to marketing. In terms of campaigns, I think this is a prerequisite. Even when we discuss with our agency partners, when we look at integrated marketing, how can we, look at this overall piece right from and is no longer just a buzzword. I think the starting point of any campaign plan is on this omni-channel experience, on a digital experience, and I think that's the biggest brief that I have seen in the past 12 to 18 months, from where it used to be vertical led, or it used to be mostly the conventional piece, the PR piece, and maybe also digital used to be one of the separate pillar assets. But today the key is how much of customer journey you can ensure you are able to give a seamless experience right from the time he visits on a search result till the time he even buys a car, and then even the post-car purchase, because we continue to get a lot of data from the car. How can we make it to not to push things to him or sell to a consumer, but how can his life be made simpler using the data that he has given us consent to use and do it? So I think that's a fundamental change in our industry that we are seeing now. Emergence of data, getting digital marketing as well as customer experience as such.
Santosh, you mentioned a lot about data. We have Siddhartha on the panel, whom I'm sure has a lot of data to work with and to play around with every single day, with so much action happening, and possibly also belonging to an industry where the behavior has changed so drastically. As Siddhartha, you mentioned about the way people are checking in now, the way people are thinking about traveling, right? So, is there something that you have done to make your brand more closer to your audiences in the past 12 months? Any campaigns, any innovation? You mentioned about the biometric thing that has been installed, but is there any other thing that you have done which you have to share, and any lessons from that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot that we did going back to the basic tenets of marketing, which is follow the consumer and follow what their sentiment is, right? So when we entered this, we broke it down into what we thought and turned out actually to be a 3-phase strategy. We said there's going to be the initial phase, right, which was isolation. So we said we will first look at response, then recovery, and then rejuvenation as a category. And in the response phase, we're really responding to the sense of isolation that people were feeling in the course of the lockdown, the significant travel restrictions that they were, which were changing often, and that led to a great deal of uncertainty. And at that point of time, we felt that the primary focus that we should be doing is not selling, but engaging and empathizing with those consumers. So we started by exhibiting a lot more flexibility in terms of our cancellation policies, fee changes, etc. Phase 2 was really about cautiousness and community building, where we wanted to celebrate that spirit of resilience that was there in the community at large. And here we pivoted to a lot more earned media, PR, and community building exercises. So one of the first things that we did was actually address the issue of migrant labor who was stuck in their cities and not being able to go to hometowns, and did a large number of flights from metro cities back to places like Ranchi, Bhubaneswar, etc., where we had additional capacity which we were deploying. We called that the Ummeed Ki Udan initiative, which was covered by Discovery and a couple of other networks as well, quite positively. And then we did 2 more, which we called the Air Red Pass. First, for doctors, where we announced 50,000 free seats for doctors and members of the medical services. And then again on Independence Day, for members of the armed forces, where we again announced 50,000 free seats for members of the armed forces. So none of these were oriented towards selling flights, but they were to say that this is a period where there is a great deal of uncertainty and there is a sense of community that we need to build. And how do we do that? By using what we have spare at this point of time, which is seat capacity. And it's only very recently in the course of the last months that we have now moved into the rejuvenation phase with younger optimistic consumers with our latest campaign, which is Time to Travel. So remains to be seen, but I think the trends are, and the tenets that we went back to is to say, let's go back to the basics of marketing and follow what the consumer wants to do rather than trying to tell them what they should be doing.
Correct. So great. I think that's a great lesson there, not to lose on the basics, right? The fundamentals remain the same. The mediums and the way we connect would have changed and evolved. Great lesson there. Let me also get some lessons from Nitin on this, right? Nitin, what have your biggest learnings been, right? And if you have to give one advice, one line mantra to aspiring marketers, what would it be?
Perfect. Yeah, so just picking up on what Siddharth said, I think for us also it's been a journey of working with customers and prospective customers through the same 3 stages. How do you survive that first phase where everything is on hold, and then you move to recovery, and then you move to a transform part, right? And I think a lot of our messaging, both digital and integrated, has been along the same lines. The survive phase was really about telling customers, don't worry, we've got you covered. Right? And we have pivoted everything that we do to work from home, digital, and we are not letting the ball drop. And a lot of this, in that sense, you think about it, cannot be mass messaging. It has to be personalized. It has to be leadership getting on the phone and talking to somebody else on the other side. It has to be people connecting one-to-one. While with a broader audience, you can encourage them to say, look, we're doing all well for existing customers. Do you want to get on board too? The recover and the transform phase has more been about how do we help them in a journey where on one hand, R&D budgets are severely constrained. You have to spend on multiple areas, but your revenues are going to follow later, if at all, right? And therefore, I think it has been digital first, but I think it's a lot of it has been focused on how do you make sure that we deliver right, we deliver at the lowest cost, and we really transform their journeys too, right? From a mantra perspective, of course, coming to that, I think I love the one which says, build what 100 people will love, not a million people will somewhat like. Right? So I'm a core believer in that. In B2B, I would rather go after the 100 than after a million.
From a B2B perspective, I think that's a great mantra to stick on and abide by. Would love, Santosh, your one-line mantra for aspiring marketers. What would it be?
Well, in my experience in the industry, I have seen agencies, marketeers, others. We are all very good in making a lot of nice, but I keep telling my team always, this is my favorite. I say execution is the only strategy customer sees. So if we are able to execute what we show in slides, I think our job is done. All of us in that sense. So, and the key lies. All the martech or whatever tools we use, we are not able to do what the slide says. So as long as we are able to execute what we have planned, I think we will all do a great job in our own areas of expertise. So that's all I would like to add in here.
Golden word there, execution is the key, right? Key to a lot of things. Lovely. Ramakant, what would your one-line mantra be for aspiring marketers?
So, in the era of digital marketing, after my simple mantra is that be experimentative. The platform allows you, and let data be the decision maker for who the winner is. And I'm telling you, so often between me and my team, when we discuss and figure out what is it that we should do, and we just say that, look, this is the objective. This is your idea. This is my idea. We can try it out, and finally, on a large scale, let's take the one that is showing early results. So it can really help decision making. I mean, it's not because I am the boss, but data will actually help us take the right decision forward.
Correct. So great. So try new things, be experimental, possibly not be afraid to fail, but be afraid not to try. I think that's a great one there. And since you mentioned data and let data be, a driver, I'll just add one to that because I have one of my own where I say, thoda data, thoda dil, right? Where we let data also govern it. But since you mentioned earlier about emotions, how can emotions also be connected to really come up with a comprehensive solution?
That's very well put.
Great. And Siddhartha, what about you? What is that one-line mantra that you go by?
I was actually borrowing from somebody else's mantra. It's a maxim by a cyberpunk author. It says that the future is already here. It's just not very evenly distributed. So if you want to look for where the future is or what to do next, then just look for those nuggets of wisdom that are already there. Look for what there's another way of coining it, which says that today's normality is, or today's luxury is going to be tomorrow's normality. So look for what those few luxury consumers are consuming, and that's going to be ubiquitous tomorrow.
Very inspiring, Siddhartha. I'm sure everyone is excited now to explore the future, what is around us, and to really scale it up to make it the tomorrow. Lovely. I think these 45 minutes have been so informative, so useful. I've been much more richer through this entire discussion, and I'm sure our audience has been as well. There have been questions coming, but we are short on time. We'll make sure that we do acknowledge them on social media. Once again, thank you so much, Ramakant, Siddhartha, Santosh, Nitin, for making this discussion so amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for that really interesting discussion. Thank you for your time and sharing your insights. And thank you, Mr. Naqvi, for steering this conversation. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be moving on to our next keynote address, which is by Mr. Kishore Jayaraman, President, India and South Asia, Rolls-Royce. Since taking over the role 8 years ago, he has been instrumental in driving strategic focus and significant expansion across the Rolls-Royce defense, civil aerospace, and power system businesses. Prior to joining Rolls-Royce, he held diverse leadership roles across markets at GE for 23 years, and his last assignment was as President and CEO of GE Energy South Asia. We will hear him talk about business resurgence and the future of sustainable alternatives. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Jayaraman. Very warm welcome to you.
Yeah, hi. I don't know if I'm online yet. Thank you. If you guys can
Yes.
hear me well. Okay, great to be here. And at the onset, my sincere thanks to Anurag, a good friend of mine, and to the Exchange for Media team for having me here. It's always a pleasure to be here and share some thoughts with you all. And as we go through this topic, I just looked at the topic, and it's actually two topics there for me. And the first one is about business resurgence, and the second one is about sustainable alternatives. And both of these topics are very close to us at Rolls-Royce, and definitely on a personal level is very close to me. And if you look at these topics like business resurgence, and we look into it, it is just the first thought that came to my mind was about the new normal that will come about our way after the pandemic. And I think in some ways in our lives, the previous generation probably had Indian independence, probably had World War, etc. My previous generation probably had those as probably very major events in their life. And if we look at a major event in our lives today, I think the pandemic will be it by any stretch of the imagination. There have been many, many events, many, many incidents that have changed the shape of how people behave, of how markets behave, of how countries behave, and no one has tested in the last 30 years as COVID has in the present time. Now, leaders emerge out of these sort of pandemics or out of these calamities, and leadership emerges as a result of it. Businesses, in order for them to succeed after a pandemic like this, will have to be very agile. And by agile, I mean have the ability to respond with pace. And we will talk a little bit more about it, but I think it's got to be the pace at which businesses will adapt themselves. Now, that brings up adaptability, another term that I strongly believe has become the new normal. And it is about the way companies, the way organizations, and the way leaders and individuals sort of move with pace to change. So if organizations and companies are not agile and do not adapt quickly, they will not exist. Businesses were there for about 50, 100 years, if you look at it, before they had to reinvent themselves completely. And over the last 30 years, businesses had to readapt or reinvent themselves every 15 years. And I think as we look into the future, businesses will have to reinvent themselves over a couple of years period. Now, when you have these couple of years period, it seems like, yeah, there's time. But if you look at when the pandemic happened, as we speak today, it's been a year. And nothing has changed. Over the last year, the vaccines have just rolled out. Not everybody has got a vaccine. States, cities, countries globally still don't know if the virus is mutating, if the vaccine will work for it. You still have so many unknowns. And so the resurgence of businesses will happen in an environment of a lot of unknowns. And so it's going to be very important. We can't even predict what's around the corner. But what we can do is make our business that much resilient, that much robust, that whatever comes around the corner at us, we either can move and avoid it, we can adapt and accept it, or we should be able to quickly figure out a new plan after the impact has happened to recover fast. So in these three, in this kind of a three scenarios is where the whole life is going to be with a new resurgent business. And as we talk about it more, global was the mantra, right? The world is flat. We have all read the book. And Tom Friedman was very, very, very adept at explaining to us how, things have changed and how things have evolved. And when we look at the global environment emerging, and I remember this at the beginning of my career, about 30 years back, when it was all about China building, it's about Asia building, it's about emerging markets, it was all these things. Local, India was very local. Before 1991, we were very local. We had very strong systems that only promoted domestic markets with domestic companies, a lot of restrictions. So there was a global building, there was a local, and countries had to adapt themselves at that time to become more and more global. And now it's interesting because in the new normal, this global is becoming more local. And the local is happening. They all want to be global because they want exports. Every country wants exports. But they all want to restrict imports as much as possible so they can have a domestic market and domestic companies. So the local is taking a lot more prevalence in a very global environment. And a new term for the new normal there is local. So you want to be global and you want to be local, so global, right? But what does this all mean? And if businesses don't understand economics, businesses don't look at the evolution of the world and the markets that's happening, I think businesses are going to find themselves in a very tight spot as they come into the recovery phase. Things are going to be very, very different. But what is the different? Like I mentioned a couple of times before, we don't know very surely yet. Markets are at an all-time high. Is this real? What happens if the markets have another meltdown like in 2007 or 8? What happens if there is some terrorist event like in 2001? Nobody knows, right? But companies have to understand all this. Economics is going to be the key. Strategies are going to be based on global economies and economics. So I think that is the business research and thoughts I wanted to leave with you. A couple of key things: agility and adaptability. Global, I think that's going to become a new normal. The third new normal is going to be based on technology. It's going to be based on trust. It's going to be based on talent. These are not new terms. These are not new words. These have been there. But each of these will have a different meaning. Technology today, normally I have only given speeches like this physically present there. But over the last year, I've done many, many speeches like this on Zoom, on Microsoft Teams, on Google Duo. Now today I learned something new with StreamYard, right? So it keeps changing, and your devices have to adapt them very quickly. But the underlying thing is that the foundation has to be based on information technology. But not only those technologies. We are looking at a new world, which I'll talk about it in a little bit on the sustainable alternatives. That is also technologies evolving. So technology is the key. But to do these technologies, you need the right talent. And talent needs to come not just from knowledge with books, with theory. Talent needs to come with the ability to use the knowledge and gain new experiences. Knowledge plus experience to me is wisdom. And I think over a period of time, people become wise. If they're able to understand, knowledge is so much, you got it. Now experience is something you have to get. Wisdom is achieved. Wisdom in my probably generation, maybe said 20 years. My previous generation, maybe it was 50 years. The next generation, wisdom is going to be expected within 5 or 10 years. And then it's going to increase from there. So I think we need to understand that talent is the key. The last but not the least, definitely is trust. You've heard about trust from a previous speaker with Shivkumar. And I think trust is a very important phenomenon that's going to happen as we go forward. Trust between employees, trust between organizations, trust between countries, name it, it's going to be there. And so we need to make sure that it is there in the business resurgence phase that we're going to be in. Now, talking about sustainable alternatives. Everybody's talking about net zero economies. Right? Net zero economies are going to be the way of it. In my simple world, pre-COVID, in Delhi, how do we manage pollution? PM 2.5, nobody even knew what PM 2.5 was. We became experts at it. AQI became an app, right? And then when COVID came, traffic stopped, lockdown happened for 2 months. I've never seen the air more pure. It is clearly an indicator that industry's growth has had an impact on the environment. India is way ahead of it by participating in the Paris Protocol before, and by making sure that we are into renewables, by making sure we give incentives to go into electric vehicles. The Delhi government recently has come up with new incentives that promote the electric vehicles. But there are 3 things we need to know, which is going to be extremely important in order for the sustainable alternatives to sustain themselves. And those 3, the first one would be accessibility. Accessibility to these technologies. If you have an electric car or an electric vehicle, do we have enough charging points? Right? That's going to be number 1. But do we also have the ability or the security that the materials that are needed in order for the batteries to be made in India are going to be available in a sustainable manner for a very long period of time. Number two, in terms of accessibility, it is also very important to note, if electric vehicles come, if charging comes and the charging points are using fossil fuels, what is the arbitrage that happens that becomes a sustainable alternative? That's also very important. When we go to electric aircrafts, in Rolls-Royce, we talk about electric aircrafts as the future, but there's an intermediate step of hybrid. It is not going to take away gas propulsion or fossil fuel propulsion in the very near-term future. But if you start today, we can achieve the net zero economy at a certain time that we set ourselves to do it. Then we accelerate that time. And that's where leadership comes in that area, is to accelerate that time period. What do you call the cognizance to this exists everywhere. But for this to become sustainable, I think it has got to be communications. It has got to be knowledge for everyone. It has got to be talent available everywhere. And it has got to be wherein people understand why they need to do it. It has to be a state of being. It cannot be like somebody says you got to do it. It never happens. It has to be a state of being. The second one is acceptability, and that's where the state of being concept came in. And so you have the accessibility, then you have the acceptability. And the acceptability is where communications plays a key role. And this is where the state of being comes in. And last but not the least is affordability. If none of these are affordable, people are not going to use it. Look at solar technologies today. They have come, I remember when I was promoting solar, probably about 10 years back, the price compared to wind was extremely high. And wind was extremely high. And then the price compared from wind to fossil fuels was extremely high. I remember India wanted to have 2 rupee power. Today, solar is at about 2 rupees, right? So how did that happen? It's all technologies. It is all the acceptabilities that have come about. It is all the incentives, the drive, the motivation that has been provided to everybody in every industry. So at the end of the day, we can never forget affordability. And it's extremely important that with these 3 things, accessibility, acceptability, and affordability, sustainable technologies, sustainable alternatives are here to stay. The mandate is already out there, net zero economy. But this is what will help us achieve that. Now, in terms of Rolls-Royce, a little bit about in both these areas, I think, business resurgence, needless to say, we had to protect ourselves, we had to preserve ourselves, and we need to make sure we position ourselves. Never we can forget that there is a future. We are into long cycle technologies in our aerospace business, but we also have short cycle technologies in our power systems business. But it doesn't mean we cannot keep thinking about a net zero economy and moving in that direction. We are looking at microgrids as a way of the future. It is here to stay. Utilizing the best form, best source of energy is here to stay. So, pioneering the power that matters in a responsible manner is very important for us at Rolls-Royce. But lastly, I want to wrap up right here and saying that communications is going to play a very key role. And people who are here in this session, you are going to be the future. You are going to be the way forward. Because conversation is going to be extremely important on all these topics. And conversation, creating a buzz around it, making sure that people are constantly involved, asking questions and thinking about it is going to be very important. Now, I remember our Honorable Prime Minister during his first term, long before, said this, right? And he said, perform, reform, and transform. Absolutely perfect. And then he changed it after about 6 months or a year, and he added the word inform in there, right? So I'll leave you with this thought, inform, right? And let us perform, let us reform, let's transform while we inform. Look, once again, thank you so much for this opportunity. It was a privilege to be here with you all. And I really hope that I was able to give you some points to take back with you and ponder over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jaraman. It was a pleasure for us to listen to you, share your thoughts, your journeys, and insight with us. Thank you so much for being here. Our audience have greatly taken on with this conversation, some key takeaways that they're mentioning. So thank you once again for your time.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would urge all of you to kindly put forward your questions or just highlights the key takeaways from the session so far. We'd love to hear from all of you. Do tweet using the hashtag Iprccc 2020. We'd love to get in on the online conversation and also hear from the speakers and their colleagues here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to inform all of you as well that any event, even a virtual one, is not possible without the support of its partners. So once again, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, a presenting partner, AdFactors PR, our powered by partner Value 360, Media Mantra and White Hat Junior, our gold partner, first partner, Rudafin, AvianV, PepsiCo, Kaizen, Genesis BCW, SPAG, and Godrej. Our associate partners, Allison Plus Partners, Teamworks Communication, 6 Degrees BCW, Wispy Communication, ATDB, Actimedia. Our partners Comvisor, Commune, Mavericks, Bottomline, and Simulations. Our social change partner On Purpose, our digital media partner Media Value Works, our media partner NewsX, our industry partner PRCAI, and of course our virtual event partner Alman Vertex. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking all of them for their support and faith. In the 11th edition of IPRCC, we bring to you some of the stalwarts of the industry of the public relations and corporate communication sector. And ladies and gentlemen, it is our, of course, privilege to bring in these speakers for all of you, talking about some pertinent topics. So if you have any questions, do write it in the chat box or the comment box on whichever platform you're watching us on, whether it's on social media or on the website. And now moving forward, we'll be going towards our next session, which is a fireside chat. Before we do that, can we please play our partners AV to thank our partners here? Can we have the AV? So ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to bring in the fireside chat here in front of all of you. We have with us Mr. Aman Gupta, co-founder Boat, and we will be in conversation with Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media and BW Business World. A very warm welcome to both of you gentlemen.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at the world from an upside down. I think to just be as innovative and disruptive as Aman, that's nothing to do with me. I'm like the way I log into things, the way I'm logging in.
Batra, your voice. I think there's another device.
There's no other device open here. So I'll log out and log in.
Okay. Let me see the device. Okay. Maybe Mr. Gupta, it's from your end. Is there any other device that's open?
No, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. And now
Yeah,
it's
is it? I think,
yeah.
I think Mr. Anurag Batra will log in and it will be fine now.
Yeah, should be. So a very warm welcome after.
Can you hear me now properly?
Yeah,
Yes,
but you're still upside.
Can we rotate, sir, if we keep it on auto rotate?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yes, sir. It's fine, sir.
Yeah, now it's fine. You know, it happens sometimes with voice. It happens. And thank you, Kathy, for hosting today's event. Mr. Gupta, let me start by asking you that you had an incredible journey with Boat. You've been able to build a brand in a very competitive domain. And for an Indian brand, to be able to beat all international brands that have been so well entrenched. Tell us how did this disruption happen? What is the kind of innovation that you've done, and what can we see more from both?
Thank you, Dr. Anurag Batra. And that's a nice question. I'll tell you, yes, we were not the only ones in this space. It was a very highly commoditized space. When we entered, also there were 200 brands. But I think times were changing, consumers were changing, millennials were changing, and I think the brands took time to change, and they are changing now. And we came in and we disrupted the way Indians looked at audio. And if you look at the product, also, Salman Khan said, "Baby ko bass pasand hai." So we believe in that. That's India. India ko bass pasand hai. So if you look at the products we have, they're very bass heavy. They're fine tuned to the Indian population, and our products are very rugged because Indians like rough and tough usage of their products. So our products are good. Our sound is very Indian, and that's that. Inshallah, God has been kind. We were lucky enough, and consumers accepted us, and we're still grateful to the consumers to give us the love back. As an Indian brand, we are very proud of what we've done, and we'll keep doing things. We'll keep bringing new products, new technologies to our boat heads, the community we love.
Aman, your boat became the largest selling product and brand in its category.
Yes.
Now, for any Indian brand, that's huge. And on the back of that, and for a young brand like Boat, which is 5 years young, right? That's a big milestone. Once you achieve that milestone, what are the new milestones you've set for yourself?
First off, the whole world starts looking at us that we'll be doing disruptions again and again, and now we've become the leaders. And I always keep telling my team that still think like a challenger brand, because if you start acting like a leader, then you'll start losing. Your mindset should be that we came, we saw, we disrupted, and somebody else can come see and disrupt also. So always be on your toes, stay humble, but keep looking at competition, and don't lose out. Don't be complacent that you're number one. So always think like a challenger brand and start keep that in your mind. There are a lot of new technologies coming up, Dr. Batra, and if again, as I going back to the first question, that if we don't change, the consumers will go to some other brands, and they will make us change, or we may not survive after a few years. So we need to continuously adapt ourselves. We've seen a lot in how telecom market, how brands didn't change and they lost out. So we need to be on our toes. We need to keep changing.
If I may ask you, which are the other companies that you kind of look up to from an innovation and a disruption standpoint, whether Indian or international? Which are those companies?
So for me, Dr. Batra, Apple is one. I think for all of us, Apple is one which disrupts itself. I remember Steve Jobs also once said that when he was bringing in the iPhone, and somebody said that why you want to disrupt, and the whole iPod business will be disrupted, but he still did that. It's better to disrupt yourself than others disrupting you, right? So Apple is one which keeps its technology thing on top always, and then there is Google, which does that beautifully. Whether it's voice technologies, whether it's cloud, whether it's going beyond just normal search, whether it's Android today, whether it's car, whether it's connected home, connected eco devices. So Google does that very well. And the third company I would say is Amazon, which also does reinvent itself. If you look at how they've grown and what they're doing world over. I think that is one more company.
These are incredible companies, but among these are all global companies. Apple, Amazon, Google.
Alphabet.
Is there any Indian company that you look up and say, wow, they got it right and they've made a huge impact?
So I like TCS as a company. They have done India proud. Look at how they've taken technology. Infosys is doing in the technology space. Infosys has also done very well. If you look at HDFC Bank, people used to say that you used to trust only government banks earlier, but people today, if I meet a lot of people, HDFC Bank as a bank has done. So there are a lot of brands I trust. These are all big brands in India. If you call it TCS is one. this HDFC is also the other one, and Infosys. These are three brands I look up to.
TCS, HDFC, Infosys. Clearly, performance matters, scale matters to you, and
Yeah,
with
correct.
both clearly you're getting both. You've taken TCS both in terms of revenue, profit
Yes.
impact, number of employees,
Yes.
contribution to GDP, and it's truly a global brand.
Correct.
While it may have come from India, employs a lot of Indians, but it's truly a a
Global brand.
transnational from India. Clearly.
Yeah, and as our Prime Minister said, the startups of today are multinationals of tomorrow, and that is what entrepreneurs and startups like us should also keep aspiring to do.
Okay, and Aman, if if you look at your own journey over the last 5 years, what are your personal traits as a leader that made the disruption possible, that made the dream a reality? Of course, there's a bit of luck, serendipity, we are predestined, but we don't know those things. We make efforts, we build on our beliefs, we build on our vision. So tell us, what are your co-founders' personal traits and chemistry that kind of made both happen, to get to the place you got in a very short span of time?
I think, Anurag sir, there is a famous saying, खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर बंदे से पूछे बता तेरा रजा क्या है. So I'll tell you, if you make your brand strong, if you make your product strong, there'll be a lot of consumers, there'll be a lot of retailers, there'll be a lot of ecosystem players coming to you. So my belief is that you need to invest in brand building. You need to invest in organization building, that the employees start coming to you. Build a brand that the consumers start coming to you. Build a profitable business that the investors start coming to you. So I personally believe in building things ground up. There's a we as a startup are a very different startup. Today if you meet a lot of startups, people say that, boss, what type of startup is this? Is burning money. But I proudly say that we are one of those startups which likes to earn money but not burn money. So we, the Gupta in me, the chartered accountant in me never made me lose money. So, we are very ROI driven, whether it's me or my co-founder, who's also, a Gujarati. So, there's an old saying of dhanda in our blood, right? So we don't like to waste any money. We are, as conduce in our way of thinking and very profit and ROI driven as our, that's what our company is. And, I try to tell that to all my employees that, start thinking, always be frugal in your thinking, but aggressive in your spending, but aggressive in your thinking. So we are very aggressive. I am very aggressive. And if you, to your second point on Samir, so I think Samir and I have that yin and yang. He balances me out. So it's more of a partnership. It's like marriage, right? When two people get married, there, one has to compromise. So there is a lot of times when in partnership also Samir and I, he brings some sanity in the process, in the decision making, where I am the mad guy.
Good. A bit, calibrated madness is what creates magic, I would say. My last question to you. At the end of the day, the biggest differentiator in the category you are design and brand building. Consumers, of course, liking the product. In my previous conversation, you talked about how you're always doing research on the product. The product is at the center. The performance is at the center. So tell us, both from a performance/product standpoint and from a brand building standpoint, how have you achieved it, and what is the kind of marketing we'll see from both in the future?
There'll be a lot of aggressive marketing we'll do, and we've been doing, and that's the moat we've created. So what's the moat? Boat is the moat. The brand is the moat we've created, and at the heart of heart of all that is the product. So I'll break that into two parts. If you market your brand well, then the consumers want to try you out, right? And if the product is good, then the consumers will keep buying you, right? There's a repeat consumer base. And, with the market we are in, we keep adding to consumer lifestyle. Like we've added the watch, and our watch is now going to be the best seller. So if your product is good, consumers will also recommend it to their friends, whether it's through reviews, whether it's through word of mouth. But if the brand is good, then they will keep buying you because it adds to their lifestyle. We are in a space which is very lifestyle driven. It's an aspirational brand, right? It's not a cheap brand. People want to buy it because it adds to their lifestyle. So we keep building the brand to pull them in, and we keep building the product to keep them in.
Thank you so much, Aman Gupta, for talking to us. This was Aman Gupta, the founder of Boat. Boat is a brand that all of us have come to know in the last 5 years and use it. It has become the largest seller in its category. As a company, it raised more than $100 million and continues to raise more money for its growth. And it's totally homegrown. And, I can tell you, young millennials love it. I remember asking my 17-year-old daughter about Boat, and she said, I love it. It's a fantastic product. So all the best to you, Aman Gupta. Look forward
Thank
to
you,
doing
Dr.
another conversation soon again with you. And I'm sure
Absolutely.
Boat's continued journey will be of making an impact. Thank you.
Always a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta and Dr. Batra. Thank you so much. With that interesting conversation, we're moving forward to our next speaker. But, ladies and gentlemen, before we do that, we'd like to once again showcase the audio-visual of our partners for their support. Can we have the AV, please? Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we're going to move forward by thanking our partners and urging all of you to join our online conversation using the hashtag IPRCCC 2020. IPRCCC 2020. We'd love to hear from all of you, which have been your key takeaways from our speaker sessions and the panel discussions. Moving forward, I will be talking about this new and next speaker, the keynote session on how marketing and communication channels have evolved. It's become new in this age during the COVID times and what lies ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Karthik Singhal, founder O2 Cure or 02 Cure. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Kyati. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity. 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 Thank you so much for the much. Well, to start with, I'll jump into because I have only 20 minutes. So, well, we all know coronavirus is by far one of the biggest challenges that our generation has faced, and its impacts are going to last for years. And with the pandemic hitting the economy in a way that the implications are going to go beyond the 2008 recession, I would say. And it's very critical to understand the way of communication and use of data in this generation in order to market the brand and the company. So yes, I am Karthik Singhal, director with Zico Aircon Limited and founder of O2 Cure, which is a bespoke air purification solution provider. And I'm here to give my views on the importance of data communication, especially during the COVID era. So going forward, we all know that the pandemic situation has put a tremendous pressure on enterprises for sustaining the trust of the consumer specifically. The changing consumer behavior is contributing enormously to build this pressure. And there is a shift in management focus towards, survival over the growth. And we all know this whole year and the years to come is all about survival and, not about growth. Now, we have seen a shift in the behavior of the consumer. People do not like going to the retail market, so definitely not expecting the same for about a year to come, that people would not like to go to the market. They would be at home and would want to order things. Well, that is a major shift which we need to recognize. And industries such as aviation, hospitality, travel, oil and gas, restaurants, and retail sectors have been hit badly. And we all know that it will be a V-shaped recovery, to be honest, but how much time it is going to take. And in the V-shaped recovery, the industry that is at the bottom of the V, how are they going to recover? And what are the strategies that they should adapt to in order to market their brand to give a sense of security? Now, what I feel is there are 4 to 5 points that need to be addressed by the brand and the marketing teams in the COVID era. The first being the anticipating the consumer needs. Now, we all know that we all have been at home for about more than 6 to 8 months, and still a lot of people are at home. The consumer needs have changed. So it is very important to recognize if your brand or the product that you do falls under the category of essential needs, and how we can correlate this so that it becomes the need of the person sitting at home and just Googling and going through the phones and ordering stuff. So such an example for this is a service provided by Amazon, which is called Audible, which provides free streaming of stories to parents and children. Like we all know, children and the schools are shut, so children are at home, and it's getting very difficult for parents to entertain them as well as the children. So this, I feel, the service provided by Amazon is a good way of branding a sense of security that it provides to a sense of belief and safety that it provides to the parents. So that is a good way of addressing. So this is one point. Second, I would say, is the use of technology. Yes, it is a big factor in today's world, the use of technology. It is important to address individuals than masses. Everyone today is ordering online. We are gathering data. We are gathering data through technology. And if we get the right data and the technology, we know the buying habits of the consumer. We know what all the consumer is interested in. And if we actually gather all that data and put it in the right way, we will be able to achieve independent individual goals. And we can use that data in giving a personalized brand promotion benefit which a person can relate to. So that I feel is a big thing. Then the use of technology has been on the digital platform. So like again, I would take an example of Amazon or the online e-platforms. Cash on delivery has been removed, so people are using the digital platform as a part of Digital India as well to make payments in a way that they feel secure. So that is, I would say, the second point here, which needs to be addressed. That is another way a brand can market itself. Third would be, well, yes, there's a big shift. So being present in the digital world, there is a big shift from the conventional way of marketing to a digital way of marketing, and it is very important to be present in the digital world as people have started watching entertainment series on OTT platforms. So with lesser number of viewers on TV, with lesser number of people actually going to your cinemas and offering to go to cinemas, it is better to be present online and use the ad spend that they have for physical marketing to, I would say, a digital marketing platform, which is more cost effective. So companies like McDonald's have stopped using their dine-in and promoting their dine-in, but they're promoting more of takeaways and more concentrating on the quality. So yes, a lot of big conglomerates have shifted their or reduced their ad spends, which were pretty expensive earlier on, and shifted to or tweaked it to a digital platform. So that I feel is where it is very important to be present in the digital world, because everyone today is using their mobile phones in the digital era and not actually going to the retail store to understand products and markets better. Fourth, and the most important thing that I believe for a brand in terms of marketing would be bring the image of a warm and caring brand. A person staying at home for 6 months is actually is mentally sick in a way, right? They are not really entertained. They're not meeting new people, so it is very care to the end consumer how we can relate to that. And pretty examples are, if you look at Amul coming back with the same ad that they had about 15 years back with the little girl. That is a way of security and a revival of the brand in the mind of the people, that we're still here with you like we were 15 years back. Second is, I would say, Zomato is giving push notifications to customers for safety of their food by sanitization of the delivery guys, and keeping updated on the COVID era and the problems. Then I would say another is LinkedIn launched a coronavirus official updates. Now, these are ways to to push or pull your customers towards your to platform, and that is where I feel the customer feels a sense of security. And a sense of awareness that this is the right platform, which will give me the right content. That I need sitting at home. And whatever is broadcasted, whatever is in terms of advertisement is given on this platform, I feel that is something I can believe in. So that is the trust that brands need to build in the consumer again. Otherwise, like Amit said in the last panel discussion, if we don't change our way of marketing and advertising, well, we might just wipe out from this whole situation, or some brands do. Fifth, I would say, is and the last and the most important for Indian brands would be aligning with the government strategies. Well, we all know government is our government has made it clear about Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, and And I like the way Micromax has come back. If you look at the CEO of Micromax in the video that he's released, he's trying to connect with the Indians. He's trying to connect with people out there that yes, we are an Indian brand, and we were replaced by different Chinese brands, but now that the government has supported the agenda of Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, we will be back with you, serving you for our country, in our country, and everything will be made in India. So those are some steps that can be taken if you are a manufacturer which makes products in India. Uh, it is definitely going to be survival of the fittest in the next 1 year. I would say the brands are spending time building end-to-end personalized digital strategies, which are going to be a huge, let's say, live event strategies. I would say the most important 4 points here would be to understand, anticipate, and go above and beyond fulfilling customer needs, the needs that he has right now. Well, the brands are really going to flourish. Second would be leverage the right technology in order to stay ahead of the challenge. We can spend loads and loads of money on technology in terms of digital marketing, but we have to select the right. Would be, well, yes, we have to be agile and wise with our marketing and advertising spend. Fourth would be focus on helping customers and consumers. Behavior has changed. Solution, they want care. They want if if there is a replacement of a product, things that get into a customer's mind, and once they are with a brand, they will be with the brand forever. Give a view on how I use this data matrix and data, the importance of. So the parent company is Eco Aircon Limited. We are manufacturers of central air conditioners and air purification systems in India. We're totally a research-driven company providing different bespoke air purification solutions. Now, what I did was I was basically in US studying on the virology and virus labs and everything, and we went into deep into a study of COVID and SARS-CoV-2. I would say severe acute respiratory syndrome, technologies which was already proven, a patented technology by us, which was already proven for COVID. Sorry, not COVID, but SARS-CoV-1 outbreak in 2003. We are very confident that this technology virus out SARS-CoV-2, which is causing the COVID. Our products with ICMR and with the US government can mutate. How we can kill the mutated version of virus. Got a 99.9% reduction from air as well as surfaces within 3 feet of virus. Now, marketing something that is not allowed to market, even market, it was very difficult for us. So we started air 2 years back, which was into providing residential solutions and commercial air purification solutions. People with different problems, people going through swine. Now, again, like I said, it was very difficult for us to mark as COVID or SARS. We made a strategy wherein our campaigns was corporates. We targeted multinationals. We targeted the industries which are at the bottom of the first. In fact, this was started in November. The hashtag installations in India. The recent one being one of the most affected industries, which is hospitality, and we placed about our air purification COVID neutralizing units in all ITC hotels, making them a cross contamination free zone, and that is how ITC can market now. That our hotel has, yes, you need masks, you need sanitizers. For sure, but you also need a COVID neutralizer because you don't know if a person next to you sneezes. Even with a mask, even with your sanitizer, you can get that effect. So that is how we took this as a stand that we will, yes, help our customers market it. So for example, our customer today is Google all over the world. Now Google, so we are helping them get their people back to work. We are helping HCL, we are helping IBM, we are helping PVRs, we are helping Inox. People get back to their experience, what they're really missing. Then some of our other customers from different industries that we have, which are majorly affected. We are again getting India back to work, helping them get back to work. Recently, what we did was we partnered with a celebrity, Mr. Sunil Shetty, for our again air purification products, but our agenda was only education because we know that this is a very delicate market right now. People can believe in whatever people see. So initially in COVID days, I realized that people are going ahead with sanitization of products, buying UV sterilization cells for their houses. Well, yes, it's a good way of sterilizing your products, but is it the best way, or are you buying the best product? Every UV has a certain intensity. I can give you the same product for about 1,000 rupees with the minimum intensity, but that will do nothing to your COVID or your SARS-CoV-2. So that is where I think there is a major lack of awareness and education to the end consumer, which is exploited by certain companies, I would say. Also, while getting into this residential air purification brand, I got to know that the companies which are manufacturing home appliances are actually marketing their air purifiers as Siri enabled or Wi-Fi enabled and these features, and people are going bonkers over it and going and buying it because of the aesthetic look. But that's where the education and the information lies, that it's very important to buy a product for what you're buying the product for. Like, I'm buying an air purifier for purifying air. I'm not buying it for for my lifestyle, for the look of it or for the features it provides. So that is where I feel there was a big lack of awareness. And the second campaign that we ran, or we're parallelly running, is about education and only education. We have free consultation that we provide to people, which is a part of, in a way, branding only. Then the third thing that we did was we recognized that there is a big, I would say, people rely more on recommendations coming from the experts. So on our panel, we in-paneled microbiologists, we in-paneled AIMS doctors, we in-paneled IIT professors, we in-paneled who's and who's of India, so that we can get that push and recommendations, because they have actually tested and verified the technology. So now then, when people started looking at testimonials of these doctors and institutes, that's where the credibility added. So this was the third campaign that we ran on recommendations. Fourthly, I would want to mention is that after looking at all the points that I mentioned about branding your product and your brand in this era, it is very important to look at the law aspect of it. Before mentioning anything on any advertisement, it is very important to take a guidance from your law experts, as it could go either ways, positive or negative. Also, it is very important to highlight the fake products available in the market, as it's like I said, it's a very delicate market right now. People believe in whatever they see. That's why I had to have a celebrity on board, because they believe in more what the celebrities say, even if it's true or false. That is up to the consumer to decide. But well, I would say that has been my journey, and that is how I have used data analytics and data matrix in order to brand, in order to use this COVID era to market the product in the right segment, using the handful of money that I have currently, and making a big impact on my people and citizens of India. So like I said, we've done more than 10,000 installations, getting 10,000 people back to work, helping and growing the economy parallelly. So yes, so that is about it from my side. Thank you so much for hearing me out, and thank you so much for attending the session. It was a pleasure presenting it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singhal. It was a pleasure having you here and sharing your insights. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, if you are already tweeting, then we'd love to hear more from you. If you haven't yet, then do share our excitement and share your key insights that you've taken from the session so far with the hashtag Iprccc 2020. Moving ahead with our next panel discussion for the day, this is going to be an interesting discussion on the importance and best practices of brand purpose communication. Let's have a round of applause while we welcome our session chair for the panel discussion, Mr. Ruhail Amin, Editor, Exchange for Media. I welcome you, Ruhail, and over to you to take the proceedings forward.
Thank you, Khyati. Thank you for the lovely introduction. And it's my privilege to be part of this another panel discussion where the focus is going to be on the importance and best practices of brand purpose communication. Before I proceed, I want to invite quickly my co-panelists. I have with me on this panel Rashmi Soni, VP Head Corporate Communication Vistara.
Hi, Ruhel.
Paresh Chaudhary, Group President, Corporate Communication, Adani Group. We have Prasida Menon, Vice President and Global Head of Communications, OYO.
Nice.
Minari Shah, Director Public Relations, Amazon. Subayu Mishra, Head of Corporate Communications, Corporate Affairs, I'm sorry, Standard Chartered Bank, India. We have Bhagyashri S. Navare, Associate Director and Category Head, PepsiCo, and Girish Balachandra on Purpose. I hope all of us are here, and I just want to quickly go and to my first question. We all know that in the last, we know that brand purpose, it lives at an intersection of a company's authentic reason for being and unmet human expectations from the brand. And of course, it touches a whole lot of expectation. It needs to touch every stakeholder. Uh, your brand, your customers, employees, community members. But if you look at the last 11 months or so, what has happened? There has been an increased discussion about how brand purpose communication has got impacted by what we have seen in the last 11 months. So I want to quickly understand, has it actually happened, or is it just a theoretical question that many people raise? So I want to come to you, Ms. Tony, first with this, your views that in the last 11 months, how big or what kind of an impact has brand purpose undergone, or how important has it become for a brand to showcase its larger purpose than just making profits?
Hi, Ruhel. Thank you, first of all, for having me here, and hello, everybody. Basically, as we all know, that brand purpose is the purpose, the cause, or the belief of the brand that exists. Um, so, in a digitally connected world, consumers today are well informed, and then they have choices at their fingertips. They want their lives to be easier. They want their needs met. They want brands to be socially and environmentally responsible, and then they crave for deeper connection, and they expect the brands to deliver all of this. Now, with market space getting increasingly cluttered, brands are becoming more and more replaceable, making it difficult for brands to achieve loyalty and stickiness from the customer. And so, what drives brand loyalty is good quality product or customer service not enough, or consumers are looking for some sort of holistic experience. So we all know that the behavioral attributes of consumers are changing each day, and especially in these times when it is not only challenging for the brands to survive, but it is not easy for the consumers also, with the kind of dynamic changes in the policies, the ever-changing guidelines, and anxiety related to their health and safety. Uh, so, we all know that consumers identify with and respect those brands that share their values and their social beliefs, and more so in times like these. So, and also, those brands which are sensible to social, cultural, and environmental issues. So basically, it is more important right now for the brands to be human to the core and have strong bonds with their customers. And this is where the brand purpose basically comes in. And it has to be authentic, it has to be genuine, and it should be consistent. It must be communicated effectively to ensure that consumer connect. So and the most important thing is that the brand purpose cannot just be mentioned on the website or publicity material, which is the explicit thing, and it is important to an extent, but it
I'm sorry, I just
and
want to
experience
interrupt.
by the customers in every
Right. I'm sorry.
interaction. Sorry.
Right. I'm sorry. I just want to interrupt. I want to keep it to 2 minutes so that we all have like in 40 minutes. I will come back to it. I want to go to Mr. Chaudhary.
Couple of
Okay.
seconds.
Okay.
So I was talking about the explicit, and it has to be implicit, that the brand purpose has to be felt and experienced by the customers in every interaction with the brand, so that at every touch point, they feel it. And Vistara's brand purpose, as you would know, that delivering the new feeling of flying by providing intuitively thoughtful service. And for customers are not just another bum on the seat. It actually comes across in every communication and in every action from the brand. So
Right. Mr. Chaudhary, my point was that what is the new meaning that brand purpose has taken over the last 11 months? So if we could all have like 2 to 3 minutes to it so that we can have more questions.
Yeah. Yeah, well, so I think your question was that what has changed in the last 11 odd months, especially on the purpose, right? So I think the last 11 months has only demonstrated people who with character. If you have character, it doesn't matter you're a startup or you're Adani Group or you're Reliance or mid cap company that is struggling, right, in terms of the market dynamics. But if you've shown character to be aligned with what its purpose is, basically nothing, but it just gives you hope. Purpose gives you hope, it gives you direction on the development journey that you're going, both internally, externally. Are those people believe in your purposes? Because you've seen, I work with Mukesh Ambani's, I work with the Levers Group, and I work with Ranbaxy GSK. You see a lot of vision, mission statements, in the conference rooms, in the aisle, beautifully demonstrated, and also in the loos a lot of times, right? Are you living those visions? Are you living that purpose? Is something very important, right? In the last 11 months, what I've seen that the brand purpose has only been strengthened for people who've set their vision without altering it. Saying the vision is not for 11 months or 12 months, right? It's a 10, 12, 20-year vision. Now look at the Adani Group. We moved from a $17 billion market cap company to a 70 market cap company. We launched 2 massive businesses in this period of 11 months, which is not just expansion of Adani Gas, but also Adani Airports that we took over, about 7 airports too at one shot. You look at where our direction on sustainability has gone. So if you look at the sustainable parameters that we measure on social impact, economic impact, that's taken a massive turn. The Adani Foundation has put more money into the social impact programs than it's ever done before. The impact of our communications has been felt like never before because people had a different paradigm. There was fear in the masses, there was fear in the economy, there was fear with the stakeholders. And how does an organization with character really lead from the front and strengthen that brand purpose is what I think a lot of companies have shown. And I can give you examples. I mean, there is one Vistara, I know Rashmi from a long time. Minari has been a very, very close friend of mine. I've dealt with Prasiddha in the past before with how Oyo, which was like this and now showing a kind of graph upwards. But brand purpose, to my mind, has been strengthened massively, and only with people with character have demonstrated that. And if you've and the people who are saying, "Oh my God, everything has come to a standstill," and everything is gone, and consumer sentiments have gone. You've seen the last 3 months where the markets have gone, right? And all you open a CNBC, you start a ET Now, and all our good friends on the media who talk about saying that this is nothing but liquidity is absolutely rubbish. It's the real consumers of India which has come forward and saying, I'm going to win this battle.
Right. Ms. Menon, as Mr. Chaudhary also said that, communicating that brand purpose with your stakeholders, and we always have an outwardly approach to it, like the consumers, the end consumers. But what about the immediate employees? It's pasted all over, as he said, in the boardrooms and everywhere else. How do you make it more understandable? I mean, what is the Oreo story like to make brand purpose more understandable or relatable to its immediate stakeholders, employees?
I think that's a very good question, and I feel like employees play a very, very important role as your brand advocates. And if they do not buy a certain proposition, or if they are not completely aligned, then it's very hard for you to reach out to your other stakeholders, which in our case is not just the customers, but also our retail partners. And I think, which is where when we talk about brand purpose, something that we did when the COVID pandemic kind of hit us was to take a step back and understand how is this going to impact your business, and therefore how is it going to impact our partners, our customers, as step one, and then plan for various scenarios where employees become a very integral part and they understand why they are saying what they are saying. Another aspect to it is, whenever you talk about brand purpose or whenever you're looking at communication in any form, there's a lot of tendency that we as brands would have to talk about things that matter to us as a company, which matter to us as a business. But I think, this was a phase which kind of forced us to think about things from the perspective of the audiences. Whether it is employees who move to a remote working model and want to understand how do they stay productive, how do they stay connected, they are anxious, they are hearing things around. We went through cycles where employees were impacted. So how do we kind of bring that group together? Or for that purpose, when you talk about customers, how do we keep in mind what is it they want? As an example, when OYO had started its business after the lockdown, we spoke about sanitized space, and we went with that proposition because that's what we as a team understood would work well and will give our customers the confidence to come back and stay in our hotel. But then we also backed it up with a lot of studies and focus groups to understand what matters to them. And it's our employees and partners who came back with the idea that we need something called sanitize before your eyes because we don't trust you. So I think it's a good mix of kind of bringing a balance between what you as a brand stand for, but also understanding what's relevant for your audience, given their evolved lifestyles.
Right. Ms. Shah, tell me, in your view, when you look at the entire, like 2019 and then we got in 2020, how has the conversations around brand purpose shaped? Has it undergone change? Are brands increasingly trying to showcase it more than they used to? How do you see this?
Where Amazon's concerned, I think we've always been about brand purpose. I think it's pretty well known that we kind of aim to be the most customer-obsessed company on the earth. And it's Earth, not the world. I think there are enough indications. I think we've always been about brand purpose. It's so ingrained in the DNA, in meetings and everywhere you constantly hear, but the customer, how is it for the customer? You hear it at every single level. Elevator conversations. And that's what I think brand purpose means. It's imbibed, it's in our blood. I think all the employees, it's not necessarily on the walls and so on, it's in the blood, it's ingrained. And I think what last 12 months is, I think we were more cognizant than ever before the responsibility that a company like Amazon had. And as we had to play such a critical role in making sure that our customers got everything that they needed and they got it safely from their houses. But at the same time, we had the huge responsibility of making sure our employees were safe. Our employees were as much on the front line. They were delivering out there, they were working. All of you hopefully would have had those experiences. And that was across. And so keeping them safe, I think that was critical. And one could not have pivoted to that so quickly as we did. We had to change the mix of what people needed very quickly, work with our seller partners to change it. All of that won't work unless brand purpose is just deeply ingrained. And I don't think brand purpose is something, that can change so quickly that you can have more conversations around it. It has to be mechanized, it has to be a process which is in your day-to-day purpose. And that's what gives you the flexibility and agility when, absolutely unprecedented events strike like last year.
Right. Mr. Mishra, so same question, but a little bit differently for you. Like, how do you maintain in all of the things that happen in brand on an everyday basis that the brand purpose remains the centerpiece of all the activities? How do you practice that? Is it easy? Is it difficult?
Hi, thanks. I think I'll just take a step back, and before we talk about brand purpose and communications, couple of quick things. I think since your question is actually pegged to the last 12 months of the pandemic, I think one very interesting thing has happened is people have acknowledged, all employers, organizations have started acknowledging a lot more about the contribution of their employees, and that internal piece has come alive, okay, a lot more than it usually does. So that's one big difference I'm seeing pre-2020 and onwards. The second piece that has come in is there is a heightened sensitivity towards client service. Okay, so I can name our bank, I can name probably most of the leading banks and other organizations where there is a heightened sensitivity towards client service because you know that you're operating under limitations. So eventually, this has
Right.
progressed and evolved over the last 12 months into finding a sweet spot where you are still caring for your employees much more than probably that you used to because of the necessity of it all. At the same time, ensuring the client service is happening on time. And what has that happened? What has that resulted in? That's resulted in a lot of clients acknowledging the organizations that service them, right? So, for example, we get probably more complimentary emails in a week than we used to get in a year, which is not to say we are not doing good service. But I think the palpability of it all has shot up. And the sensitivity, if you have a sort of a high sensitivity index, I would see that sensitivity being very volatile. So I think that's the number one thing that's happening. The second thing is it's reflected in the way people feel about their organization. So Paresh made this reference to sustainability, right? What we have seen is we have about 6,500 people in the bank in India. We have about 22,000 people in captive offshoring. So that is about 30,000 people. We have seen dramatic increase in employee volunteering through the virtual interface. So if I have an opportunity where, opportunities like, let's say, teaching virtually, etc. So we thought the EV numbers, and we have mandated EV numbers across globally. So we thought these are going to decline. Okay, it's actually gone up. So it's completely an eye opener for us. I don't lay any claim to credit on that count. But the fact that people started getting sort of sensitive about society, about community, about the fact that their employer is doing this and came forward and sort of partook in it, right, is very important. I think these kind of things inform brand communications in more ways than just having vision and mission statements like Minari and Paresh and others referred to. That's one thing. I think on the other side, in terms of going to clients and consumers, it's more of chasing the flow of events because we can't really predict in this kind of volatility what events are going to be. So if you take a case in point, let's take tier 2 cities and all. Your e-commerce has ballooned over the last 4-5 months. Now we don't know whether this is going to be sustained or I don't want to hold hostages to fortune on this, but if you look at it, e-commerce has gone up, and you have hundreds of data figures on it. Like Flipkart says 70% of their e-commerce sellers are from tier 2, tier 3 cities. Now that's very interesting, right? And such other things have happened. But I think there, in terms of tactical communications, okay, for your brand, for your business, product, services, etc., I think that is more like quickly understanding the market, being nimble, being quite anticipative, responsive, etc., etc., and working the communications. But I think that will be more tactical than it's going to be strategic over at least the next 18 months, because we really don't know how the lie of the land is going to shape and sort of fall in place.
Right.
Yeah. So that's probably
Right. I'll come back to it. I've got another round of question. Ms. Nawari, just quickly, and then Mr. Balachandran, your thoughts on the new meaning that brand purpose has taken. Has it taken at all? To you, Ms. Nawari.
Yeah, so it definitely has taken a new purpose. We ourselves are consumers, and we feel that every day, right? More than ever, we think about what we're doing and have consciousness in what we do. But from a brand standpoint, I think when we're listening to consumers more intently, we're picking up the consumer in this time of social distancing is craving for human connection. And therefore, they're looking for things that are really simple, honest, empathetic, communication that is trustworthy. And they want for communication to have consumers in the center of whatever they are doing. So if I were to just put it in, a small phrase, I need to recall this survey that gentleman did, a barometer survey during the time. And the one big thing I picked up was the consumer said they are looking for a brand to provide a solve, but not to sell. So really, they're looking for something that solves their problems, but not do a sell. And I think that's the new purpose a brand should look at: providing a solve, but not to sell.
Right. Quickly, Mr. Balachandran, your thoughts?
Yes, very quickly. So I'm going to cite a data point from a report from Havas that says that people wouldn't care if 77% of brands disappeared. So, that's the context in which we're operating. And I think over the last 11 months, what's happened is we've seen how the people who are really serious about purpose have sort of stuck with it, and others have felt more challenged when it's come at the cost of profit. So I would say that the last 11 months, we've been able to establish the brands who are serious about their purpose, even at the cost of profit, because it's easy to be purposeful when things are going well. You can spend more on your community initiatives, you can spend more on CSR, you can spend more on philanthropy, but none of that is really purpose. Purpose is, and I think a big thing also depends on where purpose is owned within the organization. If it isn't owned at the very top, then it's going to be restricted to at most a marketing campaign. But if it is really owned at the very top and it's part of the DNA of the organization, then it's something that's really unshakable, whether or not there is, a tough economic situation.
Right. Great. I want to come to you, Ms. Soni.
Rohit, I just want to comment to what Girish was saying, and I think largely he's covered a few points that I wanted to make. But while brand purpose, etc., is being driven from the top in most of the organizations in consultation with all your stakeholders, but if it is not owned at your grassroots levels, it can fall like a pack of cards. And we've demonstrated that with Unilever when I was there for many years, and we had a brand purpose on sustainability. Especially in our laundry segment, because there's a lot of environmental damage that was going on, in terms of the chemicals into the drain. And the group came up with a sustainability formula, which was a very unique one in the world. Unless it was not owned by the grassroots, not just the employee, because when people talk about internal communications, they normally say employees. Of course, employees is your 40% of our KRAs, all of us on this chat and outside who are watching and listening. But even your partners, who some people call vendors and suppliers, they like to call it partners, all these guys have to own it at the grassroots level. And if they don't own it, it won't work. And to one more point that I think, Shubha, you made about, taking the brand purpose forward, and how do we make sure that in times of crisis, you're demonstrating profits, etc., or not demonstrating that. I think it's important to know that in this last 11, 12 months, any of the communications team or the top management team has deliberately tried to amplify their work on community impacts, right? Whether social, whether it's economic or environment. They have not been taken very well by the citizens of this country, right? So what we have practiced is citizen communication and not consumer communication. They're two different things. And the lesser you amplify that at times of crisis, the higher you can build the brand purpose within the established norms of what you want to do in the next 10 years. So amplification, try to do PR around it, try to put money on your social media channels to say, oh, you know what, I have trained 200,000 Sanganis in some place, I've taken self-help groups, I've given so many masks, I've done this, I've done that. That can backfire. So it's important that the community speaks for you, the media speaks for you.
Perfect, yeah, I think that's a great.
Yeah, I want to just quickly come to my second question, and then we'll come to all of you. And I want to start with Ms. Soni. Tell me, how can you define, build, and market a brand purpose that feels so relatable and so contextual? That's it. Yeah.
So I'll specifically talk about the current scenario in the pandemic. As I said that, it was not easy for the consumers. So some amount of empathy in the form of consistent communication, quality and flexibility goes a long way in finding a permanent place in the heart of our customers. And I'll give you an example from Vistara that, when people were struggling with the changing guidelines every time, and the cancellations because of, the travel restrictions in various states. So, there were other authorities responsible for sharing that information with the customers. But, Vistara took it upon us to put that entire information together at one place for them to access. So, in particular, which particular state, what is the specific quarantine requirement or travel restriction, everything was there at one place for them to look at. And also, customer engagement team was, contacting customers proactively to share that information with them. So we feel that, there was this catastrophic situation which was brought about by the pandemic, and what brand like us could do to make sure that we could ease out a little bit anxieties of our customers. So it is important, I believe, for the brands to put themselves in their audience shoes and think like them, that what is relevant for them in these times. There can be various kind of brand campaigns, which are purpose led and which are business led, but we have to look at the situation, the times, and then we see that what is it that has a long term view that would naturally have a positive impact on the brand. So basically, that is how. And then there was a campaign that was actually started by us, which was Flying Feel Safe Again, which was to basically instill the confidence in people to travel, because we have SOPs for safety and hygiene, basically the top consideration till today in the minds of people, while they choose a airline brand. So
Right.
yeah, so that's actually very, very important to, the brand to become very human to the core and understand the requirement of the customer and then deliver solutions specifically in these times.
Ms. Menon, your thoughts on building a brand purpose that is relevant at all times?
Yeah, I think it all comes back to a lot of what Padesh said and Minali spoke about in terms of, it has to be entrenched in your DNA. And I feel like your purpose has to stand really close to your mission. I mean, I can say that for you that, during the pandemic, I think it was a time when we as a company reflected back a lot on what we were doing, our mission, and how do we kind of stick to it, while at the same time ensure that both our customers as well as our partners are able to see the difference in our approach to the business itself. And I think one thing that stands out is whatever you do, I think it's also one of the points in the panel that we had to discuss is how close is it to what is that the audience is seeking from you and what you as a brand stand for. There's a very thin line between standing for, having a clear brand purpose and talking about it, and making it sound like a PRable headline, so to say, right? And again, crossing that one more line and becoming like an opportunistic company taking advantage of some of those sensitive emotions. So I think that balance is something which is very hard to see, and you can do it as long as you have very clear understanding of your purpose, your mission, and it reflects in everything that you do in all your engagements, start to finish. And it's completely entrenched with what you stand for your audiences. As an example, when we were impacted by the pandemic, we were helping a lot of stranded passengers, especially foreign nationals who were stuck in the country, by giving them hotel rooms and helping them. I think we as a team took a very conscious decision to understand to what extent are we going to talk about it and how are we going to talk about it. It was important to ensure that the message reaches, because there were a lot of people who needed our help and needed to know that we are there and we are supporting the government, we are working with the embassies. But at the same time, ensuring that we don't make it look like celebration, because you don't celebrate moments like this when you do what is happening. So I think that right balance is super important.
Right, right. Misha, your thoughts on this? How do you define, build, and market a brand purpose that feels relevant and contextual?
Right. So thanks. So I'll just talk about it a little generally.
Sorry,
I think there are.
I wanted to. I'm so sorry. I wanted to go to Ms. Shah first, and I'll come to you after this. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, Paresh, you want to go ahead?
Okay.
Are you go ahead? So, yeah. Thanks, Rohit. I think, first of all, an interesting anecdote about Amazon. For the longest time at Amazon, there wasn't a marketing department. It had to reach a completely certain scale when it finally got into marketing. And even when I joined the company about 4.5, 5 years back, the PR globally was really small. It's only with scale that we've begun to do that. Because Jeff really said that brand trust is about doing the right thing when no one's watching you. And that to me kind of is, when you constantly, you don't need to market that. Brand trust is not done by marketing. Marketing can only make the voice reach what you're doing, everything else that's happening. You can make it sure that people are hearing it because we live in a very fragmented, dispersed world. And we want to make sure that our messages are heard. But we can't create it with marketing. Brand purpose is something which already exists. So, in the last 12 months, we couldn't suddenly become someone who we weren't. If we've been always standing for, we innovate on the behalf of our Indian customers, or we innovate for all the small businesses who partner with us, that's who we remain. We just became faster, more agile, quicker in doing that. When our customers were asking us, hey, are you open in XYZ city? We took to social media to literally give a city by city update. An interesting piece I learned is, we had to literally go one by one district to get the permissions for our business to operate. So I learned that there were 900 something districts. I've forgotten the number now. Yeah. But at that point in time, and we had to take permissions district by district for our people to be delivering. And so we took to social media to give a district by district update because that's what really mattered to people. We took to using our homepage, the gateway as we call it, to communicate and tell people what were the essential items as defined by the government, what could we give, and so on. So I think brand purpose is really about making sure that customers are getting what they want, the information that they need, and it's really something that they can use. Anything else is fake and unauthentic. So it's not about marketing, it's about really being honest and real.
Okay, Mr. Chaudhary, you wanted to say something, yes?
Yeah, I was just, I think, to the previous point and to the question that you clearly asked about, how do you, what do you do to make sure the brand purpose lasts forever? And I think, I think there are just two key words here. Everyone must strive to gain the love and respect of your stakeholders. It's a very big statement to make. It's very, very difficult to achieve. I've done some bit of work with Tata's many years ago, a 150-year-old, 160-year-old legacy of a company. In everyone's brand strategy document, you will see that how do we reach the Tata Group in terms of brand advocacy. Even they got exposed when there were a lot of issues that happened many years ago. So gaining love and respect is what the brand purpose should be for anybody. Business is profits, business is distribution of the profits, business is touching people's lives, but gaining love and respect is big. The words trust, compassion, empathy, likability, credibility, and all that is time that everyone strives to do. But gaining love and respect is the most important thing. If you can achieve that, and the data point on a huge market research says that if you can achieve 70% of love and respect across stakeholder groups, you should be getting the Nobel Peace Prize or getting some huge bravery award from the current government. So, and I think that's where all of us must strive. My last point is that as communicators and a lot of agencies who were also on the show and watching it from outside, I always say this at associations that if all of us put together, we are the sum brand of brand India. If we can all of us create that brand India, create the positive sentiments, create the love and respect, India as a brand grows. India as a brand assumes center stage. And I think that's what the brand purpose should be. And that's what, at least it is mine personally and also professionally.
Right.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Sorry, go ahead, Ruhail. I actually wanted to just take that point forward, which Paresh made.
You can add to it if you want to add to it, yes.
Okay.
If you want to.
Yeah. So, it's interesting you spoke of love and respect because in research terminology, the word for it is a love mark. So a brand that's high on love and high on respect on the X and Y axis together is really a love mark. And in fact, that's one of the guiding principles we have at PepsiCo. So, well, our purpose is, to bring smiles to people's lives with every sip and every bite. And I wanted to recall the, campaign that we did last year on Lay's towards that purpose. So, taking the purpose of the company forward, the Lay's purpose is to bring simple joys to everybody's lives. And last year, during this pandemic, we actually, we're not going to look at campaigns that we're looking to sell our products at this time, but let's look at what really brings joy to people's lives. And really, the honest truth is that any hard work done by anyone for others, especially during tough times, is called hard work. And so, our campaign on Lays was called Hard Work. And we said that we want to thank everybody who brings joys to people's lives. So it's the farmers, the truckers, the factory workers, and also, of course, the people who sell it. And then, that is the start of the campaign. But essentially, what I want to say is that that campaign went on further by itself and kind of had a life of its own, which is what told us that it garners love and respect around, because we just tied up Smile Foundation and we said that we want to donate hygiene kits for this chain of partners that help us get the smile in people's lives. But it kind of carried on, and artists took it on, and then we went, because artists were interested in building a little contribution to this too. So we took it further. We tied up with Art and Found, which is a site where we could have artists come and sell their artworks, which helped them raise 500 crore rupees for putting back into society with hygiene kits. So that brought in, of course, a lot of other takers too, and then we partnered with other organizations to celebrate what they were doing, whether it was in the consumer tech world, there was in FMCG, and we realized that a lot of other companies actually are doing similar stuff. So we kind of celebrated hard work that was happening across the country, and it kind of took off on its own, and we're going to continue doing that. And that that's really helped get what you say, the joy around the world go a little wider.
Right. So apart from the hard work, it is the heart work, that finally wins the customer. Mr. Mishra, trying to understand from you, in today's world, how much do consumers actually care about the brand purpose, from their perspective, apart from, because, I mean, are they obsessed with just the products and services? Is the onus only on the brands to showcase the purpose at all times? Do customers kind of, care for it that much? What is your understanding of it? And also the previous question, that how do you build that, that connectivity, customer brand connectivity that stays with the brand purpose?
No, that's an interesting question. I don't think I have got a sort of a straightforward answer to that. But I would rather disagree than agree to the view that customers don't really care about brands and brand loyalty is shift, etc. I don't think that's the case. Tata's is a fine example, right? Tata's have gone through their own reputation risks, etc. But if trust has a synonym in India, it is Tata's, right? I mean, we could go on arguing about it, but that is where eventually the outcome is going to be. So I think that's the first point, that I think customers do care about brands. I think the mistake that we often make is we are not actually practicing what we are communicating. I think that's the first dissonance. Customers tend to spot very quickly. And today with social media, you always have this thing of it going viral. That's one.
Right.
The second thing is, we oftentimes believe through straightforward advertising is like the school of thought in polity and political science that we have read. That a lie told many times becomes the truth. Unfortunately, in case of brands, it doesn't happen. Okay. Fortunately or unfortunately, whichever side of the fence you're on. So you have to demonstrate what you're doing in terms of some tangibles, whether it's service, whether it's price, whether it's whatever, distribution, etc. And communication follows from there. But I think one of the important things that kind of can work very well today, and we all know the downsides of the social medium in communicating, right? But I think one of the things that can work very well today is probably look at brand activity and communications. And I'm not talking business here, okay? But brand activity, where there is a potential of things to actually go viral, duplicate, and I don't mean viral on the social medium, which actually goes viral in a sense of an activity, okay, an initiative. and takes its own sort of steam. So I'll give you an example. Clear example is the Standard Chartered Mumbai Marathon, which used to be the marathon before the Tatas picked it up from us. So there are now 700 timed races in the country. Who would have ever thought an Indian, having a nice meal of rice and dal and sabzi and sleeping it off would actually run a marathon? Today, you know how many marathon runners are there. There could probably marathon runners in this whole panel. So there, something took off, and we are not claiming credit to all of it, but I think there is a potential. The second potential I see today is cycling, because there is a huge influx of there's a huge upsurge of cycles being bought. Friends of mine tell me that they're running out of stock of cycles. Why? Because again, the whole personal mobility, pollution, all of that sensitivity has come in through COVID. So is a brand picking that up, right? So I think in terms of communication, it has to be blended with an activity, and then it has to be communicated. There is this saying in marketing that it is not great marketing campaigns. It is a darn good marketing promotion based on a great business idea, right? So you need to have an action at the core of it. You can't just communicate. That's not going to work. That works only in politics, as far as my knowledge goes. You really have to put action into it. You really have to demonstrate certain behavior, and then the marketing can take off. So like one of these guys who I know and I respect, Kiran Khalap, used to say that the communication needs to be an inevitability. It is not a question of choice. And why is it inevitable? It's because you have done A, B, C, and hence D. That's how it becomes inevitable, right? So that's one part of it. And the three things that I saw that were important, and were always important, but it probably became far more important in this last 12 months. One is, how do we handle ambiguity? Because we had a lot of clients coming to us. As communicators, we had a solution to crack in terms of reaching out in absence of certain conventional ways we were doing things. So how do we handle ambiguity? The second was the sense of urgency with which we responded to stuff, right? So if I have to put out a COVID handbook in the next 24 hours, how well am I doing it? How well am I ensuring that it's reaching? And the third part is, of course, course correcting if I'm going wrong. And all of us, hand on heart, would have heard in these last 11 months more than we have heard in the rest of our probably careers, except for the first few years of our careers. So how do we course correct and hence? So that's taught us a few lessons.
Right. I am running short of time, but I want to go to one more question. But before that, Mr. Balachandran, your thoughts on building that lasting brand purpose that is relatable.
Yes, very quickly. So I like what Subayu said about the disconnect between intent and action. So, and the gap in between is where the brand value really falls. The difference between what a brand says and what it does. The second thing is, I feel brand purpose is really about differentiation. And the reason I'm saying that is because as the markets become increasingly commoditized, how do you then create an appeal with a consumer that is more than just the functional value of your product or service? So let me give an example. When asked about what his job was by the president, John F. Kennedy, the janitor at NASA said, "I'm here to help put a man on the moon." That's what he described as his job. And so the point that I'm trying to make is, if we're able to show people the vision of why we're doing what we're doing, then the appeal of associating with the brand's ethos and value system becomes so much more aspirational.
Right. My last question is a super quick 20-second answers straight to you, Ms. Soni. We have to stick to this timeline. That how do you market your brand purpose and use it to take your brand to the next level? Quickly, two things that brands need to do this.
So basically, when I said that our brand purpose is basically to deliver quality service in an intuitively thoughtful way. So it's basically they have to see that across all our communication, which are explicitly shared with them through brand campaigns or any other communication that goes from the brand, and as well as in the behavioral aspect of the every employee that is delivering that service. So the brand purpose is so deep that it is being so all the entire team is being galvanized by it. And they have become the brand ambassador to deliver that brand purpose every day, every moment to every customer.
Right, right. Mr. Chaudhary, quickly, your thoughts on this. How do you market your brand purpose
Well, just
effectively?
one line. Very important that you make you experience, you make sure that your brand promise is experienced every single day to every single stakeholder, and that's where it'll work.
Great. Miss Menon, quickly.
Yes, I would say that, as long as it is authentic, it is audience focused, I think that's level one for me. And then, of course, I'll go back to what Girish also touched upon. I think, being purpose driven is important, but you need to be backing it with a very strong proposition. If that doesn't happen, the consumer will not care about the purpose, I feel. And then backing it up and making sure it's action led, both from the company side as well as something which invokes action in the consumer as well. That would be the way I would line.
Miss Shah.
Your actions speak for yourself. Every single piece will speak for yourself, and you won't need to really communicate it. My best experience, and I'll take 5 seconds. Year before last, we went across 13 cities. We literally stopped people on the road to ask about Amazon. Without a fail, we looked for not very hip English speaking. We were talking of Kolkata, Lucknow, Coimbatore. Every single person we stopped had an Amazon story. From the people making the pujo statues and saying silicon usme se lete hain, rang usme se lete hain, to people saying we buy seeds for gardening, everything, or fire TV stick or blockchain. People loved it. Right. People had fun. People know the brand when they see it. People experience it. That's it. I think
right.
that's
Mr. Mate, your thoughts on marketing the brand purpose effectively?
Yeah, I'd say, appeal to the head and move the heart is really quite the motto we say. So on Kurkure, for example, we say, it's right. We want to transform everyday moments to celebrate that moment. On Lays, bring simple joy. So appeal to the head and move the heart. That's really right. In a nutshell.
Mr. Mishra?
Well, it's more about probably identifying whether you sign up to that brand purpose, because not all brand purposes are noble. So at least the hidden ones. So whether you sign up to the brand purpose is for me the most important thing. And it doesn't mean, so that's one. And the second is probably, like Girish mentioned, find always new ways of connecting and differentiating.
Right. Mr. Bachal, the final words, you have the final word.
So, I would say in my experience of working with brands, helping articulate purpose, it also becomes a question of making active choices about who you want as your customers and who you appeal to. If you say that I have got something for everyone, then it's going to be a very hard sell. But the minute you start making choices to say that we want to appeal to this kind of customer who believes in these kinds of things, which matches with our value systems, that's when you're going to be able to bring your purpose alive by saying yes to some and also being able to say no to others.
Right. Perfect. On that note, thank you everyone for joining us. It's been a wonderful discussion. We're short on time. Thanks again for joining us. Over to you, Khyati.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you everyone, to all our panelists and Ruhail for moderating the session so well. I'm sure you've taken a lot of nuggets of wisdom insights from this session. Moving forward, we're going to go forward to our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a report launch. And here I'm going to invite Mr. Kunal Kishore, Vice President PRCAI, for the report launch of PRCAI. And can we have him on screen, please? A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Kishore.
Good afternoon, Khyati.
Good afternoon. So, sir, I'd leave the screen to you to take the proceedings forward.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. So, as we proceed with our session of report launch, and generally this used to be a session where we used to launch a specific report where we used to study our industry. This time, since the last year was not normal for any one of us, so we do not have a specific report to talk about, but we largely will capture the journey that industry went through in last 10 months and how what has been the learning during this journey. So it has been over 10 months that we went through the lockdown, and during this 10 months, we were on an accelerated path of learning. And as an industry, what was a big respite for all of us was coming of the industry together. And while all of us as a leader, we got together during this crisis, which was uncertain and which was unseen for. What really helped us was we coming together and sharing and exchanging the solutions and ideas that worked for our businesses, and which eventually helped each one of us to actually reorient ourselves during this pandemic. The entire journey started with a mixed emotion of anxiety, uncertainty, and confusion. While all these emotions were our beginning of the journey, what turned out as an economic crisis in the beginning of this journey, and what seemed as an economic crisis in the beginning of the journey, turned out to be a boon in disguise, because it took a pandemic for businesses to realize how critical communication industry is for meeting their business KPIs. And we clearly saw that how businesses aggressively used public relation and communication department in a whole to actually keep their multi-stakeholder engagement going on. And in return, what we saw was a huge chunk of learning that the industry went through. And I would say that we were on almost a treadmill running to learn, reorient, and get ready for the changing environment. And today, if we look back and see and reflect on the understanding that we can actually grab from our last 10 years of journey, last 10 months of our journey, we could clearly address that the communication has seen a change, and that change is going to stay, and it is only going to evolve further. So the model of earned, bought, and owned media is here to stay. I remember clearly when I entered this industry, what PR effectively was known for was the earned media that it effectively could generate for the businesses. But today, when we look back and see what happened during these 10 months, businesses looked at not only earned media, but also creating content around their own platforms, building conversation, looking at creating webinars, discussion forums, to actually start creating meaningful dialogues and discussion around the industry to help different stakeholders to contribute to this particular conversation. And we also saw emergence of bot media, where the entire nation was consuming content digitally from home. And while they were doing that, we saw that brands were more aggressively looking at engaging with people who are creating digital content. I would like to mention here influencers, how brand actually actively started to engage with influencers to reach to the end consumer. So while all these transitions happened in the last 10 months during our pandemic, and we're still going through and fighting through to come out of the pandemic, what has changed is the industry, and what is going to be seen as a new change in the industry is that this model is going to only evolve and become more prevalent. And as the industry is changing as part of the new ManCom of PRCAI, it is our responsibility to actually enable the industry to go through this transition effectively. And as part of our first go-to-market strategy was to actually assess the need and understand what is required by the industry and by the people to bring in and help the industry to bring those changes. And as part of our overall strategy that we are building in, what we realized is, and this is part of 2 surveys that was done during COVID, where we started to ask questions from different businesses and agencies in terms of what is the kind of need of communication that we see today. And we saw that a large number of contribution on business was coming in from some of the very, very underserved category in the communication side of it, which was internal communication. To a lot of businesses engaged their communication partner for doing a very, very effective internal communication. And this internal communication was not limited to their employees, but also trade partners, dealers, distributors, and other stakeholders. So similarly, we saw the advocacy piece was hugely seen into play when the entire pandemic came. And what largely it does reflect is that today we are here to actually see that with the same partner or the same brand, we will be able to enable more services to them, and we'll be able to farm them further. So while this is happening, it is very, very important that we need to actually invest and focus on talent. And at PRCI, we are actually working to build a very, very focused approach in terms of learning and development and accreditation, where there's a huge chunk of work that is happening in terms of bringing that into play. While this is happening, I think the industry is moving towards data and analytics, and measurement is going to be a very, very important play here. And while we work on the measurement bit, we also do realize that the measurement is not standardized in the industry right now. And when it comes to valuing the work that you're doing for your client today, there is no standardized parameter of measurement that has been defined here. So as a current PRCI focus, we're also focusing on defining standardized measurement matrix, which could possibly bring in more standardization in the measurement of the outcome or ROI that the public relation is driving for the businesses. While that's a very important element, we also realize that tech is going to play a big role. And we at PRCI, we understand that, and we are trying to adopt our association to become more tech savvy. We are going to do a huge chunk of investment in terms of building the right kind of tech solution, which will make all our assets, whether it's online or offline, be more accessible to our members, and which will actually enable a better seamless learning process for the member firms and their employees. While technology is very, very important, it is also important to actually bring in right kind of understanding in some of the practices which are going to be an important practices in times to come. And we're seeing that there'll be a focused approach in terms of some of the stakeholder engagement that as an industry body we need to do. And we are working very, very closely in terms of building a right kind of engagement with government bodies to actually help them understand the needs of the industry, as well as what is required for them to effectively start utilizing and start preparing the right kind of engagement model with PR industry, and for which we already have set in a committee to actually work on that. While we are working on these aspects, what was very, very critical for us to also understand the new new age solution that are emerging right now, and at the new age solution emergence, we're also looking at actually focusing a lot in terms of building the entire communities to bring those practices into a standardized learning module. And that is something that we are actually very aggressively driving on. Beyond the learning and development bit and stakeholder engagement bit, we're also right now, in terms of our overall focus, we're also focusing on some of the important subjects, on the subjects which needs attention from the industry side of it. And we are very closely collaborating in terms of bringing some of the very key focus subjects and help that to make it a mainstream conversation. So right from subject of diversity to even social consciousness, and there'll be a deep focus there in terms of building and investing on that. And that's on the PRCI as what our key focus is going to be. But coming back to the entire topic of our conversation, which is unlocking the great potential. And in the morning today, Madan rightly said that looking at the size of our industry, a lot of global player might be making fun that the entire business size of Indian PR industry might be equivalent to one of the biggest agency size. So I would like to leave a note here, and a note which would be a note on the fact that what is the opportunity that lies ahead with us is the opportunity that consumer tech is going to bring in. And for the opportunities that we're talking about opportunities which are multi-million, where you have to start looking at understanding. And like I said, that the industry had changed from being earned focused to earned, bought and owned approach. And when we are talking about the bot media, largely a lot of these bot media is going to actually help us in terms of growing the entire market of PR, because these bot media are going to actually scale the entire operation of PR, where your revenues are not limited to the retainers that you are actually making. And I would strongly believe that however good or bad we do, I think the industry will keep fighting on to improve their retainers and improve their revenues from the businesses. And as leaders, we are actually focused in terms of also creating a right kind of connect with the communication, corporate communication teams. We also have a committee inside, which is actually going to actually work very, very closely with the corporate communication team to actually bring in the right kind of understanding that is required for improving the kind of revenue that is being driven towards the communication practice. And while we are doing that, I'll come back to the entire industry size. And I'm a strong believer that the industry size in next 5 years is going to be very, very different to what it is today, because today our industry size is largely limited to what annual retainers that you can actually drive from the businesses, or even some amount of professional service work that you could possibly do beyond your retainer, which is the project that you could possibly get. Having said that, like I have a strong belief that this is just the tip of the iceberg, what change we saw in last 10 months. Digital is going to change everything. And with this change, what is very, very critical is that we have to start investing in being relevant. And at PRCI, it would be our responsibility, and it would be our responsibility as a Mancom as well to actually keep us relevant for the changing time. And for being relevant, what is very, very critical, and it is very scary thought for you to actually even reflect. Imagine an organization who has invested on a resource for 20 years, and he's one of the most promising resource with the maximum. And when I say investment, I'm not talking about financial investment. Definitely, financial is one investment that you're looking at, but many other investments that you do on that resource, and imagine that resource becomes irrelevant because the entire ecosystem has changed around the communication. And that is a scary thought. Just think of your best guy in the company and he is unable to understand the entire game of communication, which has actually changed through the evolution that is happening. And that is why it is very, very critical that we start to reorient our talent, start to focus on reorienting our organization, and start to understand that what we are seeing today, 5 years later, it will be completely a sea change, because a lot of things are going under paywall. A lot of communication is going through a change where there are all paid integration that is happening. Native content format is coming in. So we need to actually, the change is happening here and now, and we need to actually bring in and be ready to explore that potential that we see coming through our way. And as PRCAI, we are going to actually join our forces and work towards making this transition seamless for the industry. Thank you. Kathy, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kishore. Sorry, I was running through Facebook, checking on comments. Everybody's loving the insights that you've shared. And of course, all our viewers are wanting to know more. So I'd urge all of you to join our online conversation using the hashtag Iprccc 2020. Once again, I thank you, Mr. Kishore, for your time and for sharing these insights with us. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the fifth panel discussion for the day on digital marketing and communication in the age of social media influencer. I'd like all of you to join me in welcoming our session chair for the session, Ms. Mamta Dhingra, founder, Lateral Sutra. May I welcome Ms. Dhingra on screen?
Thank you. Thanks, Kathy.
A very warm welcome to you. I'd like you to introduce you to our panelists and take the session forward.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I am Mamta Dhingra. I head a specialist communication advisory, Lateral Sutra. We've been in business for close to 4 years now and have gone strength to strength. Today, I'm honored to be here sharing the space with our esteemed panelists. So can I start introducing everybody, Kathy?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I welcome and I really feel honored to be sharing this space with the esteemed guests. I'm the first. I'd like to welcome Mr. Pranav Kumar. He's MD Allison Partner, a global PR agency, and has to his credit a huge body of work in the consumer and strategic communication. Welcome, Pranav.
Thank you, Mamta. Very nice to be here. Thank you, Kaithi and the Extension Media team for hosting this event as always. Very nice to be here with all of you today.
Yeah. Second on the panel joins Ms. Rachna Chaudhary. She's the founder and CEO of Media Value Works, which is a digital marketing and a PR agency. And she's an industry veteran. She possesses over 20 years of experience and has delivered many innovative solutions for large enterprises, SMEs, and startups. Welcome, Rachna. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Mamta. Lovely pleasure here. Thank you, Kathy. And pleasure being in this panel. Thanks for hosting me. Sure.
Lastly, Shruti Khanna, who comes with to us with the experience of 13 plus years in CRM, retail communication, consumer marketing, and data research and analytics. She's the Deputy Manager Digital and Retail with Ford. Shruti, can we have you up here?
Just joining in.
Welcome, Shruti. Okay, you're on mute probably.
She's still on mute though.
Okay, I think you're still on mute.
Oh.
No, not audible as yet. Maybe you'd like to log in from the another device. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we could see you on mute, Shruti. If you could just unmute yourself. Oh, we still can't hear you.
I think press F4, Shruti. Try pressing F4. No?
No, I think it's probably
Okay.
an audio input
Yeah.
issue probably. So I don't know how to fix that though.
You can come back. In the meantime, I just get started without taking too much of time. So jumping straight off to the topic, when my 4-year-old on a nice Sunday afternoon came and pestered me and said that, Mama, I want to watch Ryan as an entertainment video, I was completely flummoxed, and I was looking for the answers that who is this Ryan. And when I looked up for Ryan on Google, and I found that he's this 9-year-old kid influencer who's earning 29.5 million and is one of the highest paid YouTuber, who's known for his toy reviews and fun videos. Now there came a turning point for me that, okay, the influencer and influencer marketing and how relevant it is, that it is impacting and pervading all of our lives. So in 2020, more than 46% of brand mentions, which are featured ads, were published by Insta with mere 1K to 20K followers. I would just want to head start into the session and ask each of you, so what is influencer marketing and how is it really turning our world around?
I can take a quick stab at it. I think we're living in an age of influence, and I think that is only amplified by the spawning of a new generation of influencers. I think from a communication standpoint, when we talk about engagement, we've always had journalists and other stakeholders, but influencers certainly are a category in themselves, and now we're seeing varying degrees of specialization within influencers, micro influencers, influencers across, as you rightly mentioned, kid influencers. So really, influencers play a very crucial role today in the entire consumer cycle of making purchases, decisions. But having said that, influencers aren't sort of the be all and end all, because there are other tactical campaign elements that you have to introduce to be able to engage with customers. But influencers are definitely gaining more and more prominence, as are the platforms that they are really thriving on. So I think from a communication standpoint, we really have to be creative in how we view how best can we leverage influencer engagement, influencer marketing.
Great. So just taking off from that point, are we saying that influencers is sort of coming of age and it is a new way of celebrity endorsement? Are they the ones who are actually eating into that space then? Rashna, would you like to go for it? Yeah, any
Sure.
of you.
No, okay, Pranav, are you taking that? So Pranav, are you taking that? Okay.
I'll let you chime in, Rashna.
Sure. So I'll share some of my thoughts and how we've been seeing this industry changing versions and versions and versions. And I think we as communication professionals, PR industry, digital marketing, we give it a name, but we've been transforming. I think every 6 months to a year, there's a new definition of workflow that's been happening. And that's exactly what Mr. Kunal Kishore just concluded, and I logged in and realized that finally it is how we are staying relevant every year, every 2 years, and the strategies need to accordingly align into the brand that we are handling. So, coming to the current stage on influencers, yes, it's as customized as the brand, it's as customized as the strategy. Are you looking to win net new customers? Are you willing to, are you looking at luring your old customers? So, it's the journey, it's a cycle, and accordingly, you need to micro strategize who your influencers are going to be. You may want to have one set of influencers for you to launch your brand, but he's not the guy who probably is having the persona or the appeal to sustain you on your journey. So it's as customized and extremely difficult unless we strategize it and we keep filtering. And that's what my thoughts were, that we need to do an auto filter mechanism today much more than what we ever did in the past, because there were defined boxes earlier. Right now there is no place where you know where to draw the line. Everything is blurring. So who the influencers are, how are we going to embed that influencer come in our marketing strategy, is all open and to be decided by the PR and the marketing professional as per his or her understanding.
Right. So, what would be the ideal fitment? So as I like to go back again on the previous examples, just when brands used to strategize or marketing professionals used to sit and put their plans through and look at the fitment with the celebrity, there used to be certain traits that the brand had which sort of resonated with the celebrity. Now, influencer is a face which is not one. It could be more than one. It can be multiple. So how do you really do the matching of the points that, okay, this influencer, I can pick in on this criteria. So what is the way to really find the fitment for the brand? What are the matrices there?
I could just, okay, sorry.
Yeah, sure. No, Pranav, go ahead.
Please go ahead, Pranav.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I think from a marketing perspective, we really have to understand on, what is the path to influence, right? And essentially, when we look at influencer strategy, what kinds of influencers, serve the purpose of a particular demographic that we want to go after. But these days, it's very easy to go by numbers because it's all about reach and how many likes and all of those things. But I think fundamentally at the core of it, you have to have some level of a methodology on how you select those influencers. So, for example, at our firm, at Allison and Partners, when we look at carving out influencer strategies for our clients, we have a very defined method in which we do that. We look at basically influencers as a sum total of reach, influence, credibility, and some amount of X factor about that influencer. So when we look at a particular influencer, he or she has to bring that all together: the authenticity, the credibility, the relevance, and then that's how you go and pick out specific sets of influencers that you really want to go after. So it's really depends upon what the specific campaign goals are, but there's no one size fits all.
Great. Well said, Pranav. Welcome back, Shruti. My question is going to straight hit you now, since you are the data and the number person, and you're always crunching numbers. So what about the ROI in this whole era of AI and algorithms, where everything, the followers can be bought, they can be influenced, the likes, the shares. So how does the real assessment as far as impact, engagement, and call to action for the brands is concerned, how do you translate that all into ROI?
So, Mamta, let me put it this way, that if you want to go for influencers, you can't really put that into numbers play directly. It is an indirect play. If the influencer is putting your story to the audience correctly, if your influencer is being able to build the gap, bridge that gap between you and the audience, the consumer, then eventually down the line, for as long as you want to do the influencer campaign, and you will see the results. So at Ford, how we do it is we don't believe in and I'll speak for myself, as in we don't believe in going for the big influencers, rather the smaller ones who can build the story for us, because you want to have a longer association which can build your brand, which can build the resonance for your brand with the consumer. And it's a very interesting one that we did. In fact, in 2017, we did an EcoSport. After the EcoSport launch, we did a 100 days of EcoSport campaign, where we had more than about 50 influencers who took to the roads, drove the EcoSports, and did an entire storytelling for us. And the stories that came out of them, so each of them gave, I think, about two stories, and the stories that came out of them have been have been the building blocks for us even today. The beauty of the vehicles, the beauty of how they've done the entire blogs and how they've built it up, we still use that content. So it's about stories, how you tell, it's about brand building, and it's about how long can it continue and build that resonance for the brand. Eventually we will end up in numbers, like we spoke earlier. ROI is, you can't live without it. You can't run a business without calculating that, right? So bottom line, you will eventually get onto the ROI. But to start with, yes, you start seeing that you want to calculate an ROI only when you will start seeing the impact of your influencer storytelling. So
that's a very interesting point you have brought in, Shruti, and I'm going to take on from there, although I never thought and prepared for that. So the shelf life of a campaign, so how an influencer puts out a content can, the campaign may or may not still be around, but because the impact of that content has been so far reaching that, it can cut through the shelf life of the campaign. So there, I would like to bring in another point, which is of that, how in influencer marketing, when the influencer's role or his own persona or his personality evolves into something else. So today, like we've been speaking about it, today I could be a 25-year-old, young and happening person, and I am just looking at brands and creating influencing content for brands which are lifestyle or which are fashion and retail. And tomorrow I get married, and I could be, an early in a family way, and I could be a mom to be or a parent to be, and I could start influencing my followers into that. And then the journey could be that I then get into fitness or other aspects of health and wellness. So how does it all connect with the brand, really? I mean, the evolution of the influencer with the campaign, or does it keep changing, really? Any of you, please.
So I think it has to be the influencer that you select who sticks with the brand values and the message that you're wanting to deliver. If you select someone who is a small influencer will stick with you. You will have an opportunity to deliver a message for a longer period of time and sustenance with it, and which could mean inclusion of your brand if it fits in with the different phases of that particular influencer, right? It's a personal take, and it has to fit with your marketing strategies very clearly, because as an auto brand, or let's say as a, if you're an F&B brand, you would not go with someone who is purely into fitness, because that will go completely against your brand perspective that you want to outlay, right? You want people to buy, not to get completely into fitness zones and not buy the product. So similarly, it has to fit in, and if that fits in with someone who's moving up a curve, I think it is beneficial, because you see the journey and the growth within. So it's important.
Yeah,
great.
And that's a good point, Shruti. If I can just say something very quickly. Also, influencers are also evolving themselves, right? They are adapting to newer content formats, They have multiple interest areas. I think especially during the lockdown, for example, I think brands were using influencers more because they also got increasingly creative of what they can do to adapt, whether it's in English or it's in multiple languages. They just need they are coming up with some creative ideas which really allow brands to storytell in a very different way, right? Certainly influencers are also like brands, for example, today are not just engaging with consumer tech influencers, but lifestyle, fashion, and so many other categories. There's just so many ways that influencer allow the brand story to be told in a very creative way. So I think that's very interesting from a brand perspective.
Excellent. I think that's well said. My next point would be about the brand. So, does influencer marketing really work for a particular brand or target of audience? Does it always work only for the millennials? Does it always work for the brands which are into lifestyle, health, fitness? Or how does this entire mechanism really work? Or is it only the global brands, or is it only the local brands? So how does it really everything falls in place?
I think I want to hear Rachna ji on that.
On popular demand.
Yeah, because she's been doing this for a very, very long time, and I'd like to really hear in terms of brands that she's handled and led, what's that experience been so far, and how do they take it?
Thanks. I'll just try to reflect back on the experiences. Largely, we must, we have this B2B and a B2C as one blanket sanction to understand that influencer marketing or any strategy for a B2B works very different, B2C would work very different. For B2B, the kind of brands we've been handling, and a lot of ERP business and a lot of CRM business or BFSI focused or auto focused, manufacturing focused, the influencer remains an influencer, but he's actually the most important influencer in the buying decision of the sales cycle. And he is actually in this business of B2B marketing that we handle. He is the CIO and the CTO of the organization. He clearly gets categorized as the key influencer. But that time, the guy is influencer is the decision maker of the process of that entire business. That's the other side of the story. But we have to still work towards how do we influence him. And he's the CTO or the CIO. Whereas in a B2C, we have seen influencing is towards consumers. So how do you influence a consumer? Now, in this day and age, we have the experience, the customer experience, the CX, and the experience of UX, which is the user experience, the user interface. In the digital arena, the interface today is the window, the app, the screen that the consumer is watching, and he discovers his entire brand. The discovery cycle of he trying to make a decision is quite a lot now influenced by the user experience of the app or the interface he has. And at that point in time, the influencer whom we use in the marketing strategy may or may not have any relevance while he's doing the while he's trying to log in and view and make a decision about which kind of retail, which kind of t-shirt or what kind of stuff is he going in for. So as marketeers, we need to be very clear about where we want to spend our dollars. That we need not then get into the traditional mindset of we need an influencer who's going to influence my consumer. Whereas today the consumer is actually largely influenced by a very smart app. So we should rather decide on spending in the UX of the web interface and rather not spend monies there. So it's for us to decide, and we need to filter this out in our mechanism, because the brand's success is finally what we are accountable to deliver in our ROI campaigns. And that's finally, we cannot go back and reflect back and figure out, oh, actually that influencer didn't work, actually my app really functioned well. So the number of downloads, etc., becomes a huge thing today. And how you kickstart the downloads and how you kickstart a digital campaign may or may not always be driven by the influencer. So there is a little changing phase there in the CX and the UX is where the influencer market is getting slightly diluted or
So are
taking away
you
the largely large brands, big brands, Marcus, Nike, the big guys. Maybe some big celebrity influencer can still be there because that placement is a different placement in the brand journey, in the brand identification. But smaller brands who are quick and digitally launched just 48, I think 24 months, and the brand has become like it's like overshot the numbers. He is playing a different game. He is not playing the traditional strategy game. So we need to gauge from there what to propose as our strategy.
great?
Yeah, Mamta, to your question on for who does these influencer campaigns work for, right? I think by and large what we've seen is that there are probably four industry sets which are more have more propensity for influencer marketing campaigns, and those are consumer electronics, travel, food and beverage, lifestyle, and also increasingly now financial services. I think those categories are seeing a surge in influencer brand and brand marketing. Of course, Shruti will also agree that automotive is also a huge user of influencer marketing. And then in terms of who is really consuming that content from all of the influencers they follow, obviously the Gen Z and all of those types of demographic audiences are more likely to go by a influencer's recommendations or inputs. But I think having said that, brands are also sort of spreading the wings to even all sorts of age groups and demographics, right? You have influencers that are targeting 50 plus, 60 plus in age group. They're doing some great content. So I think it really depends on what do you want from your campaign. But we're seeing some very interesting examples come up as well.
Yeah. So that just brings me to another point on the data and the numbers, which is, so if we really look at the pie in the sky sort of a situation, so in marketing mix, are you seeing influencers increasingly eating into the share of other marketing functions or other marketing tools? And if yes, then what would be the immediate? Is it eating into PR? Is it eating into conventional advertising? Is it eating into outdoor? So where do you think the shift is really happening? Any of you, please.
I think Shruti is the best place to answer that.
So let me put it this way that it is, and the last numbers that I read, I think were almost about 40% of marketing budgets for some brands are going into influencer marketing. And this is during COVID and post-COVID situation. But as Ford, as a brand, if I talk, we strongly believe that our owners are real influencers. And if you will see how we sort of do influencer marketing, it's more of owner-based marketing or storytelling formats through the smaller influencers. That works very well for us because if, as an auto brand, if my owner believes in my brand, that's the key that I need for the rest of the people to believe. The best form of marketing has always been word of mouth, and we still remain to we still stick by it. And if an owner believes that the Ford, any vehicle of Ford, any car of Ford is good and is uploading pictures, is uploading content, we actually develop that content, and almost about 9 to 10 stories in 15 days, in about 15 days times, are of our owner stories. So if I'm getting owners who are actually sharing their own content, they are my biggest spokesperson, right? So they act as the influencer for us. So if you talk to me about as Ford, is it eating into our marketing budget? I would say no, because we've always sustained on the fact that our owners are our biggest influencers. And we use smaller influencers. We use the smaller influencers to do storytelling for us, which connect more with the audiences, with the right segments. And we do a lot of it through drive-throughs, through giving them the vehicles to drive around and build the stories and content around it. So to answer your question in short, for us, not as of now.
I get
But
that. Great.
it's a very interesting point you raised, because we've actually done a report to understand influence across Asia Pacific, and in that, when we surveyed, audiences, we found there was a category of consumers who we described as engaged enthusiasts, right? So these exactly are your customers, and the typical behavior we see of them is that these folks spend about 3 to 4 hours online every day. They are more likely to make recommendations, following the cue of other influencers within their personal networks also. So these really are sort of your super influencers who have the ability to harness tremendous influence for your brand, right? So I think just as your customers go for your Ford cars, it's the same thing. So we're definitely seeing pockets of influence emerge within those categories also.
So as I see, then it's the specialist influencer, it's the micro influencer, and now it's the nano influencer too. So
influencer, yeah.
Yeah. So in that sense, it's very right to say that consumer can be your influencer too.
For sure.
Yeah. So my last question would be on the rise of social commerce, and maybe Rachna, you would like to address this, that how it is leading the way. I mean, you correctly said it with your analogy on UX and the user interface and the consumer interface. So witnessing this surge, platforms like Meesho, SimSim, Bulbul, how do you see digital marketing coming of age and the role of influencer changing there? I think you're on mute.
Great. Sorry. Thanks, Mamta. So on this social commerce, which is really taking on now, is eating into the influencer, because when you actually are doing, when you are in your journey or shopping or logging in, you will see immediately, they start giving you points for referrals, and there are so many, weekly incentives coming in, referral incentives coming in. It is motivating you to add 10 more friends and you get bonus and you get this. So all this is only just going viral, and you are creating your influencer cycle right over there in your own friend list and forwarding. Again, the other guy does it. So it's a chain which is building on, and it is catching on, which may eventually it will add to being a little dent into the mainstream marketing budget that was done, because through influencer, through chain, they are capturing a larger market share. So every time you buy a small little thing on Meesho, you add 5 more friends, and 5 more friends adds 5 more friends, and they are getting referrals, and they are getting margins on sales, and they are getting weekly bonuses. So why not? Housewives are doing it, young students are doing it. So I think it is so easy now. So we need to recognize this and realize and accordingly adapt to our strategies,
Yeah,
So
but now with the crash of TikTok that happened recently, my only question is that how many such platforms and for how long? So is there any kind of a sustained model that you can look at, or is influencer marketing really here to stay? Or if yes, would it be always platform driven? So any of you could take that on a closing note.
Well, I think in the modern hyper-connected era, I think influencer marketing is here to stay, and so are social platforms. And as we discussed earlier on our chat today, that platforms will come and go, and social media networks obviously do a great job of really coalescing cultural insights, what really sort of is the pulse on consumers on at the particular given point of time. So TikTok was emblematic of the short form video, which has become so popular. So we'll see more and more platforms emerge over time. Like we talked about, Clubhouse is emerging in the US, which is audio only platform, and very soon you'll have super influencers on. In fact, you already have influencers like Elon Musk on Clubhouse. So this is going to be continuing for the foreseeable future. As long as we're online and hyper connected, there will always be influencers. There will always be platforms, and marketers have to become increasingly more and more creative to be able to gain their interest, right? So yeah, I mean, sort of long answer, but yeah, they're here to stay.
Anything on the parting note, Rachna, Shruti?
I think influencers are here to stay. We need to very carefully define our marketing strategies, whether we want to market using an influencer as the core or using him as part of your strategy. As part of your strategy, I feel is more beneficial because it's longer stay, it's sustainable, and it remains in the mind rather than using it one time and letting it go off. So, as a brand, you have to be very cautious to decide how you want to deliver your message in the longer run, not short sighted. So,
Well said.
yeah, that's for me.
And Rachna, how would you like to conclude?
Absolutely. So influencer is here to stay. We need to only identify who is the influencer for me at this point in time and who is going to be the influencer for me in future. So maybe the role of influencing will always be a part of
Is something
will be a part of content, will be a part of our industry. And we are at an edge here because if we adapt to the digital strategy, then we have a super edge over other only digital guys, because in PR, in communications, if our skill is content creation, storytelling, we are the masters on it. Then what we need to acquire is the digital skill set, and then we top it up. So that's the
Absolutely.
I would, and it would be all of us need to go through the journey on learning and adding digitals. Complete digital ecosystem should be embedded into the PR industry, and then we roll it over there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I would just like to conclude by saying that with the shrinking size of the newsrooms, there's a huge opportunity. And who knows, tomorrow on your screen pops up a journalist delivering news in a more entertaining way, and it could be your personal journalist reporting to you. So the only constant, as it is in every phase, is change. So I think we as marketers are always geared to that, and we got to keep boarding our buses sooner than later. Thank you. With that, we come to the end of the session. Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you to our
Thanks,
panel.
Pranav.
Thank you, Singra. Thank you for steering the conversation. Thank you for your time and insights, everyone. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to quickly move forward to our next keynote speaker session. Coming forward to share his insights about the New World Order public relations in the tech age is Mr. Atul Sharma, Managing Director, Rudifin. Let me welcome him with a huge round of applause. Warm welcome, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you so much. It's definitely a pleasure to be here at the Iprccc Awards. Hi, I'm Atul. I am the Managing Director of Rudifin India, and I also double up as the President of the Public Relations Consultants Association of India. Last year around, I think not around the same time, but I spoke at the annual E4M summit, and one of the things which is strikingly similar is that the topic that I spoke about was pretty much similar, I can say that. And I spoke about the fact that technology is disrupting every industry, including the world of communication. I spoke about trends which came alive strongly around the pandemic and shaped the future of communications, including analytics, big data, influencer, and many more. And I think what struck me a little while back from the panel that I was just listening into was the fact that change is the only constant, and that's something which hasn't changed. And I can definitely say one thing for sure, that while I think in the new year we see definitely in 2021 things will improve, things will look better, but we will be fortunate, one, if we have a normal year. So coming back, I think, to the topic of the day, which is I have to talk about the New World Order, public relations in the tech age. And as a part of that, I have picked up 4 mega trends from the world of technology that is defining the world of public relations. Why only 4? And I have an interesting story behind each of these 4, and why 2021 is going to be about these 4 mega trends. but I think that'll come in the course of this talk as we go along. So the first one is voice. We are very, very upbeat about voice, and that reminds me of an interesting story. I was having a conversation with one of my friends a few years back, and he's in the banking industry, and we often spoke about the fact that how I am completely deluged with the pesky calls that I get from banks about credit cards, about home loans, about switching home loans. And I told him that if everybody is so unhappy with these calls, then why don't you guys just shut it down? I'm sure you can find newer ways of tapping into new customers. And what I heard from him was that close to 80% of their business still comes from these calls, new business. And that, I think that got me thinking about the fact that there's something about the voice which is, innately intimate. You want to talk to people, you want to hear people, you can connect with people when you hear people. The text doesn't do that magic. And that's why, according to me, I think voice is going to be one of those mega trends which is going to define the world of public relations. We already see that, right now, your voice assistants on your phones are doing everything for you. So right from finding places to ordering food to possibly, looking out the right words for you, they do everything for you. And even if I look at voice activated devices like Google Home, Alexa, they are changing our world in a very, very unique way, especially in a country like India, where people can't really, converse that well in English, but they can really converse well in their native languages. And so instead of typing keywords in a search engine, why can't I just talk to my phone? Why can't I just talk to my voice assistant? And that is something which I see is going to be a big, big game changer. I think every stat points in that direction. So whether it is 20% of the searches are happening on voice, whether it is around close to 20 million units which have been shipped in Q1 of 2019 by tech majors like Google, Xiaomi, Amazon, Apple. I think the fact is that there's already a groundwork which has been laid down for the voice. Why am I so upbeat about it? The reason why I say this is because this trend is really special for us at Rudafin. A few years back, we earned the badge of a Alexa Skills certified firm, placing us in the same league as a big enterprise player like TCS or Mphasis, or a voice specialist firm like Voxogenic or Voice First. And what we did was we decided to embrace that trend, and we created Kathy's thoughts on Alexa Skills. Kathy, who's our global CEO, she leverages this to communicate to our 1,000+ associates across the globe. She shares her thoughts. She talks about what's happening in the industry. She talks about what can be done more from an employee engagement, productivity perspective. She talks about market trends, and it's in a good way to make sure that we are as an organization on the same page. You want to check it out? I think just look up Alexa. Actually, shout out on Alexa Kathy's thoughts, and you'll get to know a lot much more. I definitely feel India is ready for this trend, and hence this is going to be that first trend in my book, which I feel is going to change the world order. The second one, I think you see it all around you, is video. Video is ubiquitous, if I can use that word, and is the mega trend of our era, and it is more relevant than ever. Every brand and corporate should have a video strategy if they aren't already riding this wave, because video is how stories are being shared today, and I'm sure it is going to be how stories are going to be shared in the future. There are millennials like Mark Zuckerberg who have made a lot of money already out of this, or people like Yang Ziming, the TikTok fame, who is going to make a lot of money out of it. I think if you want more proof, there's a recent research which was done by Animoto, which says that 90% of millennials prefer to watch a video rather than read a newsletter. Nothing new in that. Another interesting nugget which I came across was that all of us on an average watch around 84 minutes of video every day, and in 2021 this is going to climb up to 100 minutes. You don't believe me? Look up your screen time app. I found it pretty hard to believe, but actually, I think between the stuff that I end up watching on various websites, on Insta, on LinkedIn, on Twitter, that's the kind of video time that I end up spending on. And I think the beauty of this medium is that it brings alive message effortlessly, from financial to medical to highly technical to totally human. I think it is able to project things through an empathetic lens, and it engages multiple parts of the brain in a more engaging and memorable way. So that's, I think, one thing which I definitely feel is going to be another trend. Over the years, I think when I started 20 years back, we used to do these B-roll footages, we used to do these video news releases, and of late we see now that there are brands which are producing videos which are which has that stickiness that a marketing or an advertising content often lacks. I've had fortune of working with brands like Google, Ford, Indigo, who have really leveraged videos as a tool for effective storytelling. So I think learned a lot. Very interesting trend, and I think very pretty much which we see happening all around us. Why is it so special for us? And I think I revisited this trend earlier in the year when, as a company, we acquired Osmosis Films, which is a creative production house, and it specializes in not only brand videos but also in documentaries, and including originals like The Edge of Wonder, the human microbiome. So there's a lot of interesting stuff, but I think once you start visiting the kind of content that you can do with video, you see and that this is a mega trend which is here to stay and is only going to add to what we are doing from an effective storytelling perspective. The third one, I think it's a tongue twister of sorts. I got introduced to it a few days back, which is the phygital ecosystem. And for all those on this webcast who are new to this term or who are late to the party, I would say it's an amalgamation of the physical and the digital world. And the way we look at it, and especially the last 1 year, this pandemic has accentuated this trend. So the world of AR, VR, AI, all of this is meshing together and is creating this new experience wherein brands are engaging with their customers in the physical as well as in the digital space. And we saw this, I think we had a lot of resistance to these events which were happening through AR and VR, but I think during the Corona times we just all experienced it. We realized that it's not that difficult to showcase demo videos to the media, to take influencers through our product reviews, to launch a new phone on in these tough times through these new platforms. It's definitely not difficult. And with 7 billion people and with 3.5 billion smartphone users in the world, I just feel that this technology is going to further evolve. This is going to be much more interesting than what we see. The new technologies which were buzzwords, which we possibly didn't understand, we have an experience of it. I can say, I think in this year, I got exposed to AR, I got exposed to VR. We saw it happening in the space that we work in. And that's what makes me feel and believe that this is a new trend which is going to be here to stay. Why do I feel so? Why am I so upbeat about this trend? I work with a client who goes by the name of Extender, and what they end up doing is they create interactive channels wherein they they take the retail experience, and from a retail experience they just create it in a more engaging, in a delightful short form experience, and they, right from augmented packaging to engagement to intelligence, they blend it all in. And it's an interesting natural movement for brands and its customers to seamlessly integrate with other mediums like TV, radio, print, and online ads. And that something is which I find is a really interesting trend which can drive engagement and happier customers. The last trend, the fourth mega trend in the scheme of things. So I think a lot is being said about the whole PISO piece. We speak about paid, we speak about earned, we speak about shared. I think the O, which is in my opinion the big fat O now in the mix, which comes last, but it's definitely not the least. I think that is going to be another trend in my estimation, which is going to be changing the public relations world. Today, brands, corporates, leaders, even governments have woken up to the value of not only owning the story, but also the medium on which this story is being run. Especially in this cluttered environment, if the brand needs to be seen as leaders, I strongly believe in this, that you can't just provide products and services. You have to offer more than that. If I look at the world around me, brands which do interesting storytelling are selling more than products and services. So what are they selling? They're selling ideas, they're selling inspiration, they're selling hope of a future which is bright and sustainable. Look at Tesla. It has ticked in all these boxes. So, Elon Musk offers ideas, he offers inspiration, he offers hope of definitely a sustainable future, which is nice and bright. And I think if keeping that in mind, if you can surround your brand with the right content, which is valuable, which is educational, which is engaging with a gripping storyline, I think, it will definitely cut through a lot of clutter. Global companies like A16Z, which is one of the most prolific VC firms, which started their podcast way back in 2014, are actually now building a media company instead of relying on traditional media organizations. Well, I would say it's really stretching it to the next completely to the next limit. But if you look at closer home, there are people like Gaurav Munjal of Unacademy, who's making all the important announcements on Twitter. It definitely lets him control his narrative. It keeps his personality young and digital friendly. And I think that is what we are seeking, right, in this digital age. I think with that, those are the four trends which I wanted to share with you. And I feel that I have been able to share with you something different, which you haven't heard in the course of the day. But I think on that note, while I strongly believe that technology will disrupt the world of communication, but the fulcrum of our world is always going to be storytelling. And that is going to always stand the test of the time. It has survived decades, and I don't see a reason why it won't survive in the future. Evergreen campaigns, with stories that touch a deep chord, which have a human connection, will always leave a lasting impression. Yes, technology will disrupt, it will automate some jobs, but I think there will be jobs always in the human realm. So I think each one of us who's worried about the fact that the technology might end up automating their jobs, I would say that, let's focus on skills which will be relevant even 5 years later. And if I have to focus on that, I would say 3 skills or 3 values I would urge each one of you to be true to is stay curious, fire up your creativity, and imbibe empathy. Because those, in my opinion, are the valuable skills that will be required to stay relevant in this changing world order of public relations. So best of luck, and thank you so much for having me on this forum.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. I think such great words I could hear in the concluding note of yours, that we need to build empathy. So thank you so much, Mr. Sharma, for your time, for your insights, and for sharing those nuggets of wisdom with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will be moving now to our next panel discussion, which will discuss regional media, a defining factor in future of communications, and how it will become a game changer. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our session chair, Mr. Anup Sharma, Senior Director PRCAI, to join us on screen and introduce us to our panelists as well as take the discussion forward. Very warm welcome to you, Mr. Sharma.
Hi, Kathy. From one Sharma to another, it's always a pleasure. And it's so good. I think one of the key things what Atul, the senior panelist before me, said, that we need to get used to the new word, which is digital. So yesterday, I think who better than us can say, yesterday we saw you on the stage and Atul on the backstage. I mean, of course, behind the stage there. And today I am so fortunate that I am sharing this space on a digital. And as Dr. Batra had mentioned that this is going to be the future. I mean, I think almost all the events are going to be in this format of half digital, half physical. So thank you very much, Kathy. And I think I would just like to take, one is that first, it's a very good that we are working on a era where digital is playing a key role, and very important that one of the sessions which we are taking is on regional communication, particularly when we see the power of region going high. And very interesting panel, I think we have got already. So if I can introduce and get some of our panelists back on the stage. Sheila K. Panikar, she's the founder of Enright PR. Welcome, Sheila.
Hello.
Then we have Shailesh Goyal, a founder and director of Simulation. Welcome, Shailesh bhai. And from my home state, Bihar, I have Khurshid Ahmed, the founder and managing director of Advantage Group. Welcome, Khurshid bhai.
We are here
of course,
for
Mukesh Kharwanda, one of our key young, I would say, the talent in the PR industry, playing a very important role in the regional PR, but going all pan across. Welcome, Mukesh. So nice to have you all here.
Thank you, Anup. Good evening.
I think one of the things which I would say is that when Karan was giving this topic, I said that, I mean, we had a bit of a discussion that, what do we say? Is regional media the future of communication? So I remember our discussion which we had with Mukesh, I think it was I think 2 years back, when we said that regional is always a game changer. You don't have to actually put it. So then we thought, okay, well, let's put it that it's defining factor in the future of communication without going much into the game changer. And I think one of the key factors which has come is that in the lockdown period, we have seen that how the power of regional media particularly came into the picture. We saw how the rural markets expanded, and how some of the stuff which we saw was that how the market is changing from the perspective that now it is the regions which are going to be playing the key important role in terms of driving the consumption. I'll just take a step back in understanding that during the last 1 year, we have seen, I mean, particularly if we say the COVID era, the consumption increased more or less very high, primarily because one of the things that people were at home and they were consuming more, or during the lockdown. And in that, the consumption started very high in terms of the regional communication, or what we call the local communication, which was happening. Also, what happened was during this time, we also saw a lot of changes in the media. And this was changing very fast. And people started wanting more and more of news, but more what is happening at their local level. All this actually started making us as PR professionals, as communicators, and earlier we heard that there is a time that it's no more just we need to tweet about it. We also need to do about it. So as the world
I'm
is saying,
sorry, Mr. Sharma.
we are actually going the Google. And in that, we say whether it was then the Prime Minister called of Atmanirbhar and how we need to be more and more there. So for that, the whole stuff became that, are we more Atmanirbhar? Are we going regional?
Mr. Sharma, can I, sorry to interrupt you, I need to,
better than the national players.
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
So,
Can everybody
Sailesh bhai, I
else
would
hear
like
me?
to ask you,
Yes,
primarily
yes.
because
I
you
know
are
Swati is trying to.
I'm trying to tell him to
Gujarat,
speak
you are working in
louder
India for
because
25
the
years.
volume is really low,
How
so the
important is
audience can't
regional
hear him
media,
as well.
and how do you see it growing relevance during these current times? Sailesh bhai.
Anup Kayati is telling you to be a little louder.
Am I audible better?
Yeah, you'll have to be a little louder, Mr.
Yes, it is.
Sharma.
Yes,
The volume is quite low.
The world of digital.
yes.
So,
So thank you, Anu. Thank you so much. So we have seen in the recent times also, and over the period of last decade, we have seen that in the many top English media houses or the international media houses, international publications, all they were growing and expanding very fast, have now disappeared from many a city editions, many a branches, and many a places. And also, of course, the pandemic has expedited this process. And in our own city, if we talk, we saw we were having the practically bureau and the news crew, the camera crews of almost everybody, be it the Star News, Aastak, and everybody has. Now, in last couple of years, if you see, the regional media has taken over, and all the national media, national publications, their bureaus have started disappearing, closing one by one, actually. So, what is this indication? Is this indication is about that the average person is not worried, not concerned much about what Barack Obama is saying or what Trump is doing, but he is concerned about what is happening in the next street, a street next to him. As we popularly and jokingly say, कि अगर गांव में चरवाहे का चार बकरी भी गुम जाता है और वो न्यूज अखबार में आता है तो he feels elated and he feels related. Okay, so that gives him. And this is the same thing which has been realized by the marketeers, the brand communicators, and everybody who has seen the seriousness of the reader and the viewer more deeply getting engaged in the regional media, which is giving them more value for time, more value of money and ROI, because the engagement levels are much better there. We have seen the OTT's growth. Every OTT platform, any platform you talk, they have multiple languages. Now you see the same serial, same episode is available into the languages, more than a dozen languages of South and North. And I mean, even Hindi, which is most popularly accepted, also has its variant. And you see the Bhojpuri, we see the Punjabi versions, we see the even the Mithila versions also, because they want to go deeper and deeper and connect with the audience which is residing in the village level and below that level. So this growth is bound to happen, and the proliferation of media, which started giving the choices to the reader or the viewer, is now is very clear and is now filtered. So that's how we see that the growth is coming from the. So all the ETV, the in TV9s and I mean all the Gujarati channels, like we say, or all the Bhojpuri channels have, they have not only stayed, survived, but grown, while the other national channels have started closing their bureaus and depending largely on the news agencies and such sites. So this is clear indications that the preference has shifted to regional media, and it will continue. And this is what I feel, that regional media over a period of coming 5 years will become very dominant, very predominant, and each marketeer, brand or manufacturer of product or service will have to focus and strategize separately, because as we say in India, each state is like a country by itself. There is one Europe in Gujarat, and there is one Australia in probably two states of us. So you cannot have the single strategy which is working across the country. Over to you, Anu.
Well said, Sailesh bhai. In fact, I mean, you bring so much of power to the region. It reminds of one of our senior colleagues who spoke earlier, Mr. Madan Bahal.
Yeah.
He leads one of the largest PR firm in this part of the world, and I would say one of the biggest, which is expanding the market. So one of the things which he said, which is very pertinent to what reflects to what you said, is that he said that the Indian PR industry is growing rapidly, but
Yeah.
it is still minuscule compared to what we are seeing in the larger market. In fact, he gave the numbers that it is even smaller than some of the billing of some of the larger PR firms and consultancy across the world. Now, if we take from that, that it means that we have not yet explored our market. And Salil bhai, what you said is pretty big. So, Sheila, I mean, if I may come to you, taking from there what Salil bhai said, and just taking the cue of what Mother Mel ji had told from a perspective that the Indian market is still low. So, do you see that the inclination of the brands, particularly what we see the brands here, are for more for regional media coverage, and is it shifting just during the pandemic tide, or is the inclination going to be there as a trend now? Sheila, if I may ask.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
So I was saying that, I take from Sailesh, what he said is, yes, it's absolutely, regional media and regional PR is very dominant now, for a simple reason that many of them want to know, what is happening in their own region, one. And number two, if I have to say, the media in particular, taking from what he said, in Hyderabad, we have a couple of dailies, which are the English as well as the Telugu, the local language, which get to more, the local stories as well, the national stories, what the, people want to read. And coming to PR agency as such, regional PR agency, we have, Hyderabad is happening, Hyderabad, and many big companies, whether BDs from fintech or HR tech or pharmaceuticals, many people sit here, and most of them, when we approach or when we talk, the main brownie point we get is that being headquartered here. They want someone who is headquartered here, and then they can who can know who knows the length and breadth of the region, and who can go along with the media, and who can cater to their need and take them along across the globe too. So someone they want to sit here and help them to take them around. That is one point, number one. And coming to the media point, the regional media, we have, as Sailesh said, ETV Bharat is an example where they have different languages, right? And BBC, the international one, where they have BBC Telugu, BBC Tamil, BBC Malayalam. So those kind of thing, time and again proves that, there are regional takers, and more people want to know what is happening around them, and also beyond, and having said that, people say, for example, Telugu, the local language here, we have readers across the globe. So and we are all going digital too, so we have, it's not just a print edition, right, elsewhere, who sits and reads the paper that is through e-paper, maybe in US or in UK. So it is spread across. So regional has no boundary as of now, but it is a geography where you can really take things beyond that particular geography, is what I feel.
Well said. I mean, region has no boundary.
Anup, I can't hear you.
Can a line divide two nations or two people?
Anup, I can't hear you.
Well said. I'm sure if you would have attended the earlier session where we have, like you mentioned, with MNC, so we had, I think, Mr. Kishore Jayaraman from Rolls-Royce, where he spoke about two particular things like accessibility and be informed in a larger context. I mean, he said that pandemic has taught us that you need to be accessible, and second is you need to be informed. So like you mentioned that some of the regional publications are important. And if you see that currently the FMCG and durable brands with a mass market, I mean, they say that in their case, the market is mass. That's why they're. And if we say, let's take, if we say Mukesh, like in your home state of Punjab, where you primarily operate from, I mean, a Punjab-based company, the makers of Cremica, their parent company, Mrs. Bector, they had an IPO which was oversubscribed during the pandemic times, 198 times. And if I get the numbers right, it was around 40,000 crores. So one size fits all, or one size doesn't fit all. So Mukesh, tell me, like, I mean, you operate from primarily one of the regions, but like Sheila said, your boundaries are beyond. So what does a regional PR firm play a role in terms of the campaign planning for a national brand? And at a local level, how do you do it, and what are the typical tools which you use? Mukesh, for you.
Yeah, Anup, thank you first of all for hosting this panel and organizing this. And it is always a pleasure to see a platform like Exchange for Media giving preference and time to regional communication, which is a topic which is very dear to my heart, and I've been working in it for 10 years. To coming to your question, Anup, when we talk of regional PR or public relations on the large, I think we do public relations only for two primary reasons. One is image perception, second is amplification. And if I see the boundary of India, 75% of population resides in regional India. So I don't see the question arises about the importance and need of regional public relations in India. If you are willing to leave out 75% of your TG, then the role of regional communication or regional PR is nothing. But if you are willing to take on that 75% of population, then it is everything for your brand or for your service. On the tools that I talk about, I think the only roadblock that regional PR agencies had was the strategic interface. But it gives me pleasure to see Shailesh Bhai on the panel, who's been working in the field for far many more years than me. And we have Sheila from Hyderabad and Khurshid Bhai from Bihar. More and more people we have who are taking responsibility or giving shining moments to regional PR in specific regions or pan-India. I think that will give importance or that kind of confidence to brands that regional PR people can also give you the strategic interface that is required. It is not only about the amplification anymore. I think once that is done, I think regional PR will only have places to go from here. Yeah, on the tools, I think you rightly mentioned, Anup, and I'll take from what Shailesh Bhai also said. It has just moved from dissemination of news to storytelling. So be it traditional mediums or digital mediums or the regional digital influences that we have, it is all about telling the story in the native language, in the way that a person sitting in these regional areas can connect with it. So that is the primary difference in tools or the usage of tools that I see, which has happened more so in 2020 and will continue to happen in times to come.
Thank you, Mukesh. I mean, that's wonderfully put that, and that I love the way you staged in stuff. So one of the key things which we said is that earlier, I mean, this year we have seen it's all about like crisis, and I think nothing better than E4M to put the panel. One of the first panel which they had was on crisis management. And here I would try and bring Khurshid Bhai, if he is there. Khurshid Bhai, if you can tell that particularly in a state like Bihar, where region plays a very important role, what are the 2 or 3 key challenges which you feel in terms of managing a PR campaign? Khurshid Bhai, for you.
थैंक यू अनु भाई। सबसे पहले तो रीजनल की बात हो रही, मैं हिंदी में बात करूंगा क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ हिंदी ज़्यादा बिकता है। हमारे हिंदी में सर्कुलेशन जो आप देखेंगे लगभग 1 करोड़ है, रीडरशिप 1 करोड़ है और 35 लाख की सर्कुलेशन है। तो मैं हिंदी में बात करूंगा, इंग्लिश वहाँ बहुत कम है, सिर्फ 3 पेपर है वहाँ इंग्लिश के और उसकी 70,000 का सर्कुलेशन है। तो हिंदी में बात करूं मैं आपसे?
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल।
तो रीजनल में तो अपनी लैंग्वेज में बात करते हैं। आपने कहा कि चैलेंजेस क्या है। चैलेंजेस तो हर जगह होती है, सिर्फ तो अलग अलग स्केल पे होती है और जितनी चैलेंजेस है वहाँ अपॉर्चुनिटी भी उतनी ही है। वहाँ काम करने में मजा आता है। 28 साल से हम लोग वहाँ हैं और पीआर की जो कैंपेन है आज वर्ल्ड में उसकी गूंज होती है। जैसे टोबैको फ्री बिहार हम लोगों ने कैंपेन चलाई, अपना पटना सुंदर चलाई, तो रीजनल मीडिया उसको उठाती है। सभी बताया शैलेश भाई ने कि वो उसको मतलब नहीं है कि ट्रम्प क्या कर रहे हैं, उसको मतलब ये है कि अब बिहार में क्या होने वाला। हर इंसान अपने हित की बात करता है, तो मुझे क्या मिलेगा, तो पेपर में वही चाहिए रीडर को। तो ये संपादक देखते हैं या उनकी टीम देखती है जो पढ़ना चाहते हैं। तो ऐसी कुछ बातें नहीं, और उसको प्लान करनी पड़ती है और हम वहाँ के एक्सपर्ट्स हैं तो हम लोग कैंपेन चलाते हैं। लेकिन एक मेजर प्रॉब्लम जो आती है कि बहुत सारी घटना ऐसी होती है जो कि नेशनल बन सकती है। जैसे पॉजिटिव अभी हाल में ही देखें कि हेल्थ में जो हालात थी आज से 4 महीना पहले, अभी हम लोग नंबर 1 है। बिहार में वैक्सीन सबसे हाईएस्ट है 76.6%, जबकि मध्य प्रदेश पीछे में है। लेकिन ये न्यूज़ अगर नेशनल में आनी चाहिए। अगर आप नेगेटिव छापते हैं, जरा से भी कुछ होता है क्राइम, तो पूरे वो इंडिया में हर चैनल में दिखाया जाता है। तो ये एक प्रॉब्लम है मीडिया की कि जो चीज बॉम्बे में हो रही है, दिल्ली में हो रही है, तो उसको ज्यादा दिखाते हैं। अब जैसे दिल्ली, बॉम्बे में बारिश हो गई तो पूरे चैनल में वही दिखाया जा रहा है, जबकि बिहार में बहुत सारी अच्छी चीजें हो रही है, आप इसको आप नहीं दिखाते हैं। तो ये चैलेंजेस है और ये अच्छा भी नहीं है। तो हमको लगता है कि मीडिया को थोड़ा ध्यान देना चाहिए वैसी चीज पर जो चीज अच्छी हो रही है। अब हमारे यहाँ लालू ही साहब थे, मैजिक थे मीडिया के लिए, किसी भी चैनल के देखिए वहां लगा रहता था। तो ऐसा जैसे कहते हैं कि नो न्यूज इज द गुड न्यूज, अगर न्यूज नहीं है तो बहुत अच्छा है। तो ये मीडिया को देखना होगा सेंटर से कि हमारे जो दिल्ली में है, बॉम्बे में है, कि मीडिया में सारी चीजें अगर अच्छी हो रही है तो उसको भी उठाएं और नेगेटिव हो रही तो उसको एक्सक्लेट नहीं करें। अभी आपको याद होगा अनु भाई, जब हम लोग कोविड में थे तो चैनल पर सिर्फ एक ही चीज चल रही थी बिहार की, वो सुशांत सुशांत सुशांत। इंसान उस चैनल को बंद कर दे रहा था, और भी चीजें हो रही थी। आप हेल्थ की बातें करें, आप स्पोर्ट्स की बातें करें, वो नहीं होता है। इसको कैसे आप ले जाएंगे आगे, हमको, मेरा मैसेज है कि बाकी सब पहलू को भी देखना चाहिए, और जब सब जगह आप बुरा छाप रहे हैं किसी के बारे में तो अच्छा भी आपको दिखाना चाहिए। थैंक यू अनु भाई।
बहुत बढ़िया बोला खुर्शीद भाई। इनफैक्ट आपकी बात वो है दैट अगर सिर्फ बुरा न्यूज ही नहीं, अच्छा न्यूज भी चलना चाहिए। और इसी पे एक जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने बात बोली थी, शैलेश भाई आपके केम शो से हम प्रधानमंत्री हमारे वहीं से आते हैं, तो मैं कहूँ कि उनका एक जो बात ये अभी कोविड के टाइम में बड़ा ये था कि आत्मनिर्भर होना है और वोकल फॉर लोकल। तो इसमें अभी एक पैनल डिस्कशन पहले हुआ था जिसपे डॉक्टर बत्रा बात कर रहे थे। एक इंडियन होम ब्रांड है, वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट होम ब्रांड कंज्यूमर ब्रांड व्हिच हैज कम अप इज बोट। बिल्कुल नाम की तरह है, बोट जो नाव इधर से उधर ले जा रहा है। आई थिंक बोट ब्रांड, सो अमन गुप्ता द co-founder, I mean when he said that it is, if you have to be pertinent to the consumers, it is very important that you listen to the consumer. And कनिष्क भाई जैसे आपने बोला या खुर्शीद भाई बोले कि लोकल की बात सुननी बहुत जरूरी है, तभी वो उसके ऊपर इंटीग्रेट होगा। तो उसमें अगर गुजरात से ही बात करते हैं अगर, तो शैलेश भाई अगर आपसे मैं 1 मिनट में अगर पूछना चाहूँ कि जैसे एक वाघ बकरी ब्रांड जो लोकल थी और एक हैव मोर ब्रांड जो थी, और प्रधानमंत्री अब बोल रहे हैं गोइंग टू वोकल फॉर लोकल, so how do you think regional media will play a role in bringing a regional brand national? I mean very quickly if you can just tell some. Shailesh bhai.
Yes, so the initial flip which is required for a regional brand to grow, the regional media helps them gaining the critical mass. And once the critical mass comes, I mean one of the biggest example we have is our Amul, the very own brand Amul, which is not only grown nationally from a small town called Anand, and now it is international level and exporting to many other countries as well. Okay, so what do you think? This has come out of the regional media's presence and regional media's support and regional media's strength only. So the highlight of the programs, highlight of the brand came from the success stories, the positive stories, the aspects which were unknown to the public, and how good and benefit it did for the beneficiaries, for the farmer producers, and for the ladies. So once that is highlighted, it is started amplifying. It has started getting amplified to the national level and international level, and the impact came on the brand also. So like the examples you said, Wagh Bakri or the Hemore or the Wadi Lal. So all these regional brands have grown beyond the state of Gujarat, and now they are national level players actually. Yeah. So impact has come from what has been contributed by the regional media, the support which they gave, the marketing, the branding support which is got it from the regional media in communicating the good and the benefits about it. Now, local for vocal, what as you are saying, the Prime Minister has given, it has two aspects. One is, yes, take the things global. Okay, so we have just seen the examples, and there are many more examples which are going across the world. The product which are given. I mean, like one of the popular example is the Indu and Khakrawala. Now, this has become a savory which is being relished by the people across the world actually. And how it became a brand and in the cottage industry. So all that supported it actually. And the other aspect is the hyperlocalism. So hyperlocalism is the thing which is now the not, it's not a buzzword. It is the word which is important for every marketing person. You see, we give examples of McDonald's, we give examples of the KFC, we give examples of all the multinational brands who have entered, who have not only entered in this area, but they were forced to adapt the preferences of the regional area. Now, again, another popular example is they have all have had to convert into Jain pizzas. You know, now have you heard it ever in Paris or in New York? Never. But today this has become a brand in the menu of the KFC or the McDonald's. Okay. So the regionalism has its own charm, its own strengths, and the connect it offers with the masses within the geography is beyond comprehension, and it's a market nobody can ignore actually.
Thank you, Shailesh.
Over to you, Amit.
It's very good. Quickly, so one of the thing which in the digital world is also about the time, and digital has played a very key role. So Sheila, I would like just like in a very crisp format. I mean, these days it's all about snackable content. And earlier panel before us were discussing about how digital has played a key role and bringing the influencer marketing. So one of the things which we have seen is that even in digital, it is going local, and a lot of language is being there. And some say that there are 3 V's which have come. I mean, there's the 4 P's where they're of marketing now in the current context of content. They say there are 3 V's, whether it be video, voice, and vernacular. So if I ask you that, how much do you think has digital played a key role in regional media campaigns? Sheila, if you may ask.
Yeah, yeah. So the fulcrum of business has changed, Anup. You know, it's totally different now. You know, you just imagine 2020 without internet and being digital. You know, so you know, we are not sure. You know, or we are not even thought about it. And coming to your point, you know, see, I'm not sure whether you've seen a recent ad of TVS Scooty Pep, you know, which got launched. It went viral. You know, it was a small clip of, you know, on a digital platform. See, this exactly showed how, you know, a big brand like TVS is going regional. So it was nothing but, you know, they just, you know, on top of the, you know, where they put the logo, they put first love in Tamil, and then, you know, TVS Scooty Pep, you know, down. So the logo just had the first love on top and then the logo down in Tamil. And they beautifully made a video saying that how they changed it, how the whole culture of Tamil Nadu is shown in that, and how the, you know, the youth, see, basically the PEP is for youth, you know. So how those set of people, you know, we are not talking about, you know, elderly people wanting to read a Tamil newspaper or a, you know, Telugu newspaper or a Malayalam newspaper or a regional newspaper for that matter. So you know, the brand itself showed that, you know, the younger generation is also wanting to consume the, you know, the news which is coming through their own language, you know, and it would reach, or, you know, it would touch the chord well, is what the company also thought. So that's why they did a, you know, ad like that, and it went viral, and it was fantastic. Yeah.
Very interesting. So, I mean, one of the things which you said is how brands are transforming their messaging. And Mukesh, I'm sure that you heard just before us, even our Kunal Sinha, from Value 360, and also the PRCA Vice President, he was talking that how, when he was talking about the PR industry size, that he brought from what Madan Banerjee told about the national perspective, and then how in India, how we are expanding. And he said the market is not even touched what it is there going to be, and it's going to be exploding. And one thing which Kunal said was that is the regional PR which is going to become a major player. So you are a young, talented guy yourself, and you work primarily from a region but have pan-India work. Your clients are looking at very strategic input. So what kind of challenges did you feel, if I ask from a talent perspective? Because there is a myth that we don't have talent at the region level. So Mukesh, my pertinent question to you is that, do you think that the industry is relying on people talent, but at the region level, we are not getting enough talent. Mukesh, just make it short, and if you can answer this.
Yeah, I understand, Anup. If for this question, if you allow me to be absolutely blunt and honest, I think that is a challenge when it comes to regional talent and will remain so. But I don't think there is any outside factor because of which this is happening. It is only because of the regional PR players not doing the kind of stuff we should be doing, and I include myself also in it. When I see the talent transition in the past 5 years, it has been great. Right now, in regional PR space, also we have people who can give strategic inputs and also take care of the media part as well across the country. We have our own offices in 13 cities, and I can say almost all the places we have a client servicing executive and a media executive. To find the match between a person who can handle media and who can understand how the PR part of it works and be a client servicing executive remains a challenge still, primarily because of three reasons, Anup. One, I feel exposure. Regional PR firms, most of them, I say 90% of them, are not able to provide the kind of exposure one gets in a national PR firm, and that is primarily because we are working. Most of the regional PR firms are working with national PR firms and not working with direct clients. Second would be the pay scales. If we really want talent to be retained in regional cities, we really have to put our might, put our pocket behind what we are saying and raise our pay scales to a level of a good national agency. Third, which I think is the most important. Right now, if I talk of national PR, there are people like Prema Sagar, Deepshika, Nitin Mantri, Madan Behel, you mentioned Atul Sharma, Ashwini Singla, Nikhil Dey, Valerie Pinto, so many of them which people look up to and want to work with and learn from. Those are your national PR role models. If I talk of a regional PR space, I can hardly think of 4 5 people, and beyond that, there is a lull. So, more role models we have, and more we put our might behind what we are saying by increasing pay scales, by giving them exposure and the kind of amenities and learning that they get at a national agency, by investing into their learning. I think this is a challenge that we need to sail through. Nobody else can do it for us.
Wonderful.
Very well said. I mean, you
Mr.
actually
Sharma,
named a lot of
I'm sorry to
industry
interrupt
strengths.
again, but my role to be here is a
Yeah. So
timekeeper as
Khyati, I
well.
will get back to you.
So yes, thank
Thank you
you.
very much, everybody. I mean, I really enjoyed interacting with you all, and it's I think the kind of inputs we got from. Thank you, Sheila, Mukesh, Shailesh Bhai, and Kushit Bhai, and of course, thank you the E4M group there. So before we end, just let's pray that we all stay safe and let's keep the mask on.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Anu.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, all our panelists.
Thank you, Khyati. Thank you, Anu. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kawa. Thank you, Anubhai. Thank all the panelists.
So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, while we do the job that we are ought to do, let's not forget that safety is of utmost importance. And that brings me to our last panel discussion, which will talk about communication for social change and transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome our session chair for the panel, Ms. Shreya Krishnan from NVT, to join me on screen, who will introduce you to our stellar panelists as well as steer this very interesting conversation, which is about communication for social change and transformation. If you have any questions, then do send it to us in the chat and comment box. You can also join our online conversation using the hashtag Iprccc2020, which is Iprccc 2020. Do share your key insights that you've taken away from these sessions. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready for this invigorating session coming forward for you. While we bring our panelist and session chair on screen, tell us in the comment box which has been your favorite session of the day. Let's call it that. Yeah, which was the session that stirred your thinking cap on, got you to put your thinking cap on, got you to think about your strategies or rethink on those strategies, and tell us which have been your favorite highlights of the session so far. And as we all know, we will be showcasing the award ceremony this evening, the Iprcca, which is Indian PR and Corporate Communication Awards 2020, which were held in its physical format last evening, keeping all safety precautions in mind. We will be broadcasting it tonight for all of you, for the wider audience here. We hope for all of you to join us and celebrate the win of this industry. So can we please put the panel discussion slide on, please? Let us see who are our panelists. Thank you. So in this session, which is Communication for Social Change and Transformation, on our panel we have Mr. Anurag Chauhan, Nandita Chibar, Vansh Nathani, Lakshmi Agarwal, and Renuka Dudeja. So firstly, a very warm welcome to all of you. And
thank you.
Hello.
Thank you.
So apologies, I think Shreya is having a little bit of a trouble in joining in. So until she joins in, let me be the proxy here and steer one to questions to all of you. So when we talk about this topic, communication for social change and transformation, what are the first key points that come to your head to anybody who's aspiring to get into this domain? So Anurag, if you'd like to start.
Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate E4M for organizing this, Karan, Dr. Batra, for organizing this beautiful event. Well, yes, there are a lot of things that are in my mind when we talk of communication. Well, we were just talking a while ago with my friends, and we were discussing as to how communication and the tools have really helped us during this lockdown. As an NGO, I run this organization called Humans for Humanity. And we were struggling to reach out to people in the remote areas. Now, all of us are privileged. We're talking on a laptop, we have a mobile, but in the rural areas where people do not have the tools of communication, it's very difficult to reach to them. But somehow, thanks to our team, we were able to reach to all of them. And we managed to organize workshops, and we managed to organize sessions for women, training them about menstrual hygiene, and we made sanitary napkins with these women. So it has played a very important role for us as an NGO. Apart from that, there are lots of other people on the panel who would be able to tell us about their expertise, especially Renuka, who I know personally, Vansh, who's an educationist, and Renuka also could tell us a little bit about the CSR, and then I could give my point as to why as an organization, I have a lot of complaints as an NGO from corporates, or from corporate houses, I should say, not from you, Renuka. Don't take it personally.
Sure, Anurag. But well said. I think bang on completely. Welcome, Shreya. I can see you're online now.
Hi guys. Hi everybody. Sorry for the short delay, but here I am.
Lovely. So, like Anurag, you asked, coming from where I come from with a lot of corporate background and CSR, you mentioned, for every corporate, being socially responsible is like a big agenda to drive, not only to attract customers, but genuinely do make a change and difference to the world around us. And, I always say this, if I look at, all human sort of skill sets, one of the most important life skill set I feel that one must have is communication. The ability to say what you want to say to the world out there and get and understand what they're saying. I have two daughters, and both of them study psychology, and one thing I hear them saying often is, you have to feel to heal. And I bring it to the point of the conversation where we are. For me, social change is a big and huge healing process. It's a constant healing, constant change. And for that, communication, I think, plays a huge role to evoke the feelings inside of people that they want to make a change, they want to make a difference. People like to be in gangs. You see bikers hanging out together, you see people hang out with they say birds of the flock, feather flock together. It's like that. So communication hence bond people into a flock. And for any social change, I think you need a flock, and you need to enhance, and you need to make it bigger and bigger and bigger. So I think from where I come from, communication, I think, is the most important thing.
So wonderful. So Shreya, I was playing your proxy, so I leave the baton to you to take the conversation forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy. As always, doing a phenomenal job. All right, so I'm going to now, Renuka, thank you, take off from where you just left off, and I'm going to bring Vansh in and get him to give us some sort of insight into what the role of communications play in a mass and a larger spectrum as an educationist. Vansh, I'll ask you to weigh in here and give us a little bit of an insight into what that means for you and how it plays out.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good evening to everyone. I'm really happy to be here. So from an education perspective, I think we've also adapted very swiftly, and I think we had to do the most adapting in this lockdown. I know a lot of people would feel that way, but education was a place where everything was so physical that whether it's the teaching community or the students and the parents also, very important stakeholders, they were very detached from technology as such, and so very easy forms of communication. So what we had to do was innovate. To get onto platforms like Instagram to be able to engage our audience, which is grade 8 to 12 prime, I believe, and to be able to, while they're sitting at home, come up with something that sells them this dream. So what we did initially was we came up with something called the Mindless Scholarship Fund, in which we told the students that while they're sitting in the comfort of your home, and it's been a difficult year not only for you, but for your parents, especially financially, why don't you build your profile through a few online courses, do a few things, and apply for these free scholarships. It was equally difficult to communicate with the universities to get them to engage with the students and to offer those scholarships. But again, the gap was that the universities had no way of flying down to schools to engage with the students. So I think all of this really came well together, and the lockdown has been a great learning experience. I will, of course, talk about other things also, but I think Nandita is left.
Yes, I'm going to ask Nandita to come in here and talk about, once you left off at a point which was very poignant, because it talks about gaps that often need addressing and how media and communications can play a role there. So Nandita, I'll ask you to welcome your thoughts on this context.
Hi Shreya, hi everyone. Social change and transformation is a slow process. It takes years, decades, centuries. Sometimes you get gender equality, it's such a slow process. But only once in a lifetime or once in many years, we have these watershed moments like a pandemic, that can trigger social change, behavior change, transformation so quickly that we are struggling, how to cope with it. The fact is that communication has now played a massive, massive role. Imagine when in a lockdown, it is the communicators, it is through communication tools, platforms, and strategies through media that we were able to get these messages out. Something like a pandemic has triggered not just social change, behavior change, it has also led to technology change, a trigger, a technology trigger. It has also led to trigger in policy change because if you look at right now, the healthcare, budget is 137% up. It has reflected. It has, this pandemic has shown the gaps in health and in hygiene. And let me give you the example. For the longest time, public health experts have been speaking that hand washing is the most cost-effective, public health intervention. And it would be like, okay, you're teaching the 20-second hand washing in schools and, the communities. And the pandemic hits and everybody, there are videos on TikTok and, there are videos everywhere, everybody is teaching. And then suddenly you realize the gaps in infrastructure. You don't have stations, and what about water? So I would think that this pandemic is, I would take it as a silver lining to the crisis. And it is a huge opportunity for media and communication, especially communicators, to basically take, go full throttle and go forward with their advocacy and awareness in a plethora of subjects. Yeah.
Right. Anurag, I'll bring you back in here to sort of talk about now the gaps from the other side. What do you think are the lacunae and what do you think are those areas that need focus in terms of building capable, robust communication processes when it comes to the side of social impact and socially, impacting organizations are not essentially built for profit, hence their structures don't really plan in such a manner. But what has the last year taught you in context?
Well, Shreya, what has happened, as Nandita, Renuka were just talking about, how people have this power today of the social media. See, there is a difficulty in people to communicate in front of others. Maybe they're not very comfortable talking publicly. But today, having platforms such as Facebook, TikTok, or any other social media, Instagram for that matter, people have that power to communicate and reach out to each other, telling whatever they want to. And they have done that. But we have also seen that how it has affected the community or affected the generations or the generation that we live in. I mean, you see TikTok, it was drastic. I mean, the way I used to see the TikTok videos, of course, there was some good content on TikTok as well. But at the same time, the kind of content on TikTok, I mean, it was absurd. On the other end, there were a lot of people at the same time who were making good use of it. There were people who were making good use of Instagram, Facebook, and all the other platforms. Now, giving one of our examples, what we did was during this lockdown, when a lot of people were facing issues in earning money, there was a community we worked with called the Katputli community in Delhi. This community is one of the oldest and one of the biggest street artist community in the world. And this community, as it is, did not have any scope of earning money, because they are coming from a background where no one wants to watch a Katputli performance anymore. Now, how we transformed that entire thing into a project was called the Katputli project. And we went to schools. We went to schools and said that your online classes are going on at this point of time, which might become mundane and boring for students to attend. At the same time, it is something new for them. So why not maybe bring something which is different? So what we did was we took stories, the Hindi stories of the course material, from the course material of these schools, and gave it to these Katputli walas. And through the medium of the tools of the communication, we were able to reach out to schools. And these Katputli walas were actually taking the classes for these students and showing them the stories by the help of their Katputli. So, I mean, what I'm trying to say, that this project was thought, one of our volunteers had thought of this project. Now, this is such a beautiful way of using media and communication to reach out to the students, to benefit the communities and its impact. So these people who were struggling to even get food in the middle of the pandemic had enough money to sustain for the entire year after this project started. So that is one thing. The other thing that I'd like to point is corporates and NGOs. So because I come from a sector which is the NGO sector, we all, I mean, living in the urban cities, we all talk about things around us. But at the same time, and this is also the case for the corporates, there are many corporates who are doing a lot of projects. They're spending a lot of money, but what I end up asking them is it reaching the people? I mean, a lot of communication happens on the media, be it newspapers, be it the projects that the media, that the corporates are running online. The point is that when we talk about awareness, does the awareness actually reach the grassroots level? It does not. When people came out, a lot of films have come out. So people were talking and appreciating films like Padman and films like Toilet Ek Prem Katha. Of course, I appreciate it. I appreciate that such kind of movies are coming. They're communicating to the audiences. But at the end of the day, who are the people watching the films? People like you and me, people who are living in the urban cities, people who have access to theaters, and people who have money to go and watch a movie. People who are on the ground level, who actually need to know this information, are not getting this information because, one, they do not care who Akshay Kumar is. They do not care what film is going on. They do not have enough money. He earns 100 rupees a day. He or she, they earn 100 rupees a day, or even less, or even more sometimes. But they do not want to go and watch a film. The awareness level in that community, in the grassroots level, has to reach through people like you and me, or the organizations. So when NGOs, when corporates are coming out with information, they need to make sure, one, the information is absolutely correct and it is reaching to the grassroots level where it should reach. Because I'm assuming that people like you and me are aware about many things that we should be aware about. So I think the awareness point of view, the communication really needs to reach the bottom line of the society to be able to upgrade it or to be able to help these communities?
Absolutely. I think there is a lot of merit in that. And also what a lot of times organizations end up doing in context of CSR is they usually fund things that they can see, touch and feel, which is very close to them. But the real grassroots reality is very drastically different from your urban settings. But having said that, Renuka, I'm going to ask you to step in here and talk about, as we previously spoke of, how communications need not essentially be only meant for and tailored to social change, but how all communications can be conscious of ensuring that there is impact and change in everything that organizations say and do. So if you can weigh in on that and tell us a little bit about the campaigns that you ran.
Sure, sure. So, in all these years, it's a private joke, all of us at marketing and communication, we call ourselves storytellers, that we are the ones who create the story. And a good story is what sells, and basis which people buy your products or services or whatever it is that you are selling to them. But a good story needs insights from people first. It's not one-way communication. First, you have to take in from people what is it that our target audiences want to hear. While we do all that storytelling piece, very focused from a corporate point of view to sell our value proposition to our customers, at the same time, many and so many times in our lives, we reach a crossroad where we realize as corporates that there is a huge responsibility to educate, take a little bit of a thought leader stance and educate people on the go. And I'd like to maybe explain it via an example with my most recent job assignment with Antara Senior Living. As a head of marketing and communication, when 7 years ago, when we started, our whole marketing and communication campaigns, the whole baggage of old age home and the Indian mindset of feeling very guilty to save for your retirement. Normally, Indians cut down as they are aging. So, in the line of that sort of behavior of our target audiences, it was really tough to break through to our customers. And we realized that in the process, we need to educate people how a good quality life. So we chose very consciously a brand language whereby we took social media, we took face-to-face, all kinds of traditional, non-traditional ATL, BTL mediums to educate people on independent senior living, active aging. So the words that you choose, you help change mindsets. People who were against the thought of, oh, we can't put our parents in an old age home. It's not an old age home. It's a fun retirement community. So to be able to show all this, communication played a big, huge role, right? So we choose sometimes to educate our customers on the way as we go along promoting our brands. And also we learn from them and educate ourselves. What are we missing here? And we realized that when we started doing research, so many seniors, there is so much abuse against seniors. There is so much that could have been done. So we used our existing customers who are well-read, well-traveled to help sort of sow the seeds of wellness into some new generation target audiences who then contribute to those seniors who are not so well off, who can't take care of themselves, whose kids for different reasons are not taking care of themselves. So it kind of amalgamates into a social yet a bigger, larger cause,
Right.
The stigma has both.
Right. So infusing communication and social impact change together somehow leads to these kind of results. So Vansh, I'll bring you in here and I'll quickly ask you to share a couple more examples of what you've done in the last year that you've seen where you've married social impact and change with communications and actually have seen results that have positively impacted for social good.
Absolutely. So I think the first step, of course, is to create the right offering for the time. So one of the core work that we do in EduSys is teaching students how to communicate better. So for that, the route that they typically prefer, debating trainings or Model United Nations training, is a very popular activity in the student community. So we were actually able to take that online, which was otherwise a barrier because they thought you can only learn this in person through activities. But we had good trainers. And what also happened with that is we had flexibility of time. So we could create a cohort of 10 students as well as of 100 because of the channel of communication, and the quality delivered was equal. So at the same time, no flight cost, no hotel cost, no travel cost, and it made it more accessible. So that was very exciting for us. Simultaneously with that, under Mindler, we have a big challenge that we're solving in this country, which is the lack of career guidance. I don't think people are thinking of career guidance. They're thinking of doctors and CAs and engineers, and they're not always lucrative careers. They're wonderfully lucrative careers with humanities. So to be able to do that, we thought, let's start at the top. And we have something called the International Certified Career Coach. It's an American certification for not only educators, we even have people from Google and other MNCs that come and do this. And what we did with this was that we took it online, or created a digital platform, and as opposed to certifying typically 100 counselors a month, during this pandemic, we've already done about 14,500. Now, what's happened with that is where on the ground, there has been a change in impact. And I do take a few of these calls post the session, and they've been from rural places in South India, from Sikkim, from places otherwise we couldn't have access, because we used to go to the 8 biggest cities in India. So things like this, and it was all about, everything was done online. Like if you want more applications, you increase the online spend. It's just entirely reliant on how well you communicate, the medium of communication that you choose, and most importantly, clarity. And I think we've all seen there's been a huge increase in the time we're all spending on our phones, maybe just wasting time on Instagram. But that's where these ads are also coming in with good things and good courses that are eventually helping.
Right. Thanks, Vansh. Nandita, Vansh spoke about, and also Anurag, and in some form Renuka, all of them spoke about various mechanisms of ensuring that the medium and the message are cracked well, and then you take the final communications out there into the spaces that you want to. I'm going to ask you to tell us a little bit about measurement, and how do you actually see through this entire mechanism? Because a lot of times people are really still understanding platforms. Everything's not as hunky-dory if you're working with limited resources. So how do you then plan, manage, and also sort of track your success in context of communications for social impact?
Sure. I like to start with an example on this. When it comes to planning and everything, I think if we want true social change and transformation, in terms of media, we have to explore vernacular and regional media a lot. And what happens is that if we are sitting in, in metros, we are in our own little bubbles. It is the mainstream media that we start focusing on, and we are not, factoring in a lot of regional and vernacular media. But to take that message to the last mile, vernacular media, regional media is extremely essential. The example that I was giving you, that during COVID, when there was absolute lockdown and messaging on, hygiene and how do you prevent, had to be, sent across again to the most vulnerable and to the last mile. It is through voice and video and, and adaptable formats that you could take it through rural India, right? If you have audio, can you play it in a loudspeaker? If you have video, can it run on very low bandwidth, because, in terms of connectivity. And then if you're talking about measurement, when you talk about measurement, we have to start using technology, I think. There are a lot of apps which a lot of non-profits, a lot of organizations are using to monitor what is the messaging, how much people are taking it in, what is the response like, and even in media. But I would still say that I think measurement is something that all of us have not cracked. We do have large numbers of digital engagement, or we've reached X number of people, but I still am not very sure that how credible they are. So that is my opinion.
Right. Now, I'm going to wind this up with a quick rapid fire. I didn't warn you about this before, but I'll start with Anurag and I'll come all the way around. Anurag, I'm going to quickly ask you to name 3 things that organizations can do quickly, which is social impact related for communication.
I didn't get it.
3 things that social impact organizations can do to have better communication.
Well, communicate the right thing, the right information, because can I explain also? Can I also say?
No, just 3 words each. I think Kathy is back to remind us that the clock is ticking. So
communicate the right thing, reach out to the right community, reach out to the bottom line of the community, and make substantial use of the social media.
Right. Renuka, tell us 3 things that organizations can do to ensure that even what they normally communicate can have some form of social change or impact.
Authenticity in the communication, mean it. Close the loop, listen to your customer. Last, just keep doing it.
Vansh, what do you do with students in student communities? So 3 things that you can do to ensure that the future is in safe hands when it comes to the way things are communicated.
Well, we don't want our communication lost, so we have those crazy, catchy taglines and creatives that are very important. Along with that, you have to target the right audience, and we time it well, considering there are very peculiar timings in the education space that you need to get right to be able to actually get them engaged.
Awesome. And Nandita, lastly but not leastly, coming to you, can you tell us the 3 things that media can do to improve and ensure communications are actually getting access on both sides of the spectrum, both audiences and the people that want to send out these people?
I think firstly, media needs to have, disseminate the right information. There's so much of disinformation also going nowadays. Secondly, I think it needs to be more creative as well, in terms of storytelling, more relatable. And thirdly, media needs to be more empathetic. I think media needs to be more empathetic, and not just, I would say, when only an event happens or something. There are certain issues which are there always, but the media tries to highlight them only when there's, if you talk about water, there's a drought. Oh my God, we have a drought, and we forget about it. There are floods, we forget about it. Climate change, oh, it's too hot. So it's more sustainable information on things that matter, and keep going on it, and spend and have those journalists, give them that space to do those stories. There are so many stories where journalists just don't get the space to do it. The media doesn't carry it. So the media needs to buck up on that, definitely.
Thank you so much. There you go. Kathy, back to you. Those were little snippets that I wanted to round up with. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being a wonderful panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you
Shreya.
so much to our
Nandita,
panelists. Thank you, Shreya. Trust you to always keep the conversation alive. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the valedictory session on critical factors and forces that will shape communication in 2021. Let us put our hands together. Join me in welcoming Ms. Catherine Devani, Deputy Managing Director and Head of Health, We from UK. Over to you, Ms. Devani. Very warm welcome, Catherine.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you, even if we can only be together virtually. So thank you so much for the Iprccc for inviting me to speak to you today. They've asked me to bring a perspective from other markets to your conference, so that's what I'm going to do. The focus of the presentation is to look at how social movements are taking centre stage. Consumer behaviours and expectations are shifting and forcing brands to own up to their past mistakes and adapt their products and services to a more socially distanced and inclusive world. So I'm going to look at how the impact of last year has shaped communications on a global level. Look at the trends that we think are relevant for 2021 and steps that we believe are important for brands to thrive in the next normal. And to do this, I've used a combination of research from We Communications and our partners, Quartz and the Foresight Factory, as well as including real-life examples from brands which are leading with purpose to make a positive impact on the world. So even before COVID, the world demanded a new way to lead, to communicate and to work. Increasingly, it all comes back to purpose. In 2019, the media called it the year of protests because of the crowds of people who were marching in the streets supporting issues they believed in. And 2020 was the same, with people marching on issues from equality to climate change. Some estimates say that the Black Lives Matter protests turned out more people than any other movement in the United States history. So I think we can see that activism is on the rise. In the UK, dance group Diversity performed on Britain's Got Talent with a piece that supported the Black Lives Matter movement. Cue almost 25,000 complaints to the UK broadcasting regulator Ofcom. ITV, the UK broadcaster of Britain's Got Talent, defended the performance, the group and the message on social media and in print. And I love the message that they ran. They said, "We are changed by what we see, just as we are changed when we are seen." The line's taken from a powerful purpose-led ad campaign that the broadcaster launched earlier in the year. So social action is a powerful force and one that we've seen with our clients at We2. In Australia, for example, we've had a 3-year partnership with non-profit Plastic Free Foundation, which encourages people to reduce plastic use and is the driving force behind Plastic Free July. And this year, even with the global focus on Black Lives Matter and the pandemic, the plastic-free movement drove a record 326 million people to participate in the challenge, which was a 30% increase over last year's participation. Every year we invest in the Brands in Motion study at We, and it's our research that helps us understand audience expectations in brands and guides our clients as to how they can respond. In 2019, 83% said they believed brands could be capable of providing stability in uncertain times. Well, I think we can safely say that we've experienced enough uncertainty recently. One such example of a brand taking a stance is Avon. So committed to help end violence against women and girls globally, this was a critical moment for Avon in India to introduce its promise through action. It's not a pleasant subject for anyone to discuss, and the temptation might be to look the other way. But Avon has leaned into its purpose and given a voice to the voiceless, talking about a subject which some consider unspeakable. Avon, the Avon Foundation for Women and their communications partners, Avi and We, launched the Isolated Not Alone campaign. They worked with NGOs fighting against gender-based domestic violence, rallied support from influencers, and hosted live sessions on Instagram to address questions around legal aid and mental health. Overall, more than 15,000 clients received health services, including screening and counselling, $122,000 in grants to frontline services to support women and children in need and at risk, and more than 2.9 million users were reached. Consumers are clearly asking for meaningful action over lip service or rhetoric. And we hear so often in our society referencing this now as virtue signalling. Another example of a brand taking a stance and meaningfully acting with purpose is, of course, Microsoft. Last year, Microsoft announced its bold goal to go carbon negative by 2030, and then taking it one step further to pledge that by 2050, they will remove all carbon that they have emitted as a company since they were founded in 1975. We are really proud at We Communications to ensure that the widest audience were reached with this announcement, from consumers through to public policymakers. And the timing of the announcement a week before Davos also made sure that maximum exposure with the financial and business community was achieved. For so many brands, the pandemic has been a forcing function. It's driven companies to articulate and commit to a purpose that speaks to the most foundational human needs, not just a product's utility. But the real test of a true and resilient purpose-led brand is how its purpose comes to life inside the company and for its people. We have seen a real uptake in client requests for support on employee engagement over the last year, and we think this is only set to increase. Without employee engagement, your company's purpose is hollow. Of course, your employees are your biggest ambassadors for your purpose. In some cases in the past couple of years, there's been a huge disconnect between outward displays of purpose and internal negligence. As IBM CEO Arvind Krishna put it, purpose and profit go together, reinforcing each other. PayPal CEO Dan Schulman took it one step further. I'd actually argue if you don't have a purpose as a company, you will not succeed from a results perspective. When brands pledge allegiance to purpose for their customers' benefit and then fail to apply that commitment internally, the hypocrisy undermines their credibility and erodes trust and ultimately impacts performance. For 2 years, we has partnered with the publisher Quartz Insights to learn how communications leaders can help guide brands to a more purposeful future. Last year, only 50% of respondents said employee engagement programs were meeting their people's needs, and only 20% are prioritising investments to address factors like emotional health, equity and inclusion and culture. That's not just an HR or internal comms misstep. That is a missed business opportunity. In the face of uncertainty and hardship, we have all seen too many companies pull funding from internal programs, go dark on their employees because they just don't know what to say, or simply let employee engagement efforts fall by the wayside as other priorities feel much more urgent to them. This year, businesses are wondering how to be resilient in their purpose when they're constantly in reactive mode, concerned about crisis response, reputation management, and relevance. An excellent example of how a business has not just ignored the employee engagement in the light of these pressures is HSBC's commercial banking arm. Last year, they established Drumbeat, which is their employee engagement campaign and provides employees with regular newsletters and employee resources. But beyond an email, this also includes videos, podcasts, links to external content, question and answer sessions, and so much more as well. It also includes engagement from different leaders through the business, making sure that employees are getting information from the sources who matter most to them. HSB discovered that 90% of employees surveyed found the Drumbeat letter useful, and in the first round of comms to go out after the COVID outbreak, their clicks to resources increased by more than 100%. For many brands, the pandemic has been a forcing function. It's driven them to articulate a purpose that speaks to the most foundational human needs, and not just that product utility. Kantar recently reported that brands who are able to deliver purpose in an ethical way saw their value grow twice as much as average brands during the initial weeks and months of COVID. Intel has been really clear about the steps it is taking to help fight the pandemic and communicate the impact of its product's unique value proposition. They've been very clear about their purpose in the world and how they're staying true to that in the current environment. Its Scale to Serve program helps hospitals install a platform that expands bed capacity in the ICU and care for patients. The company has also collaborated with medical device company Medtronic to enable clinicians to adjust ventilator settings outside the ICU to reduce healthcare workers' exposure to patients recovering from COVID. A really important, tangible demonstration of how technology is improving health. Scale to Serve is a great example of digital transformation of healthcare, which is happening across all countries. Digital innovation in healthcare is essential to improve patient outcomes, reduce waste, and improve safety. However, and I feel particularly strongly about this, there is a real danger that as we digitize healthcare systems, we leave behind some of the most vulnerable in our society. People who either lack the technology or the ability to navigate digital appointments, online medical records, prescription services, as well as patient support programs, which increasingly live online. Our partners at the Foresight Factory identified a key trend for 2021, presence-free connections. And this speaks to the point about digital equality. The legacy of COVID-19 will recognise that modern life no longer requires us to be physically present. And 2020 was definitely a year of cyber firsts as COVID-19 opened our eyes to digital alternatives in work, in life and beyond, and removed geographical barriers, accelerated tech adoption rates amongst all age groups. And this provides opportunities for brands to use new platforms to engage with audiences. However, and I think this is really important, it also requires brands to take responsibility for considering the accessibility of their communications, particularly for brands in healthcare, financial services, and energy. How can you ensure that you are not contributing to the digital divide? How can you work hard to ensure that the more vulnerable in our societies are not left behind? Well, one way to tackle the issue of engagement is to seek input and canvass opinion from advocacy groups that represent these people. Even better still, if you can actually work with the customer themselves. The stakeholder customer is another important trend for 2021. In 2020, Foresight Factory found that 63% of global consumers would like it if their favourite brand asked for their ideas for new products, and 76% expected companies to use their feedback to improve their offerings. Moving forward, the rise of stakeholder capitalism, an approach demanding businesses be run for multiple stakeholders, including customers, clients, employees, communities, and the natural environment, will keep brand purpose centre stage. Engaging effectively with all your stakeholders is going to build trust, which is important in a world facing a crisis of trust created by the perfect storm of COVID-19 disruption, increasing polarizing politics, and the rise of digital misinformation. Brands should prepare to offer new levels of transparency as consumers look for new ways to validate claims of all kinds. The trust economy is thriving. However, instead of seeing this as an added box to tick, brands need to embrace the opportunity by sharing more information with the world, from ingredients to carbon footprints to salaries. Brands can differentiate themselves and strengthen their purpose and messaging. Together with transparency is authenticity, of course. Not only are consumers more willing to trust when brands communicate in an authentic manner, there's no faster way to erode trust than creating gaps between your brand's words and its actions. Just this final example, I think, is a really lovely way of seeing that come to life. It comes from Italian food brand Napolina. Although the brand has been tackling illegal labour in tomato supply chain for years, an increase in media and shopper attention around the issue has created a need for added transparency. So in response, Napolina recently launched the Product Passport, which is a digital experience showing consumers the journey of a product from right through the supply chain, from farm to supermarket. The Product Passport can be accessed through QR codes printed on the products, and is based on verified data collected through audits, GPS mapping, and blockchain traceability programs. The sustainability storytelling strategy has helped Napolina connect with shoppers while also providing evidence to support their global goal of becoming the most trusted FMCG supplier in Europe. So, in conclusion, 2020 has been an incredible leveler in so many ways, forcing us all to reflect on many things as companies, brands, and individuals, our behaviours, our values and purpose, and how we communicate. Communicating with the world is never an easy task, and the world is in turmoil, which has made it even trickier. We know it's tempting to retreat from purpose and focus on survival messaging, but the top trends that I've shared and the case studies that I found really inspiring show that leading with purpose and committing to positive action and remaining authentic will put brands in the best position to survive and thrive in 2021. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kathleen. Because it's a virtual format, we are not taking a Q&A session here, but thank you for sharing those insights and your case studies here with us. Thank you for your time. I know it was, a little delayed, but thank you so much for being here with us.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much for having me.
It was wonderful to have you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we've come to the end of Iprccc, which is Indian PR and Corporate Communication Conference 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd here like to welcome Mr. Karan Bhatia, Business Strategy Consultant, exchangeformedia.com, for his closing remarks for Iprccc and also for opening the Iprcca. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Bhatia. Can we have Mr. Karan Bhatia on screen? Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you, Kathy, for being a wonderful, gracious host. The whole day was packed with back-to-back sessions where we talked about different facets of communication, marketing, and digital integration. So we had one of the finest speakers starting with Mr. Madan Behel, who essentially talked about the COVID revival and how communication plays a pivotal role. Then we had Mr. Siva Kumar, who essentially talked about the leaders. Then Mr. Jayaraman talked about the business resurgence and sustainable alternative. And Atul rightly spoke about the role of artificial intelligence. So the objective was to touch upon the communication industry, the amalgamation of the PR, the marketing, and the social integration. We also want to touch upon the areas of how brands can integrate, how regional public relation fraternity can come together and reshape the whole strategy. So back to back, there were key learnings. It was very well throughout and thorough sessions. We thoroughly enjoyed. I'm grateful to all the speakers. And I think that brings us to the end of IPRCCA. This is the 11th year, and each year Exchange for Media is bringing up new topics, to set new discourse and new forum for discussion, new essential areas which can help the PR and communication industry grow. So I would like to thank you all. And moving forward, we are going to run a repeat telecast of the 11th edition of India Public Relation and Corporate Communication Awards. The awards were fabulous. We had over 650 odd entries, out of which through rigorous jury process, we brought it down to about 350, and then there are about 183 odd winners. So jury was pretty liberal, and there was huge plethora of entries, and it was really hard for them to essentially select which were the key winners. But that said, our congratulations to all the winners, and whoever couldn't make it, I'm sure there's always a next time. And I would like to thank you all once again for watching the IPRCCC. I'm sure it would have been an amazing experience altogether. After which, Khyati, we'll just move on to the awards and let's run the partner AVs.
Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard Mr. Bhatia say, we conclude the conference here. But while we conclude the conference, we'd definitely like to thank our partners for their support and faith in IPRCC and IPRCCA. Our presenting partners, AdFactors PR, our heartfelt gratitude to our powered by partners as well, Value 360, Media Mantra, White Hat Junior, our gold partners, First Partner, Rudafin, Avian V, PepsiCo, Kaizen, Genesis BCW, SPAG Asia, Godrej, our associate partners, Allison Plus Partners, Teamworks Communication, 6 Degree BCW, Wispy Communication, ATDB, Actimedia, and our partners Comvisor, Commune, Mavericks, Bottomline, Simulations, our social change partner On Purpose, our digital media partner Media Value Works, our media partner NewsX, our industry partner PRCAI, and our virtual event partner Almond Vertex. Now, before we move towards the award ceremony, which will be broadcasted right now, let's have the audiovisual for our partners, please.
Do it again.
are Godrej. That's us in ruby, green, and blue. And this is a story of the little things we do. It started with a little thing we made to protect you and your things. Over 100 years on, we're still doing the same, except it now has wings. Little things that will take you places you can't get to on an airplane. And little things that circle the earth and tell our farmers when it'll rain. Little things that keep our animal friends hale and hearty. And little things that keep kids healthy and naughty. Little things that keep not just our homes, but even medicines and vaccines cool. And little things that rinse away dirt and allergens, so your little ones don't miss a day of school. Little things that make washing hands so much fun. And some that make your cars and homes smell like spring. Little things that keep diseases away. And some that make your hair shine and swing. Little things that help you make things. Big, small, and everything in between. And little things that help carry those things to places far and even unseen. Little things, or should we say little spaces, where you live, work and play. And little things you keep in those spaces to sit, sleep, or just put things away. Locks, soaps, buildings and missiles. Well, there are quite a few. These are some of the little things we do.
किया है। तुम्हें देख ये बात जुबां पे आई, बनाने वाली ने क्या चीज बनाई। चीज
अर्ज किया है ये सीन ऐसा हो क्लिक जैसे हर बंगाली।
अर्ज किया है चिप्स है बहाना, तुम्हें है एक दूसरे को पटाना।
लेस, चीजी लव और हर्बी क्रश फ्लेवर्स, ये वाला याद रहेगा।
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you are ready and set and are as excited as we are for the 11th edition of India Public Relations and Corporate Communication Awards 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go forward and broadcast yesterday's celebratory evening of the awards, we'd like to welcome our jury chair here, Dr. R.S. Sodhi, Managing Director, Amul India, to kindly join us and share a few words on this occasion. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Sodhi. Well, while Mr. Sodhi joins us, let me also remind all of you that there is a buzz on online conversation on Twitter and other places with the hashtag IPRCCC till now. And now we will be joining the online conversation with IPRCCA. So do join us and congratulate all the winners as we bring them on screen. So I think Mr. Sodhi had a little difficulty joining in, but we will have him shortly coming forward and talking to us about the jury process and his experience being part of it. Oh, well, he's here. Very warm welcome to you, Mr. Sodhi.
Hello, good evening, good evening. Thank you very much.
Good evening, sir. So we'd love to hear from you about the jury process. How was your experience for this year 11th edition IPRCCA?
Well, Khyati, good evening and good evening to all the participants and especially all the winners in the various categories. And no doubt I had participated in the jury meet. Firstly, I never expected that there'll be so many entries, more than 650 entries. And that too all in very, very good field. And all the jury members really worked very hard to select the winners. Let me tell you, no doubt these public relations is becoming gradually a very, very important segment. But nowadays, when it is very difficult to reach to the segment which is opinion makers, which are buying segment through the traditional media, which we call it advertising. Because generally now people look for more of contents and the education and the through public relation and the other non-paying media. People believe more, it has got more credibility. And I tell you, I mean, briefly, I can tell you at Amul, we have used this a number of times. I remember, right, we had a, I mean, I'm telling you the few, 2-3 cases in short, then I'll give it, other winners can be given the awards. One was the Neha Tomar case in 2014 when a lady posted a video that she purchased a milk pack and then when she heated it, it has become a plastic. So it is a poison, nobody should drink it. So we immediately approached the lady, asked her what is the date of packing, date of use. We realized she has used the expired pack and chilled it. And when you boil the chilled milk, expired milk, it will become something like mozzarella cheese. So we showed her the videos that in our laboratory the same thing has happened, scientifically proved it, and immediately she put a video as well as saying that yes, now I'm satisfied. What I want to tell you is when you are using any such type of PR exercise, you have to come out of some crisis. You have to come out with a very scientifically based, very convincing answer, and that with the speed and from the horse's mouth, from the company's representative. In fact, I tweeted that video. Same happened I remember in 2018 when in ice cream, somebody put a video that Amul is using non-vegetarian emulsifier out of the pig. So I myself went to the social media within the same day and said that this emulsifier is a vegetable base, it's a vegetarian, we are writing on the pack and we get on scientific reason. So we realized that immediately because I spoke or the CEO of a company spoke, immediately people got convinced. Because in the past we have seen any such type of, whether in carbonated drinks, when people said it can be used for cleaning a toilet, or where the chicken, they say it has got worms, company did not respond. Here I have seen the speed which really pays. And latest is our RCEP. we realize that government of India is going to sign the RCEP, which is harmful to the farmers. So we, in 3 months, is a long public relation exercise where policymakers, farmers, bureaucrats, political, everybody was told what are the harms of the RCEP for the dairy farmers. And I'm happy that campaign really worked. Let me tell you, public relations should not be, a campaign should not advertise the product. It should convince you about the benefit and the education, because people are looking for that only. So in the end, I like to congratulate all the winners and also who have all participated. It was a very good learning for me that how others are doing it, and I can take out few things out of it. So thank you very much, Exchange for Media, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sodhi. Always lovely to hear from you. And thank you for chairing this jury. And we are sure 650 plus entries must be a tedious and tough task to take on. But thank you so much for being here and encouraging all the participants as well as the viewers. Thank you so much, sir.